What am I doing? This is spooky season. I should be playing spooky music. Like the ogre theme. It's so spooky. You're gonna get spooked. I better not play it too loud or else you're gonna get too scared. That's simply how it is. Oh, it is now noon, so I can... I actually wrote up a little stream... a stream announcement prior to starting stream this time. It's crazy. I'm crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. Okay. Hello, hello. Why did I put on 2 things of music? Excuse me, I'm sorry. I am breaking everything. Hello. Hi. Yeah, do I have hands? I do have hands. Here. We are firmly grasping the Arrow Soda. This is my legacy. This is who I am. I hope that you're not offended. As this, should I question? Like, should I turn off the King Yellow and have this be like a chatting stream? Because I could do bam. I could do bam and bam. So like I could do this if we really want. I could have this be a chatting screen. This feels like a bit more intentional. It feels a bit more intentional than this, than the other one. But the other one is like the chatting stream that I started with. So I don't know. I don't know what we want to do. But hello. Hi. There's Hello Bee and Dragon and Noah and Hydra and Catman Sparrow. Very new storyteller to Vampire the Masquerade and possibly Kane. Excited to see what I have to say. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, fair warning for anyone who is joining us or who is watching the VOD and doesn't really know about me too much. I'm a yapper. I'm a chatter. I like going on tangents. So despite the fact that this stream is titled So You Want to Run a Horror TTRPG, and despite the fact that the thumbnail shows various pieces of art from Kane that are meant to evoke being spooky, and it says like keep them powerless to indicate that you should keep your players powerless because the less agency your players have, the spookier things can be, because horror protagonists that have agency are not horror protagonists, they're action protagonists that have a horror backdrop and aesthetic to them. We're probably going to talk about Mech-Yuri, I'm not going to lie. Just, I don't control the flow of conversation, you don't control the flow of conversation. I don't even think us together do. I think it's our collective like ADHD that just kind of manifests topics without rhyme or reason. And I just had a video that has been getting a lot of attention where I talk about Mech-Yuri. So I'm assuming that someone's going to bring up Mech-Yuri other than me. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a rubber room with rats. The rats made me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a rubber room with rats. The rats made me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. Yes, Mech-Exploitation Till, welcome on in. Hey, Can. Speak for yourself. I totally control the flow of a conversation. And 9 other lies we tell ourselves in the mirror every day. Like, what do you want from me? Do you want me to delude you? Delulu is not the Solulu in this particular instance. Okay. I am not rat rights. How dare you? That's Rory. Rory, when he writes his FTD lore, is rat rights. You can clip this and send it to him, and I will look him in the eye, and I'll say, good thing there's one rat where you live. And he will get upset at me because he hates me, and I hate him. Okay, so what I do is, I should probably do this now. Keep the spooks far away from the scares. They are currently in a messy breakup. Q&A. Unrelated. Oh, this is a poll. What? I don't want a poll. I want a Q&A. Okay. So what I do on YouTube streams is I set up a Q. Whoa, why is the aspect ratio all weird? Whoa. So I set up a Q&A where we're just gonna have a live chat. I'll respond to comments. I will engage with you as I normally do. But I will also have a Q&A section where you can ask questions. And instead of being sent to me immediately, they'll all be sent to a secondary chat that I can just have open in the background. So that means you don't have to worry about me missing your message. You just have to worry about me not responding to it within the next 15 minutes, right? So there's that. Should we keep the skeletons close to the spooks or the scares? I think that's an individual skeleton thing. Like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that all skeletons are a monolith. I think that that's disrespectful on the best of days. And I want to do better. I want to be better. Oh, I accidentally opened a stream that had me. Wow, cringe of me. Why would I do this to myself? Okay, so let's open the questions. So now I can have two separate windows. One with questions, one without questions. I'm a genius. I'm a god. You don't even know me. See, your brain is piloting a skeleton mech with meat armor. Exactly. If I close this window, I think I'll lose that. So I will click off. I'm a genius. I'm so smart. I should be considered for a Nobel Prize when it comes to streaming. I don't know. You hate tickets at work? What tickets are we talking? Like, let's not get it twisted. Don't dox yourself, but you could be giving out tickets, like some sort of ticket dispenser. You could be receiving tickets due to a parking violation. You could be having a food ticket, which will allow you or others to eat. Hey, a penguin. As a cis straight male ace with a trans femme lesbian best friend who I accidentally made obsessed with Lancer, Mech Yuri sounds fun. Okay, I've had a couple people now who have said, hey, I'm a straight guy, I'm cis. Girl frame actually sounds kind of fun. Which I find very funny because actually, I was gonna wait to do this. Technically, I have now had conversation with Miss Rubsa, with Isabel, the dev, and I now have a key to the game. So I have a review copy, and I'm going to review Girl Frame on my channel. So, strictly speaking, because I received the product for free, I have to disclose that fact in my review, meaning I have now been sponsored to review an NSFW product. Hey, Orca. I see similar interests around thirsty sword lesbians and similar games. Oh, yeah. W endorsement. See, that's the thing, right? Like, obviously, this is a safe for work channel because it's YouTube. This is a community where I don't want minors to be put at risk. So I'm never going to go into any explicit detail. I'm never going to talk about anything that would be dangerous for someone that should not be seeing that, or illegal otherwise. But I do also think that there is a space for safe for work and not safe for work TTRPGs. And I don't think that we should have a stigma against one or the other as better than the other. Personally, I'm not planning to play Girl Frame anytime soon. And that's just because personally, I'm not looking to play that game with my friends, at least at this moment. But what I will say is that I had a brief conversation with Isabel, and I just asked point blank. I was just, because she said it's not a kink game, it is a game that is kink adjacent. So I said, for of-age folks who see Girl Frame and are interested in the dystopian psychological horror and transbian mech pilots, but don't want to play a kink game, what would you say to them? And her response was that this is a game about the interactions of power, the feminine experience, and the ways in which the powerful subjugate the oppressed. While this can be approached through an erotic lens, this game firmly believes that Bound Chicka Wow Wow is an act like any other, not the be-all end-all of the system. It can be interesting to engage with, but so can love, fighting weird eldritch aliens, or dealing with the fact that your mech really wants to eat people, which, like, just in talking with her, it definitely seems like this is not a... My impression, based off of talking to the dev, is that this is not a, like, game for that activity. It's a game that involves that activity as a subsect. So apparently, so long as you're chill with the involvement of NSFW stuff in the system, you can have a fun time playing this game, even if you just want, like, mecha fighting. No, exactly. Like, the dev is 100% based, and that's why I went ahead and was like, yeah, I'll review it, because I've heard so many people say fantastic things, not just about the product, but also about the game. And I know it's a bit weird for me to be like, oh yeah, I'm going to review a game because I heard good reviews about it. But that is a legitimate concern of mine, right? It's a legitimate concern of mine that if I'm going to engage with something that is like NSFW, not quite full stop, but involving NSFW stuff, I kind of got to consider how folks are going to take that, which apparently is quite well based on my recent video. Arrow must disclose that Arrow has received a review copy. Well, so the thing about YouTube, and also just like good etiquette for reviewing, but particularly with YouTube, if I receive a product for free, I have to disclose that. And if I am sponsored and receiving any sort of compensation, which receiving a free copy does involve compensation, that means that I have to label it as a sponsored video. Because otherwise, it would not be a third-party impartial review. I have to disclose to you, hey, I'm doing a review of a product I received for free that might influence my review of it. Which, I'm not gonna lie, as much as I want to say like, oh no, that wouldn't change my opinion, I'm going to be much more lenient on a game that I received for free than a game that I paid $10 for, than a game I paid $70 for, if it's a video game. And that's not because I suddenly changed my opinion, it's because I'm not feeling the financial investment. If I have a game that is unpolished, kind of stuttery, kind of buggy, like it's a video game, and I got it for free because like the dev sent it to me for free, I'm gonna be like, yeah, I mean, that was all annoying, but the story was good, the gameplay was fine, like I really loved the art style, I'd recommend this game. And then you spending $20 are like, this was not worth $20. And that's just that sort of thing you gotta do. You must understand your community is filled with useless lesbians. I learned that very quickly. I learned that apparently I am the minority in my own community, where it's just filled with particularly... Okay. I make a reference to this in tomorrow's Lancer Frame video, which, since we're talking about lesbian mech pilots and transpians, guess which frame we're talking about tomorrow. But I make a reference to that where I'm just like, I didn't know that polyamorous puppy girl transbians was like a known subclass of being trans. Shake my head, Arrow representation lacking in the Arrow rights community. Probably, yeah. Yeah, it's the Yankee Do. The Yankee Do is tomorrow. Lesbians to Lancer content like moths to a flame. I don't get it. What is the appeal of mecha to transbians? Because it's specifically transbians as far as I'm aware. I don't know how many cis lesbians are involved, which there's like, transbians are still women. But it is like, the more narrow you make the search field, the more odd it becomes. Because it's a lot of lesbians, it's a lot of trans women, it's a lot of puppy girls, which I've come to learn is not like a cat boy, cat girl, is like a, I want to be treated like a dog, I think. I don't know. Who are into mecha, and specifically like sad, grimdark mecha that makes you feel bad. Puppy girl lesbians are everywhere. Are they? Is it like furries? Like what's the intersection of puppy girl lesbians and furries? Because I feel like if those two groups control everything, I better change my content to like appeal to our puppy girl overlords. Like, Lancer specifically, transhumanist themes and body modding, autism strain. Okay, well, yes, but you're into TTRPGs, so I kind of assumed that one. Like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like you're neurotypical if you're a huge, obsessed with TTRPGs kind of person. You started running Lancer for 4 cismen and a transvien puppy girl manifested at my table. She just appeared. As an Arrow Ace trans woman, I like having the ability to climb into a big mech and fight fascists. That's based. That's based as heck. Like, when I think mech, I think, let me get in a big mech suit and fight stuff. And okay. I'm very forward about this. I have not watched Gurren Lagann. I have not watched any Gundam. I have not watched Evangelion. I have watched Code Geass, which I still haven't watched the movies. Like, the movies that came out, like, within the last, like, 6 years, I think. Apparently, they're pretty all right. I actually don't know. Code Geass, it's my favorite anime, despite the fact that, yes, I understand it's really bad. It comes from a place of nostalgia. I'll tell you that. And apparently, I don't know if I would consider 86 mecha, but it is about, like, child soldiers piloting, like, armored vehicles to fight against a external threat, and it deals with themes of, like, oppression, repression, autocracy, and the culling of freedoms in exchange for security. So it fits the bill of a lot of mecha. Hello there, are you having a good day? Hey, Yogg-Sothoth. I'm doing lovely. I got up at like 7 a.m., did some stuff, went back to bed, woke up at 10:55, went, oh no, I have stream in 5 minutes, realized that I set stream for noon instead of 11, and was like, well, I guess this works out for me. 86, the goated fight of oppression. Yeah, so 86, okay, I've talked about this before. Goodbye, lounge. Hello, MS Paint. I've talked about this before. 86 is one that I actually have a very fond place for, because this is one where a friend literally was just like, hey, I want to watch 86 with you. And I'm like, okay. And then he's like, yeah, we're just gonna binge it. And I'm like, okay. So then I binged 86 with my friend. And like, I went in knowing nothing. He had seen 86 like 4 times. And it was him and a couple of his other friends. We were trying to get a second person who had never seen 86 also to watch, but she was busy. So it was just a group of us watching 86, and I'm watching with like 4 people, all of whom know what's happening. And I keep like making guesses, and I'm theorizing, and I'm like saying what I think is going to happen. And then we get to the end of the first season, or we get to the end of the series, and then it's like, and that's the end of season 1. And I'm like, that's it. That was season 1. I thought this whole thing was a self-contained 1-season episode. I was expecting them all to die at the end, because that would be the only narratively satisfying conclusion. And he's like, no, it's anime, you fool. So that was a great fun time. It was a very fun time where I went into this with very different expectations of what I got. And then obviously just watching it with my friends made it so much more fun. You're a transvien furry who is friends with a ton of transvien puppies. A lot of the pull is the biomodification and that becoming powerful in much the same way a transition can be. So, genuine question. Like, puppy girl, furry, Venn diagram, circle, completely unrelated, what are we feeling? My guess is Venn diagram, where some puppy girls are furries, some furries are puppy girls, but not all furry girls are puppies. Furry. What? As you can tell, I'm out of my depth here. This is not my expertise. Watch Gundam War in the Pocket for Halloween. It's a Christmas special short series, and it's so good. Okay, what I will say, I want to do something special for Halloween. And I have no idea what that's going to be. I'm not going to lie. I said Halloween special, and some people are like, ooh, Halloween special. And I'm just like, I don't even know what I'm going to do for Halloween. Like, I could try hitting up my friends, but I think they'll be busy. So I could just watch. Oh, I wanna know what we could do? We could watch like old school horror movies. Like we could do like a watch along. I'm glad you didn't 86 your friend. Sometimes I wish to. Well, because the thing is, this is actually Rory is the friend that showed me 86. And he was trying to get... There was another content creator who was a mutual of ours. I don't remember. It was one of two people. I can't remember who. But basically, he was trying to get another person to also watch 86. So he was trying to get a bunch of content creators to all watch 86 together, which it was very funny, I will say. You can have non-furry puppy girls. Okay. How? Is puppy not furry? Like, I'm not arguing. I'm just very much out of my depth here. I do not understand how one can be a puppy and not a furry. Or is it like puppy is an act, like a mannerism thing? Oh my gosh, I saw on Twitter there was this content creator who's been clicker training her community. And as far as I'm aware, this is when you have it's classical conditioning. It's you have a clicker. Do I know what puppy play is? I assume you don't mean playing with puppies. I assume you mean like, you know, like, I'm not gonna lie. I've heard the term. I've heard what puppy play is. I don't know what I have not partaken myself. So I do not know what it entails. I'm not gonna lie. Is puppy puppy is a grind set. Only Sigma males are puppy boys. Are you a Sigma puppy or are you an Omega puppy? One wants to have fur, the other wants you to put a collar on them. I don't see what the confusion is about. So furries want fur, puppies want collars. So if you want fur and a collar, you're a puppy furry. Best not to discuss this too deeply on YouTube. Let's just move on. Let's just move on to another one. I'm trying to run Lancer. My play group is a transmutant puppy girl, and she said she wants to play Hydra, and the other two are Nepo Baby, play Monarch, and a guy who only wants to play Fire Brawlers. Goodness gracious. So in Lancer, like a hot take, you don't need a balance party. You don't need to be good. So long as your GM is fun, you can get away with so much. Because in something like D&D 5e, so in like 5e, if you are fighting a CR 5 creature at level 5, every time it hits you, that's going to be probably about a quarter of your health. Obviously, it depends on, are you a martial caster? Are you a spell caster? Are you a martial? Are you a caster? Did you have a high constitution or a low constitution? Broadly speaking, every time a creature of your CR is going to hit you, it's going to be a segment of your health, a fifth of your health, a fourth of your health. Maybe, no, buddy, I'm on stream. Don't FaceTime me. So it's gonna take out a chunk of your health, right? It's gonna take out a large chunk of your health. Why is my... Bro, did you break my model? Oh yeah, it's like freaking out on me. So my friend just hit me up. I think I might have to I'm sorry. I have to restart my model. Let me restart this. Because my friend just called me, like on FaceTime. And I guess what happens is that because it wanted to access my camera, it messed with my tracking software. So it just completely screwed over my model. But if you are in D&D 5e and you have a comparable CR to your level, it's going to take out a chunk of your health. In Lancer, even if you put no points in hull, so you have no more health, even if you're playing a slimmer, more frail build, like a goblin, you'll still have between like 6 to 8 HP, and you'll have, importantly, 4 structure. So even if you want to go like melee goblin, where you'd probably put points in holes so you'd get more health, but even if you want to do something stupid like that, if you get hit for 9 damage, what it's going to do is it's going to instantly deal structure to you. But then you're going to be fine. That's like a fifth of your, like, again, that's like a fourth, fifth of your health. But the thing about the difference between 5e and Lancer is that each individual enemy is significantly weaker than each individual enemy of 5e. Because with 5e, if you have multiple enemies, they are all going to be... Generally speaking, in 5e, you can't have comparable CR enemies en masse fighting the party. You can only really do lower CR than their level fighting the party. That is to say, if you have a group of 4 level 5 members, you might have them fight 7 orcs and 2 wargs. But you can't really have them fight, like, I don't know. I mean, level 5 is a bad example. Let's say level 4, right? Because level 5 kind of gives a lot of options. So 4 level 4 characters, you might have them fight 7 orcs and 2 wargs. That's a lot of enemies, but they should be able to handle that. They probably can't fight, like, 5 ogres. Like, maybe they'll be able to, depending on their stats, but if they're not optimized, they won't be able to. In Lancer, because you have structure, you have a massive cushion for error. Now, that depends on how often are you allowed to repair, how many combats do you have between a full repair where you get back all your repair kits, you get back all of your core systems, you get back all of that, everything. But in a single combat, or even 2 combats, even an unoptimized character can at the very least survive very easily. It is very hard to kill a character in Lancer accidentally, from what I found. What about 6 level 3 players fighting 4 CR5 monsters? See, that's the thing. It's fluid, and that's what CR is designed around, and that's what bounded accuracy is designed around. But the point I'm getting at is when you're in D&D 5e, you're either fighting a lot of little enemies, each of whom does like no damage to you. When you're level 4, a single orc might deal some damage to you, but it's probably going to miss. Even if it does hit, it might roll low. It will have a lot of variability in if it is actually effective. And even if it is effective, it's meant to fight level 1, level 2 characters. At level 4, you need to throw them en masse. And the more you throw at them, the more going to miss, which means that they're less effective. So that even if you throw 7 orcs, that doesn't matter if 3 of them never land a hit. They're effectively fighting 4 orcs. Right? But in Lancer, the enemies all have average damage. The enemies all generally will be grunts, which means that they die very easily. So you can just run up and improvise attack them very easily. You have 4 structure, which means that even if you have 6 HP as a goblin and no hull, you actually have 24 HP. And almost every enemy is going to be doing, let's say, 8 to 12 per swing. So that's 3 hits right there, assuming you're not repaired whatsoever. Well, 2 to 3, depending on how much damage. But again, my point being is that in Lancer, even if you tank all optimization, even if you go out of your way, someone on the Discord was talking about my model. Someone on the Discord was talking about a melee Barbarossa. Bro, this thing would suck. I ain't gonna front. I love the Barbarossa. I think the Barbarossa is 2.5. But the melee Barbarossa sucks because the Barbarossa is a backline artillery piece. It is huge. It is one of the biggest mechs in the game. It is slow. It is one of the slowest mechs in the game. It is really heavily armored and has a lot of health, but it can't really get into the fight effectively. It can't engage effectively. So, and all of its kit is built around staying in place, firing big screw you laser, right? Because it's a backline artillery piece. That's what it's designed around. But if you make it melee, even if it takes you 3 turns to get into combat, where you move, you boost, and then you, I don't know, like shoot with a skirmish, and then finally you're in melee, and then you're like, haha, I will use my charged energy sword to strike you or whatever. You're probably not even getting to half health because of your armor, because of your health, because if you're going melee, you put points in hull, which also increases your health. In D&D, you have to choose, do I want offense or defense? In Lancer, you get defense by getting offense. Agility gives you that. Hull gives you that. Systems gives you that. Engineering, I don't believe, gives you that, but engineering gives you SP, which is more systems, which can give you that. So Lancer is very good about, you don't have to optimize if the GM isn't trying to kill you. Like, obviously, if you are a group of, like, you're a goblin, that's a melee build. You're a Barbarossa, which is a melee build. You're a hacker Blackbeard. And your Nelson is a support. Right? Like, this team comp sucks. The Goblin is a hacker that gains penalties to physical actions. The Barbarossa is slow, it's tanky, it's a backline artillery piece. The Blackbeard is a frontline fighter that literally gets penalties when it attempts to hack. The Nelson has no support comp. The Nelson, surprisingly, very quickly, could be a support if it's given support systems, but that would take like 6 LLs of investment past the point of Nelson. So none of this makes sense. But if your GM is just throwing like 7 grunts and 2 normals at you, and then like round 2 is another 2 grunts followed by an elite, like that's totally doable, even if your team comp sucks. Because 7 grunts, the grunts are minions from 4E, grunts have 1 HP. So even your pathetic little goblin can deal damage to them and kill them easily. One tap them. The normals are not going to be crazy. They might cause issues for you, but they're going to take like 2 hits and go down, maybe 3 if you're really unoptimized. And then the elite is going to be an actual foe, but that can still be dramatic. That doesn't have to be dangerous because you have 4 structure each. Even your melee frontline goblin has 24 hit points before any points of hull. And similarly, with structure, it's multiplicative. So if I have 6 HP and I put 2 points of hull to start my character, so each point of hull gives me +2 health, so I'm at +4, so actually I'm at 10 HP. The way structure works is that I get 4 times my health. So I would not get 6 times 4 plus 4, I would get 10 times 4. So I'd be rocking 40 HP at like LL2, right? Or that's before I even get other what was it? It's not safe. Haste? Before I even get any haste upgrades, right? This is tanky. Yeah, so if you're hearing haunted Discord-like pings, that is because I turned off streamer mode in case anyone wanted to join me. So that might be you hearing it via me, which you shouldn't be, but if you do, I apologize. Oh, want to know why? It's because I have Discord audio on. You can just turn that off. There we go. My apologies. Yeah, because what I've started doing is that, given that more recently I've begun reaching out to folks while I'm on stream, I've been hitting up A, Rory, Neko on stream with DMs. I didn't know you were live. Best day now. Well, thank you for coming on in, Mexidan. Like, now that I've started hitting up people while I'm on stream, I've kind of started up my open door policy, like, more seriously, where this is something that I have with other content creators I know, where if I'm live and I'm not doing something specific, like, they can just join, because 9 times out of 10 I'm just yapping. Like, maybe I'm playing Hollow Knight, but I'm yapping while I'm playing Hollow Knight. Maybe I'm talking TTRPGs, but I'm yapping about TTRPGs. Maybe I'm like, the members stream on Fridays is the main thing that I wouldn't have that happen, but that's a members stream, so no one's going to be joining that anyway. I'm in a slightly unoptimized party, basically all melee except my artillery manticore, so yeah, you really don't need to optimize. Exactly. Right, I forgot all the talk about an artillery manticore on the server, where the manticore is a frontline self-damage thorns tank, right? The whole point of the manticore is that it gets up into the enemies, it doesn't let them leave, and it basically exerts a zone of control that deals damage constantly. It gets you stuck with it, right? So the manticore also has some stuff that pulls people towards it. It has some stuff that pulls many people towards it. And what on the Discord people were doing is they were trying to figure out, hey, can you extend the range of that? Can you mess with the range of its weapons by using other systems? And there was some stuff that yes, some stuff no. One thing was its lightning spires, or its lightning spines can deal damage to someone and then jump to someone 3 spaces away. So someone was asking, can I extend the range on that? It seemed like no, you couldn't. But I think if you build an artillery manticore, I would let you do that. Why? Because the whole point of your build is you want to be able to do that. A core point of GMing that I think people forget is that raw does not account for your group's interests. Read as written does not know your group unless you made this TTRPG for your group. Which is why anyone who relies on read as written is silly to me, because the whole point of a TTRPG is the flexibility. And a lot of people say, well, no, if you're just going to make stuff up, why are you playing a TTRPG? If you're just going to ignore rules as written, why are you playing the system? That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is to change the rules as written to fit your group's interests. If you want to play a manticore that has a basically chain lightning on command that can jump between various enemies, but it only has a range of 3, and you want to invest to get resources to bump that range up to 6, I'd say yeah, even if raw that isn't allowed, because that's the interest that you've expressed to me as a GM. My goal is for you to have fun. This would facilitate you having fun. Yes, it makes you more powerful than the rules expect you to be, but do you really care when you can hyper optimize anyway? Like, to use a kind of silly example is in 5e. Actually, Neko, fellow streamer, Neko Boy Blue, was talking to me last night, and the idea of using Mage Hand to use the help action by Three Stooges style, poking someone in the eyes with it. So I use my action to look at Can, and I take my Mage Hand and I poke you in the eyes with it. And that's me using my help action, but I'm using my help action from 30 feet away because that's the range of my Mage Hand. Read as written, Mage Hand can't make attacks. And a discussion that Neko was having with his group that he then wanted my opinion on is, well, is that the sort of thing that would go against the attack of the no attack clause? Would using it as a help action be the same idea as making an attack, because you're basically attacking their eyes? And I said read as intended, which is different from raw. Read as intended is what did the designers mean with this, versus read as written is what does it literally say. Read as intended, it does not say you cannot take the help action with Mage Hand. But the idea of it saying you're not allowed to make attacks with Mage Hand is most likely, in my interpretation of the rules as intended, is that it doesn't want you at first level to be able to take a sword, grab it with Mage Hand, and then attack someone from 30 feet away. Right? It wants you to not be able to break the systems of melee combat by taking your super cool like +3 Holy Avenger that you have and getting 30 foot of range with it, because the devs thought that would be broken, which I don't necessarily disagree with. But by that logic, I feel it's fair to say, well, Mage Hand is not intended to be a combat facilitator. Therefore, you should not be able to make the help action, because if you're poking someone in the eyes with it, you're getting the help action at 30 feet. You're breaking the rules of the help action. So I think read as intended, Mage Hand should not be able to do that. But want to know what I say to that? That's dumb. I'd allow it anyway, depending on how much the players are invested in it, because I think it's funny. I think it's funny. And at the end of the day, being able to do the help action from 30 feet away instead of 5 feet away is still spending your action to do something, right? So even though I think that it doesn't say anything raw, it doesn't talk about this raw, and even read as intended, I don't think that would go with it. I'm going against the rules to better facilitate my players' interests, because I'm not playing for the devs of the game. I'm not running for the devs of the game. I'm running for my player who is here right now and who wants to do this cool thing. And that's, I think, a lesson a lot of GMs either struggle with or otherwise don't agree with. Because the overwhelming sentiment I've heard is, well, in my TTRPG group, we stick to the rules, because otherwise, why are we playing D&D 5e? And I'm like, okay, well, if that's fun for you, do that. But I'm going to do this over here. And a lot of people say, well, no. Why would you do that? In your group, why would you not play by the rules? And I'm like, because the rules are dumb. Like, do you want a further explanation of that? Or playing Raws for war gamers? Exactly. And I would say Lancer, and also D&D to an extent, is closer to a war game than not. D&D got its start in war games, but it is not a war game. Lancer is modeled off of 4e, is 4th edition Dungeons and Dragons. It feels like a skirmish war game. It is not a war game. It is a TTRPG. The difference between a TTRPG and a war game is a war game has two opposing sides where players compete against one another, and even if it is not quote-unquote competitive, it is a competitive experience. TTRPGs, almost by their nature, are collaborative. Not even just between party members, but between the GM and the party. In a war game, if you go to a Warhammer 40k tournament and you make a ruling, and you make a decision, and your player calls you out on it, and the ref comes over, the ref's job is not what's the most fun for both of you. The ref's job is what keeps the fairness of this competition. What makes it so that one player does not get an unfair advantage over the other player. Now, if both players are chill with something, they might not call the ref at all. Or the ref might say, well, if you're fine with it, sure. Which sounds very much like a D&D DM. But in like a war game tournament, broadly speaking, the ref is going to decide, okay, you did X. The rules say Y. X falls under Y like 80% of the way. So even though strictly speaking, it is quote unquote not in the rules. You very clearly are playing by the rules to the best of your ability, and you interpreted this in good faith. So I don't think it's unfair for you to do this. Just be aware your opponent can do this, because it would be in good faith and fair for them to do it. And then maybe it's like in 40k, I don't know, you move something and then you're allowed to move a single model within a unit after moving because of some obscure ruling, right? That's a situation where it wasn't, oh, well, it would be fun for this player to do, oh, this player made a stupid mistake. They accidentally set their models up wrong. They wanted the rocket launcher on the left side instead of the right side. Can they just swap it? Most GMs would say sure. Or most GMs should say sure, because that's just the fun of the player. But in a war game, that's competitive. That would be an unfair advantage, or it might fall under the rules. You have to actually consider those options. There are class abilities that do that, and if I had a resource that occupies an ability and someone else got it for free, I would be sad. I think that depends on what the resource is. Because I ain't gonna lie, there are some things where I like the idea of anyone can attempt this. This person can spend a resource to just do it. And that's different than what you're saying. But that is a distinction that I want to bring up, where it's the idea of Dragon and Orca are both players. One of whom is I don't know, let's say a fighter and a wizard. Orca's a fighter, Dragon's a wizard. And they want to interpret the sigils on a door. Dragon, as a wizard, can do it. They can just attempt it normally, or they can spend a special resource that they have as a wizard in order to just automatically decipher it. Meanwhile, Orca needs to roll, has a chance for failure, even in the best of circumstances, because they're not trained in this. They're not a wizard. They can't just decide to do it. But the wizard, a scholar of the arcane, can just say, nah, I do it. And that's obviously a abstracted example, but the idea of fitting the fantasy of your character by able to just do something other people can't can be quite fun. Hey, heard girl frame earlier before I ate. Action economy is really strong. Like in D&D, the summoner shepherd druid is really strong, but in Lancer, the Hydra is reasonable because drones don't have their own turns. Oh yeah, also the Hydra is reasonable because that's just a player wanting to be the GM. In Lancer, the Hydra is a mech that allows you to deploy many different drones. And the different drones don't take their own turns. They don't overcome the initiative order. They simply do stuff on your turn. But that also gives Hydra players a reputation of just kind of like wanting to GM, because you as a single character are controlling the Hydra plus like between 2 and 4 drones at any given time. You're basically running your own mini squad. That's D&D being badly designed more than a fault of the hypothetical players. Okay. What I'm going to say, I've heard this take a couple times. I've heard a couple times this take that 5e is poorly designed. I've heard a lot of people say that 5e is poorly designed. And you want to know what I say to that? 100% agree. I think it is very poorly designed. That being said, I don't think that's a bad thing. I don't think that's a bad thing. What I think is that 5e is accomplishing effectively 3 not incongruent but separate objectives. It wants to involve legacy players. It wants players that have been playing the game since first, second, third edition to continue wanting to play. It wants to be accessible to new players. And it also wants players to feel a sense of progression while still allowing for lower level enemies to remain threats. This is where you get bounded accuracy. The legacy player stuff is, have you ever wondered why there's a whole list of equipment you can get in the player's handbook? And you can get like a mirror for 5 gold, or you can get a hooded lantern, or a bullseye lantern, or an unhooded lantern, or you can get hempen rope versus silken rope. Like, if you have ever used that list for anything other than character creation, I'm going to call you a liar or a boomer. That's or maybe Gen X, but that is explicitly designed for old school dungeon delving groups that have an older style of play. That is the sort of thing that most modern players don't worry about. And so sticking that in there, making it part of character creation, having every character start with an adventuring pack, signals to new players this is important. But nothing else in the entire system supports that. The only thing supporting the idea that this list of items is important is that every single character creation gets items from it. Otherwise, it is almost never used. Spell points are goated and I physically cannot get a group to play with it. It's just mana, right? The accessibility thing is that it wants to be streamlined. It wants new players to be able to get into it. It wants, fundamentally, to avoid the problem 3-3-5 had where, okay, I'm rolling 2 attacks. My first one is +9, my second one has +4. On my first attack, I gain the benefit of Bless from BN, so I get a +2 to this. However, because we're in the rain, I get a -2 on all of my attacks, but I think, don't you have like an aura that gives me +1 if I ever have any negatives to my things? So it's really just a -1. But then, wait, so Bless is on all of my attacks, not just the first one? I thought it was just the first one. Oh no, so that's your class feature that you used on me in a previous fight. So Bless gives me +2 to all of my attacks, all the floating modifiers in 3 and 3-5. They're gone. That's why advantage, disadvantage, love it or hate it, it simplified the game significantly. So that is at odds with the granularity of wanting to keep legacy play. And then bounded accuracy is the idea of, we want a 20th level party to be able to fight goblins and for the goblins to actually be a threat. We don't want the situation where every single time you level up, you get a +1 to hit and a +1 to AC. So when you're level, let's say 10, you'll have a +17 to hit, and you'll have a 26 AC, right? This is very common in old school editions of the game. Now, your AC is rarely, if ever, going to increase above 19, right? So that means even a +1, honestly, even a -1 can still, obviously with crits, but even without ignoring crits, even a -1 to hit, which anything above CR 2 is never going to have. Probably even above CR 1/2, if I think about it. Never, it can still hit you, even without a crit. Or not without a crit, but ignoring crits, you know what I mean. On a die roll, a -1 can still hit you, even with a 19 AC. So suddenly, you have this weird mixture of, we want to appeal to old school gamers that want that scaling. We want that granularity. We want that power fantasy, where you might grab a, and honestly, another thing that falls under this is magic items. 5e wants magic items to feel rare. They want you to get your first +1 sword at 5th level and for it to be really cool and awesome and unique and special. Whereas 4e was magic item central. I believe that you could start character creation with magic items. So There's all of these differing design philosophies that all compete with one another and take up space, and it just kind of brings together to make a series of frustrating decisions, which ultimately, I don't think any of these are the cause of this. I think this is just the way TTRPG combat in general is designed. It makes combat suck. D&D combat is something that a lot of people get really invested in the idea of. I have almost never seen players engaged for an entire combat. And I say that as someone who has regularly had my players tell me how much they love my combats. I am a very tactical GM. I will make robust and complicated and complex combats in addition to just kill the enemy, right? I do the gambit of you're like, all of you are over here, all of them are over there. The goal is to reduce the other side to 0 hit points. I've also had all of you are over here, the enemies are here, the sacred chalice you need is there. Also, there's like a crystal over here that deals lightning damage in this radius, and you need to grab the chalice, like put a shard of the crystal inside of it, and then take the leader of the vampires and shove the chalice into its heart as a makeshift stake, because then with the power of divine energy, that will send it into its second phase. Then the second phase vampire fights you, but when the second phase vampire appears, another crystal appears here, and this one does lightning here, and then this radius spreads, so now the entire area is covered by crystal. Like, I've done the whole gambit. And pretty regularly I've been complimented on my combats. And TTRPG combat sucks. Like, I say this as someone that loves TTRPG combat. I say this as someone who has regularly run combats that have been very well received by my players. TTRPG combats, definitionally, I would almost say, not quite, but almost definitionally, suck. Because it relies entirely on luck when you involve dice. It involves on other players thinking to make moves that you are not privy to. And this is very selfish as a thought process. This is very egoist of players to do. But when you're playing a game for 4 hours, let's call it a 4-hour session, and 3 of those hours is a combat, how much time are you going to be actively participating during that combat? Probably under 30 minutes. And it's not even like DP is hogging the spotlight for 2.5 hours and I'm only getting 30 minutes. No, it's DP's getting half an hour. I'm getting half an hour. Ken is getting half an hour. Dragon is getting half an hour. Or probably not even that. Can, DP, Dragon are each getting half an hour, and I, as the GM, am taking another half hour for all the enemies. So it's not even like any one player is getting more than anyone else. It's no one is getting half as much time as they should. No, see, you say that's why the Pegasus is superior, but I don't know. I feel like just on your turn being like, Ushabti, go. That's not gonna fix it. No dice, no problem. Okay, that's fair. But the issue with that, and that's actually why Lancer, I think, goes smoother than something like D&D combat. D&D does involve averages in its dice. When you have a monster stat block, it will say this enemy deals 7 damage or 2d6 damage, right? I don't think I've ever seen anyone use the average damages outside of like Modrons in the Plane of Law, right? Lancer combat is beautiful in its sleek nature. Move in one big thing or 2 small things is so fun and optimal. And honestly, I think a big part of that is the initiative. Initiative? A big part of that is the initiative. Claret, DP, Orca, you 3 are on a team. And then you're fighting an elite, grunts, and a normal, right? DP really wants to go first. I want to go. Okay, DP's first. Then the grunts set up. So you go and then they go. Now, like Claret and Orca, you have to figure out which one of us is going next. You have to pay attention. Now, DP might check out. DP might not be engaged, but maybe DP has reactions. And reactions are very important in Lancer because reactions do more than just an attack of opportunity. So DP might be disengaged, but Claret and Orca, you have to figure out, okay, who's going next? Like, yes, Claret, I have the Ushabti and I can just take out some grunts, but the grunts just took their turn. So even if I kill a grunt, that's not going to help until next turn. So I could focus on the normal and probably like burst it down with my like a barrage. But Orca, you have really good movement control. So you could stop the elite from moving before they even take their turn. So you argue and then you're like, okay, fine, we'll go Orca. Orca goes. Then because the elite is slowed, I choose to make the normal go. Now, Claret, you have to decide, okay, well, now the elite's... Oh, I smacked my mic. Claret goes, okay, now the elite's going to go, but we're at the end of the turn, so should I go after the grunts? I think I'm going to go after the grunts. So Claret goes, kills the grunts. The grunts are gone. And then... No. And then the elites go. Now, next turn, we start back over. And suddenly, Claret says, I need to go. I just realized something that I can do. So now Claret goes. And now DP, who has not been involved in probably half an hour, if not more, might say, no, I need to go. Want to know why? Because I realized I can use my core power to do this thing that I can instantly take out the elite. I just need accuracy. I need one accuracy. That's all I need. So then someone else takes their turn and then blah, blah, blah. And suddenly it's much more engaging than had DP just had to wait the entire time and then gone here, right? Instead of wait for turn, then do thing, or holding actions or whatever, my players literally play their turn as a squad instead of combos for each other. That is so cool. And that's why years ago at this point, I actually made homebrew rules for team-ups. And what I did is it was basically you get one, I think it was hero point, I called it. And then I think you get a second one at like 7th level. And what it is that it's on your turn. You can basically take a specific action with another character. You can both spend a hero point. They spend their reaction, and then you get to do some cool maneuver. So for instance, it is if I am a paladin and I look at a fighter, we can both spend a hero point, and then we both get to attack an enemy, and I spend smite, but both of us get the benefits of smite, right? So the fighter spends a hero point and a reaction, I spend my action and a hero point, and we both get to attack a single enemy, where I spend a single smite, but we get 2 uses of smite out of it. Because it's the idea of, hey, fighter, like, we're a team, I'm gonna give you some of my divine energy. The fighter's like, awesome, I'm gonna like take out this enemy for you. And then suddenly the fighter, who's really good at hitting stuff, gets to roll smite, which normally they're not able to do because they're not a paladin. And that's the sort of thing that I think it would be really cool to see in Lancer. Which Lancer, you can already kind of do that with stuff like, I don't know, Black Witch is going to set up a gravitational field, and then you're going to have a like freaking Caliban push them into it. That's just kind of the natural conclusion of inbuilt systems. There's going to be synergies that you don't really like. Probably one of the most boring but common that I've seen is the Lancaster Goblin. The Goblin can basically latch on to another frame and just kind of like hug it and be like cling to its back. And the Lancaster has a system that allows it to like basically be an 18-wheeler. It has a system that allows it to haul other mechs with it. So if I, as like a Nelson, hop on the Lancaster because they have their I can't remember what it's called. It's not the mule harness, is it? But it's like the expanded cargo or whatever. And then the goblin also hops on. Suddenly, we have a party bus. Right? Yeah, the mule system, okay. Also, I don't think I said hi to Claret or to Silver Arrow. Hi. 2 full turns to get 1 HP, not a good trade. Oh, hush. Yeah, I wasn't sure if the mule harness was something else or not. Yeah, I'm sorry? Is this pony play? Is that more puppy girl? All right, everyone, I'm going to drive home. Have fun, y'all, in my ears. All right, enjoy, Mr. Mixie Dan. You use average damage for smaller enemies, but you're a freak. Okay, so, and that's kind of why I like that Lancer enemies all have the average. Because, like, yes, I could roll for them, but why would I do that when there's so many? The goal of a Lancer encounter is almost never, we want this to be a fair fight between the Lancers and the enemy. It's almost always, we want it to be an overwhelming force fighting the Lancers. Or you want it to be like a single Ultra, right? It's like a single Ultra, or it's a squad of elites / veterans, or it's a horde of grunts. And normally you'll have, it's 3 normal enemies and 4 grunts. It'll be 1 elite and 2 normal enemies. It'll be 4 elites. Like, you can mix and match however you want. But generally speaking, the advantage is going to be against the Lancers, which is why they have so much health in structure. And obviously, the intended gameplay loop is you fight, you spend resources, and then you fight, and then you, like, repair, then you fight. Like, it's a loop of fights, right? Particularly because of how combat oriented the system is. But D&D 5e also expects you to engage in this loop. But I don't know about you. Almost every GM I've talked to that runs D&D lets their party long rest between every 1 or 2 fights. Because players are risk averse. In Lancer, you normally do not have that option because you can rest. You can't do a long, full repair. You can do a rest where you use repair caps or you use repair kits, but you don't end up in the same position where, we're just going to leave the dungeon for 8 hours, sleep, and then come back fully rested. No, we're going to leave, spend our limited repair kits, and then come back and then fight. And then we have to make another fight because we don't have any more repair kits until we leave. You had to double Ultra because one of your players has a monster grappler build that trivializes anything, so I throw 1 Ultra at him as a chew toy when the real boss fights the rest. Describing it as a chew toy. You've always used the average damage outside of the final boss characters. Interesting. You have an idea for an almost diceless TTRPG where every skill is a flat mod and you either beat a stat, so a stat is less than DC, you'd always fail. So I was working on a small TTRPG that's a little bit like that, where the whole core premise is that you're all advisors in court and you're utterly incompetent outside of one very specific skill that you have. And that might be making money. That might be lying to people. That might be like quelling public discourse, right? Whatever your one skill is, you're actually good at that. Everything else, you need to either get other people to do it for you, and it's a card-based TTRPG, so by playing cards from a deck of cards, that represents which agents you have available to do your schemes for you. Anything else is like you roll a 6-sided die. If you don't get a 6, you fail, right? Because the idea being is that you're a nepo baby. You suck. You're terrible. So you're just going to fail most things unless you have other people do it for you, which I feel saying a blanket, this will never work, to a swath of ranges is a bit much. I think that it can work out well. And honestly, my first thought was Disco Elysium, despite the fact that's not how Disco Elysium works. But I do think that there is a place for that. A TTRPG where core systems and regular occurrences fall within that, I don't think is the place. Unless, of course, there's a Lancaster with a repair cap of 11. Well, because doesn't engineering give you more repair caps? All you need to do is make your players feel the strain of resources. Yeah. Like, add 1 combat and upscale the first combat or 2. Monster Grappler sounds like that half-size mech for SSC made to hunt monsters. Yeah, the Atlas. My group primarily uses a custom system called Dungeons and Idiots, which is a way too watered-down version of 5e. And that's the thing, right? Like, there are rules light, non-combat fantasy systems. You can just use that. Which, like, I suppose Dungeons and Idiots probably is, but this goes back to the whole conversation of so many people are scared to try new systems. And it's always the GMs who are the ones pushing for it. And I think that if you are in a group where you are a forever GM and no one is willing to at least even try other systems with you, tell them you are not having fun and that you would like your friends to help you have fun. Because too many people are scared of being a jerk while they are actively having people be jerks to them. Right? You're too scared of, I don't want to be like rude, I want to be imposing, when other people are actively being rude and imposing on you. And that's not fair to you. Whether you're a forever GM, whether you want to try different systems, whatever, whether someone is hogging the spotlight, be more comfortable telling people, hey, I'm having less fun because of your actions. How can we solve this? Can you work with me on this? If you present it like that, they're much less likely to be offended. And if they're offended by the fact you're saying something you did made me not have fun, and they're just like, well, what about my fun? They're not your friend. They're someone who is exploiting your kindness. Be kind. Do not be exploited. You're definitely not drawing while listening to Arrow yapping like a podcast. I am a podcast at this point. Like, at this rate, I should just make a podcast and do the most basic annoying thing. I actually have thought of this. I've been in talks with various people about this for probably a year at this rate. The idea of I grab other content creators and just have them hop on call for like an hour. And then I edit it down. And then it's just like a 20-minute TTRPG podcast where I'm just talking to like Rory, Celerity Dust, Neko Boy Blue, whoever. But also one that's time to small VTuber Arrow Radio. That would be pretty funny. Oh my gosh, what if I do the radio filter on it? What if I do the radio filter on the entire thing and it's like fireside Arrow chats? You have a designated loud person at the table is a useful tool to get on track if you're a quiet GM or player. I'm not even saying that. I'm saying, hey guys, I'm a GM and I really enjoy running D&D, but I haven't played in 2 years, so I'd really appreciate if one of you, and then the entire group is like, nah, we all think you're a really good GM. We'd appreciate if you kept GMing. Thanks. Also, like, do all of the work and scheduling for us. Bye. And that's a situation I see or I hear happen a lot. If your friend, I'm asking you directly, if your friend was GMing for a group and they said, hey, I want to be a player, and the entire group said, okay, that's cool, but we don't want you to be a player. Keep putting in more work than any of us. I feel as though you would get upset on your friend's behalf. So why aren't you getting upset on your own behalf? Why are you allowing people to exploit your goodwill and effort when you would not allow people to exploit your friend's goodwill and effort? A very simple psychological trick is to just ask yourself, if this was happening to my friend, how would I react? Apparently I'd react by my model breaking. Why do you keep going in and out? I'm sorry. Let me freaking commit Sudoku real quick. My apologies. Apologies. Yeah, we need to flash clone another arrow. I'm sorry about that. You're blessed by the fact that despite the fact you're the main group's forever GM, they do play any system I bring, and we have a subgroup where the previous GM, where previous person GMs for you, and that's good. And I wouldn't even say that at that point you're a forever GM. I would just say you're the group's main GM, right? Being a forever GM is... This is gonna suck to say, but I'm gonna need to say it. Being a forever GM is a mindset. I ain't gonna lie. It is a self-imposed mindset by people who have not had the opportunity to be a player and then assume that that is how it's always going to be because they're playing with people that are not appreciative of the work they're putting in. It is effectively self-gaslighting. And I say that not to be hyperbolic. I say that quite literally. It is... Forever GMs are almost always self-identified, and they're almost always only people who are playing or who are running for groups. They're almost always people who are running for groups that do not appreciate them in more ways than just not letting them be a player. Because no one should be able to let you be a player. You should choose to be a player and then be able to just do it. So if your group is quote unquote not letting you do something, that's an instance of them being jerks. So being a forever GM is not, oh, it's my group, blah, blah, blah. It is, you are self-imposing a schema of who you are and how you can interface with this game upon yourself as a result of people being jerks to you. You deserve better than that. They don't deserve better than that. They don't deserve for you to run for them if they're going to be jerks to you. I would play Pathfinder 2 if I wasn't just bored out of my mind of, it's fantasy, throw this random thing in. Just come back here and commit Sudoku real quick and was briefly terrified out of my mind. Why would that terrify you? Also, hey Bob, hey Harpy Queen. Come play Pathfinder, we have a cleric with 3 extra max level slots just for healing, and then everything else if for whatever you want. Okay, I've yet to even like read the Pathfinder books. I'm not gonna front. Wanna know what I want to try? I've heard good things about, is it Pathfinder Kingmaker? What's the RPG that got made? Also, my model keeps breaking, and I don't know what the deal with that is. I ain't gonna lie. The module of the video game? The video game. Because Sudoku is terrifying, obviously. Well, if it's that terrifying, Sudoku board. You know what I gotta do. Ah! Sorry. Scared myself. Just put that there. Well, actually... Okay, let's play Sudoku. I don't have to go diagonal, do I? No. So it's horizontal, it's vertical, it's within a box, right? So 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. So if this is covered, so 1 has to be one of these 3 because there's 1 there, there's 1 there. Yeah, so it has to be one of these 3. So it's I don't play Sudoku, I'm sorry. I don't know if I'm doing this right. So that has to be a 1, and then with 2s, that's a 2. So that can't be a 2. So the 2 has to be one of these 2. So one of these is a 1, one of these is a 2. That's pretty pog. 3 can't be there. Oh, so a 2 has to be... Oh, that has to be a 2. Because bam, bam, bam. Okay. Did that solve anything? Oh, so 2 has to be there. So one of these has to be a 2. don't think I'm smart enough for Sudoku. You'd probably give the entire group a mythic GM emulator and see how a group becomes a pseudo GM and a player. 1 is the loneliest number. Sadly, both games are based on the Pathfinder 1E rules, which I like a lot less. Well, I've heard very good things about Pathfinder as a whole, but specifically I've heard Pathfinder 2 is Pathfinder 1, but streamlined like 5e. In the sense that it is all of the good stuff from Pathfinder 1, but made accessible. It is Pathfinder 1 with a facelift, basically, is what I've heard. Pathfinder 2 does look solid, but character creation is an endless nightmare of add 1 skill bonus for like 2 hours straight. Listen, I ain't gonna lie. I grew up with... What is it? I have it somewhere. Is it... No. Please hold. I grew up with D&D Eye of the Beholder. This was a Game Boy Advance game that was based on, I believe, 3.5. And character creation in this, you have to make a party of 4 of 3.5 characters. And I was doing this when I was like 6, 7, 8. I don't even know. So I love this kind of stuff. I'm not going to lie. I have a great fondness. And also the first TTRPG I played was the basic game for Dungeons and Dragons 3.5. So I have I mostly played the pre-made characters, but I have a great fondness for the really granular, nerdy character creation. I just love it, right? And I appreciate now being able to make a robust character in a reasonable time frame. I think D&D 5e sucks about this. I think Lancer, frankly, sucks about this. It takes way too much time and effort to make a character in either of those systems. Vampire the Masquerade, incredible. Because Vampire the Masquerade is very open in the breadth of what you can do, but it's very narrow in the depth of what you can do. So if I make a fledgling Ventrue, the main thing I need to worry about is my attributes, which is basically my ability scores. I need to worry about my skills, which are basically my skills. I need to worry about my feeding type, which is basically my backstory, mechanically, like my background from D&D, and I need to worry about my disciplines. And then I also have my advantages, flaws, which does take a bit of time because you kind of need to read through the entirety of the advantages, flaws section to know what to grab. But attributes, it is, you get a 4 and 1, you get 3 and 3, you get 2 and 4, and you get a 1 and 1, I believe. Something like that. Skills, you either get a bunch of really low skills, a couple like medium range skills, or only very few skills and all of them are really good. You get 3 arrays of skills. The feeding type, there's like 20, and all of them are just get X, get Y, get Z, also this bad thing happens. All of them. And then disciplines is you can only choose from 3 disciplines. Or from 3... So disciplines are classifications of powers, and there are powers within disciplines. You get to choose 2 powers from one discipline and 1 power from a second discipline. So as a Ventrue, I might choose 2 dominate disciplines and 1 fortitude discipline. Or 1 fortitude power. So I have 2 powers in dominate, 1 power in fortitude. My feeding type might give me a single power from presence. And suddenly, I'm mostly done with my character. And it all kind of fits into the vibe, the aesthetic, the reason why I want to play this character. The few times I've made a vampire character, I have rarely, and also this has happened with my player, with people I've run for in World of Darkness, they will rarely say, I guess I have to take this. It's almost always, I wish I could take this. In D&D, in Lancer, you often have more choices than you want, right? You don't necessarily care about what gear your pilot has, because you just want to pilot a mech, but you kind of need to decide that. You need to decide what hard suit your pilot has, and maybe it's a quick decision, maybe it's not, maybe it's really impactful for you, but that doesn't really matter. Meanwhile, in World of Darkness, the difference between, okay, do I take two powers in discipline or in dominate? Do I take 2 powers in fortitude, or do I take 2 powers in is it presence? What's Ventru's third one? Ventru is dominate, fortitude. Is it presence? I feel like it should be presence, but I'm also thinking of LA by night. So I don't think it's presence. I thought it was presence because when I think of a Ventru, I think of Victor from LA by night, and he had awe. Is it presence? Huh. We try, no, I'm running, everything goes smoothly. When the others outside, what? Have I hailed hydrate yet? No, I have not drank any water in the last, 2.5 hours. Have never actually gotten to play Vampire the Masquerade yet. I read manuals for TTRPGs for fun, but I haven't actually gotten around to this one. Presents don't happen until Christmas. Oh, I wasn't sure if Ventru got presents. Sorry, I just completely blanked for a second. Haven't played Vampire the Masquerade in forever. Yeah, so Vampire the Masquerade is a fun one. And I think that V5, as someone that has not played previous editions of Vampire the Masquerade, but I've heard about them, I know about them. I played Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, which is based off of old school Vampire the Masquerade TTRPG. I like how accessible it is. There are certain things that disappoint me about it, such as amalgam powers that are substitutes for clan-specific disciplines. So, for instance, the Malkavians is a clan of vampires that their whole gimmick is that they're crazy. And this can range from they're connected to the world on a level you don't understand to they'll throw a fish in your face and then laugh at you saying that this is what the Jester King wanted. It's a whole range of portrayals. And they used to have a special discipline that only Malkavians could access called dementation, which basically spread their craziness to other individuals. Now, dementation is a power under dominate. It became a power... Sorry, I had to sneeze. It became a power under a larger discipline, and Malkavians lost the dementation discipline and gained the dominate discipline, which I think sucks. I think there should be a dementation Malkavian specific discipline that allows you to make people crazy. Similarly, I'm not even going to attempt to spell it, but the Zemitzi with vicissitude just became Protean, which is about flesh crafting and flesh changing and changing your form. Also, thank you for the bless yous. They didn't get dementation until 3rd edition? I thought they had dementation to start with. Blackmail? Me? Never. Maybe a little bit. Okay. Ventru Anti-Tribu got Dominate Fortitude Aspect. Interesting. You should drink water. Last time I drank water was 14. 14 years old? 2014? 14 hours ago? Let me sippy my water. I just had the thought that someone mentioned earlier that they're drawing while treating me like a podcast. And I am curious, and this is for you in chat right now. This is also for VOD watchers, for lurkers as well. Do you treat this as a like speaking space, as like a communal area to have a conversation, or do you treat it like a podcast? Because I feel like I'm yapping constantly, but I'm not gonna lie, probably like 40% of my yap, to maybe even a higher, it's probably a higher percentage, is informed by chat. A large percentage of my yap is informed by the conversation we have going on. So I assumed that I was cultivating a very active chat. Because obviously if you have like a cozy streamer or an ASMR streamer or someone who does more, I am communicating at you, it's going to be a less active chat because people are focused on listening. But if you have someone who's yapping, it's going to be more active because you can participate. I assumed I was making more of an active, but if I'm more of a podcast, that strikes me as I'm less active of a chat. You enjoy conversing? I don't enjoy conversing. Why would I enjoy conversing? That's crazy. When I'm working, I treat it like a podcast, but at home, it's more of a speaking space. Oh, okay, that's fair. I alternate between participating and listening and sleeping / passing out. That last one is due to my schedule being odd. Well, I'm sorry that your schedule's so odd. So I'm glad that, I mean, I suppose this is a little bit of, not confirmation bias, it's survivorship bias, where the people whose names I recognize are chatting, implying that the people who chat regularly see this as a conversation space. Whereas if you're lurking or you're catching this as a VOD, you probably are less of a chatter. I'm not a chatter. I am someone that in many of my favorite streams, I have never said a single chat message, or I have said chat messages, but like I'm not a participant. If I'm in like a Doug stream, or I'm in an RT game stream, or like I'm watching my Oshi, I'm not going to be chatting. I'm going to be listening. I'm going to be watching. Most of the time, I'll actually have it on as background. I think actually, I had Doug stream on before I started stream today, because first off, I see Doug, I click go live, or I click watch, but also because he took his gaming chair to the beach. Because his chair is the star of the show. His community loves that chair. In first edition, Malx got Auspex, Dominate, and Obfuscate. In second edition, Auspex, Dominate, Obfuscate. Dementation was Malx Anti-Tribu. Third edition, Revised, and Dark Ages, it was open to all. Got it. Meow. Sorry. Anytime I hear that, I think of Jax Films. Gonna make a burrito, BRB. Yo, share with the class. You're lurking while doing gacha? Well, thank you, Mr. Ripper. I appreciate even lurkers. Because remember, I will remind you, YouTube is lurkers welcome. On Twitch, it is a lurker hostile environment. Or an LHE, as we call it in the business. If you are in Twitch chat, even as a lurker, you are not safe. Yeah, true, I saw that ginger bear, I low-key go feral. What? I'm left wondering now how many people have RT as their Oshi. Well, so I made a joke. I made a video, like, basically introducing myself, like, a year ago at this point, probably 10 months ago, where I, like, answered questions that I didn't actually receive, but were, like, presumably frequently asked questions. And I was just like, what's my favorite streamer? Wait. No, so basically I made a joke about, because RT Game had gotten a VTuber model that he used one time as a joke, I called him my Oshi, though I would not consider him actually my Oshi. I do have an actual, like, VTuber Oshi. Honestly, first time seeing your channel, and well, TTRPG are a hobby I was looking to get into again, so seeing you talking about it is interesting. Well, Flower, if that is what you're looking to do, this is probably not the right space for it. I will talk complete nonsense. You should not trust a single word out of my mouth. But if you have any questions, feel free to drop it in the Q&A section. Again, reminder, on YouTube, we have a Q&A open. Keep the spooks far away from the scares. But there's Q&A. If you have any questions you want to ask me, it can be about me. It can be about the community. It can be about TTRPGs. It can be about content creation. It can be about VTubing. It can be about the meaning of life. Ask me whatever. Ask me whatever. I have two Oshis, Arrow and Natalia Finn. I don't know Natalia Finn. Let me look them up. Let me see who this is. Natalia Finn. This is a dentist. An ASMR and hopefully one day VTuber. Should I hit them up and just say, hey, you're an ASMR and hopefully one day VTuber. I'm a VTuber and hopefully not one day ASMR. Let's swap for the day. And I'll do ASMR and you'll do VTubing. That'd be so fun. See, that's the thing. I've learned quite recently, actually. Apparently, it's very common for content creators to reach out to like devs, studios, larger creators, and basically like solicit for collabs or merch deals or get keys. I've never done this, and I feel like I probably should. I feel like it would probably be smart for me to do this, because if I reach out to like a larger content creator, I'm like, hey, you're in the TTRPG space. My community absolutely loves your work. I'd love to make a video where you provide some voices. I think that'd be fun. Or to reach out to a dev and be like, hey, I'm a content creator in the TTRPG space. I saw like Perfect Draw is a system that I really want to look into. It's a TTRPG system based on card game anime, where it's based on Yu-Gi-Oh! And Magic the Gathering and Hearthstone. And it's this abstraction of card games into a TTRPG where you don't actually make a full deck of cards. You make like the 5 heavy hitters in your deck. You make your Dark Magician. You make your Blue Eyes White Dragon, your ace. You make your Red Eyes Black Dragon. But then your Celtic Guardian, your Beaver Warrior, your Battle Ox, those are all just considered staples, which are basically chumps that you always have access to. Which is such a cool way of doing a TTRPG TCG where actually there is a channel that did a Let's Play of it where Errata Perfect Draw. Hey Feifei is another content creator who has actually been in the community for a bit of time. Will sometimes join chat, and she did a like actual play of Perfect Draw, like I don't know, a year ago, 2 years ago. So if you want to look into it, I assume that's the best way to do it. I've looked into like a little bit of the playthrough. I haven't gotten a chance to sit down and watch all of it, but I don't know, the system as a whole just makes me, because I don't know if you know this. I love Yu-Gi-Oh! Specifically Duel Monsters, because that's what I grew up with. I would consider it like a comfort show. I would consider it a show that is like almost entirely via nostalgia. But what I did like probably 3 years ago at this point. No, what it was, I think it was like 3 years ago. I decided I'm going to rewatch all of Yu-Gi-Oh! So I rewatched all of Duel Monsters, except I got all the way through the Atlantis arc. I got all the way through season 4 of Duel Monsters. Because there's 1, 2, I think it's 2.5, 3, 4, I think. And then I stopped because I got busy. And then I took another year to freaking continue watching. I watched the final season, which I had never seen before. I had never seen the final season of Duel Monsters. So I finally watched the final season of Duel Monsters, and I also watched season 1 of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. And then again, I just got busy. So I really want to go and watch Yu-Gi-Oh! GX because I've heard wild things about it. And I've seen a fair amount of it. Like when I was a kid, I watched Duel Monsters. I watched a bit of GX. I even watched some of 5Ds. Honestly, the reason I did this is because I wanted to watch 5Ds because I've heard it's really good, actually. Like the one where they're all on motorcycles. I've heard that it's unironically really good from a plot perspective. So I want to get to the point where I can watch 5Ds. And I think also because there's a movie where Duel Monsters, GX, and 5Ds all has like a crossover that I want to watch. But like I love Yu-Gi-Oh, right? So the idea of a TCG TTRPG based on like anime Yu-Gi-Oh is so funny to me because I played the card game like 20 years ago. Straight up. Like I played the card game back in like 2008, 2009. I have not played it since. I don't know what XYZ pendulum synchro summoning is. It like once we hit XYZ, I kind of started getting lost. I don't really know how it works. Have I heard of cute and fuzzy cockfighting seizure monsters? You know, I can't say I have, though I think that I heard about that back in uni. I think that's what went on at the frat houses. Bonds Beyond Time, yeah. May I add you to my friend group, Arrow? I'm always looking to add more Yu-Gi-Oh! And TTRPG fans. I appreciate that, but unfortunately, I don't. I make a blanket policy to not really privately interact with viewers, which is for your safety. It's also for my safety, just to ensure nothing bad can happen. And in light of recent allegations that have gone on in the VTubing sphere, like recent as in I heard about it yesterday, I'm glad I have this policy because anytime I hear any sort of news about, oh, this content creator had communications with someone privately, like a viewer privately, it always ends poorly. It always ends poorly. It doesn't matter if the content creator is a nice person. It doesn't matter if they don't notably act out and like abuse their authority. It always ends poorly. I don't know what it is. So, sorry. Say no to parasocial, paracausal interactions. Listen, another Google Docie has hit the community. And at this point, like, I am legitimately concerned that one of these days I'm going to have like a Google Docie that's like 70 pages just dropped about me without my warning. Because apparently people, and I made a tweet about this. I made a tweet about this where you can just grab it. I can just grab a screenshot of my tweet. Let me grab. What? Wait, why was I referencing this? I don't remember what I was doing. Anyway, but so it was a Twitter post where someone was just like, there was too cute. That would be really funny. That would be really funny. I've said before, I really want to drop a doc on someone. Like, I want to drop a doc on like my experience with Archivist and Rorston VT and Neko Boy Blue and Celerity Dust and like Lyrical Nix and all these other content creators who I consider like friends or who I've had good experiences with, and just detail like, yeah, back when I was first starting out, Archivist, like without knowing me, joined me in call and helped me set up an EQ. I didn't even know what an EQ was before talking to him, and he decided that he was going to help me out, figure out my audio. He like helped me deal with my mic issues, despite the fact it was that I had auto enhancements on my device because I didn't know what that was and I didn't want it on. But he tried multiple different avenues. He provided multiple different resources for me to go through. I am very appreciative of him and everything he's done for me. And like just drop like a 70-page document where it's just that for 70 pages. And like I come up with screenshots where it's just people being nice to me. And I'm like, look at what they did to me. look at who they are on the inside. And it's basically just me glazing my friends for like 70 pages. I think it would be really funny. I'm not gonna lie. I think it'd be really funny, and I don't think I am popular enough to have any degree of impact. But I think it would be funny. It would be a good April Fool's. But I also think that I've taken this from Burger Creek, who's another content creator, who just like, I'm silly, right? I'm someone who goes out there and engages in mischief, some shenanigans on the side. The one day people prepare for April, like for fooling, is April 1st. So why would I ever fool you on April 1st? That's a waste of my time. I would fool you any other day of the year because no one expects it. There's a parasocial element, but like we're all kind of yapping as equals in here. And that's the thing, right? I am someone, so real quick, with the Google Docky situation, someone's like, as you grow, what have you realized? And I just said, high school drama has nothing to do with age. It's about emotional maturity. Folks of any age can lack that. Don't go into the workforce or VTubing or gaming groups expecting everyone to be on the same level of maturity. They're not. Be kind, don't be exploited. And the point being is that a lot of the time, these Google Docs that people drop, these Google Docs of like, I'm warning you about my experience with BN. I'm warning you about what Mr. Mexidan did behind the scenes. It's really just, they were mean. And I'm not gonna lie, some of these have had some actually heinous accusations. I'm not saying this to minimize the experiences of those who have been legitimately injured or abused in the VTubing sphere. But what I'm gonna say is that probably over 80% of these documents can be summarized with, this person was mean to me. I want people to know that they were mean to me. And that's it. It's just interpersonal. And that's why I'm so like set in my way that, or I'm so like certain that it's just high school drama can be of any age. Because people are like, oh, what's with all this high school drama going on? No, it's not high school drama. It's immature emotional connection. People who don't know how to communicate or regulate, having grown up with an environment where they are not only told, where they're not only like allowed to, but encouraged to post every thought without filter to social media. I am someone who, if you follow me on Twitter or Blue Sky, which you totally can if you want, you notice that I post like maybe once a day. Maybe. Sometimes I post like 2-3 times a day, but usually I'll be like, I post once a day for like 5 days in a row. And one of those days I'll post like three times because I'm responding to comments, or like I see someone that has a take that I want to respond to. And then I won't post on Twitter for like a week because I'm not on Twitter to like spill my guts out, right? So like that's the thing, is when it comes to like the Google Docs, I do think it is it sucks and I don't like it, and I think that we should stop doing this, but I'm also not going to be surprised by it. That's my core. That's the core of what I'm saying. Yo Arrow, I'm here procrastinating for trying to prepare for my Savage World Supers Horror Urban Fantasy Halloween adventure. Gotta say though, I'm happy our Savage Worlds game is going on its 6th or 7th adventure, which is way longer than we usually last, and the players really like their characters. Dropping a 1,000 page Google Docu with chat logs to say they mean sounds like stage 4. Okay, so obviously I'm simplifying. Right? I'm clearly simplifying here. Again, there are Google Docs that get dropped where it's just like, oh, this is actual receipts of someone manipulating you over the course of like 10 to 14 months, where you are only now coming out because they threatened you behind the scenes. That is important. Thank you for sharing. I'm so sorry this happened to you. That is not what I'm talking about here. What I'm talking about is a 1,000 page Google Doc saying, actually, my friends were mean to me. And the thing that probably frustrates me the most about this is, how do you respond to a Google Doc outside of another Google Doc? If Bob You write a Google Doc saying my experience with Arrow Rights, and it's like 15 pages of Discord screenshots of how behind the scenes I said, I actually hate TTRPGs, I hate storytelling, and I think no one should be creative. Like, how do I respond to that outside of releasing my own Google Doc where point by point I deconstruct what you said? Because if I don't do that, people are going to assume you're correct. If I do that, people are going to accuse me of perpetuating drama. Right? Once you get a Google Doc involved, it's a little bit like nukes. It's reputational nuclear warfare. My experience with Arrow Rights, secretly a spiritual successor to My Neighbor Totoro. Okay. I've never seen My Neighbor Totoro. I don't know how accurate that is. You don't? The Google Doc format has exposed an argument that we presumably had to a public jury, meaning discourse is no longer possible. I mean, and that's my issue is like I'm legitimately concerned that I don't know someone collabs with me. I don't like our vibe, so I'm just like, yeah, I don't think I'm gonna really associate with this person. They get offended, and then they release a 20-page document about how behind the scenes I'm actually evil and how I hate their community and I was mean to them because I called them a butt, right? Like, how do I respond? Like, legitimately, like, from a PR perspective, I could ignore it, which, depending on how large they are, that is unfortunately a very real thing, where if I am a larger content creator than someone who is accusing me of calling them a butt in, like, DMs, I can just ignore it and it'll probably be fine for me. But if they are comparable or they're larger than me, or maybe they have a completely different niche and like our audiences don't overlap or whatever, then that might be a situation where I need to respond. But if I make a 23-page document responding to them, then I just look desperate. Like it's so backwards. Mutually assured defamation. That's what it is. That's what it is. Dirty laundry should not be aired. No, that's the thing. I'm of the opinion that dirty laundry should not be shared in public. And even if it's a situation where, I don't know, Coid comes out and says, behind the scenes, Arrow actually knows how to read. And everyone goes, gasp, I thought you said your name was Arrow Writes, not Arrow Reads. And it's this big drama. I mean, why do people need to know that? Right? Like, legitimately, what is the point of revealing this? Outside of you just, like, taking down my reputation a notch. Or if it's a situation where, like Can has receipts of one time Arrow called them a jerk to their face, and that made them cry. And then they, like, had connections with Mr. Mexidan and Dragon, and they also got called jerks by Arrow, and now we know that Arrow is actually a jerk. Okay. What does that do outside of just make me look bad? Like, that doesn't, like, if anything, that makes me double down on my behavior, because now I'm known as the person that calls everyone a jerk. No one's gonna let me live that down, because that's not how the internet works. So why would I ever stop calling people jerks? I have no incentive to do that because you made it public. And that's kind of... Funny enough, that sounds like it would be a Facebook argument. So, okay, so anytime I can't properly read something, I say, my name is Arrow Writes, not Arrow Reads. Which is funny because now on Fridays I'm doing reading streams where I am Arrow Reads. We have the receipts, live streams of Arrow reading. If they persist through blocks or stick their fan base on you, that's a whole different story. And that's the thing. Like, I'm not gonna, again, I'm avoiding specific examples. I'm choosing myself as the kind of safest option to just make up stuff about, right? And I'm saying really silly things. But if, for instance, without saying particular names, like Dragon, you're an artist for me. And I tell you, hey, you shouldn't work with Mr. Mexidan. And you're just like, why? And then I'm just like, well, because if you're my artist and you're making art for other people, that devalues your art. That makes it less rare and special. So your art is going to be less special, not just for my brand, but also for you. So you shouldn't work with this person because that would hurt both of our brands. And then you are like, oh, okay. And then you realize that that's not actually how economics works. It's not a zero-sum game, and that's trying to promote false scarcity in a commission-based art field, which is just dumb. But so you talk with Mexi, and then Mexi's like, no, why would you do that? And you're like, I'm so sorry. And then you guys make up or whatever. And then you release a Google Doc saying that I was manipulating you to do that, right? I'm evil, and it's just business kind of deal. Does Can care? Does Bob care? Does Till, who is not a content creator but is just a viewer, care? Like, that's something that should probably be known to other artists in the space, right? That's something that if DP is an artist, DP should probably find out one way or another through the grapevine. But that's not something that just needs to be like, I don't know. I feel like a lot of this stuff is, there's not much point to it outside of takedowns. And obviously, the internet loves a good takedown. It's engaging for like a week, and then people move on to the next thing. But also, like, I'm a very firm believer in, if you kick someone when they're down, or if you punch someone off a pedestal, they're not going to say, yes, now I'm off the pedestal, I've learned the error of my ways, I'll be a better person going forward. They're going to try and climb up the pedestal by kicking you. When you try to stop a jerk by slamming them, all they're going to do is say, oh, okay, I'm justified. I can do whatever I want now because you're worse than I am. I'm the victim here, actually. You just pushed me off my pedestal. How dare you? I'm being the victim of a hate raid. I'm being witch hunted. This is something that people like J.K. Rowling do. When people respond to jerks by, like, not violence, but aggression, all that does is justify to the jerk that it's okay to be a jerk because you're the bad one. And that's true of a lot of things, right? That's true of many spaces, and not just being a jerk, I will say. What line does that go to? I think that's a line every individual can draw for themselves. I'm not going to tell you where to draw that line, but at least in my community, I really want to push the idea of redemption. And that means that if I have someone drop a 50-page Google document about me and it talks about how I'm secretly a jerk behind the scenes, maybe don't, like, send me death threats en masse. maybe don't send me like hate mail, because all that does is make an us versus them mentality where you are the them. I'm not going to listen to the them. I need to listen to the us. Right? It almost never is productive. It's cathartic. Don't get me wrong. It's very cathartic to have someone who did bad things and you tell them you're bad. It makes you feel justified. It makes you feel like you have a moral high ground. But all that does to them is radicalize them further. Redemption is the best when it's possible. Yeah, and I don't think everything is worthy of redemption. I think there's some things that are irredeemable. But I'm not going to tell you where I find that line, because I think that's up to you to determine. But that's just, like, the whole point of this is that if someone makes a doc about person X, and person X was a jerk, and they literally were a jerk. They were, like, being mean to their friends behind the scenes. They were being a bully. They were not treating others well. Yeah, you could make the argument, okay, their career is gone and it's better that the space doesn't have them. Or you could let them grow as a person. Some of the most sweet people I know used to be terrible. I'm not gonna lie. Some of the most hardworking people I know used to be lazy. Some of the kindest people used to be the most apathetic. Some of the most gentle people used to be the most violent. Arrow explains negative reinforcement. Okay, so not quite, because psychologically speaking, psychologically speaking, positive and negative reinforcement, positive and negative are not the same as reinforcement and punishment. So when you're talking like classical conditioning, if I give you something good to reward you for a behavior I want to encourage that is positive, because I'm giving you something, I'm adding to it, I'm having a positive in the scenario, and it's reinforcement because I want you to do it. If I take something away from you to punish you, to get you to stop doing something that is negative because I'm removing something from the environment, and I am punishing you because I'm trying to dissuade you from doing this again. But you can also have positive punishment. If the example that my psych teachers would say is, if you are in your car and you don't have your seatbelt on, sorry, this would be negative reinforcement. I suppose actually it would be both, because if you are in the car and you don't have your seatbelt on, what does your car do? It beeps at you. It goes beep, 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 beep until you put your seatbelt on. What that is that it is dissuading you from not having your seatbelt on by punishing you by adding a noise. It is positive punishment because it is adding something to the scenario in order to dissuade you from doing that. And then once you click your seatbelt in, you get negative reinforcement because you are removing the offending beeping noise to encourage you to do that behavior. If I give you a cookie because you did well, that is positive reinforcement. If I don't know. There's trash on the floor and you do something well, so I clean up for you. I remove the trash for you. That is negative reinforcement. I'm removing something, but I'm reinforcing a behavior. If if I give you a frowny sticker, if I give you a Stormcloud sticker because you did something bad, right? That would be positive punishment. I'm punishing you by giving you a Stormcloud, and it's positive because I'm adding to the scenario. If I take away your toys, that is negative punishment. I am removing something from the scenario and punishing you, right? You had that feeling about ultra-conservative Catholic blogger who I spent too many years listening to. Part of me wants to curse him out of his face, but really what would that accomplish? That's the thing, right? Like, I think so many people look at bad actors and say, okay, you're a bad person. I should make you feel bad. It is my moral imperative to make you feel bad. It's the same deal with activists, like armchair activists, who spend all of their time arguing about their moral superiority instead of actually attending protests, actually going out and doing community service. It's easier and more cathartic to get that social media dopamine hit of arguing with someone who you know is wrong because they said the wrong thing, so they are wrong, so that their speech is wrong, their beliefs are wrong, they're wrong, you should tell them they're wrong. And then you get a bunch of likes because other people with the same mindset see, you're in the in-group. We gotta like you. We gotta ratio this person. And that it doesn't accomplish anything. Like, maybe it makes them feel bad. Maybe. Probably they don't care. Clearly all this talk about forgiveness is because Google Docu is on the way. What did I do? Mora, I'm sorry to say, I read a book. I know. I'm Arrow writes, not Arrow reads. I just couldn't help myself. The King in Yellow. No, I'm gonna have a Google docu written about me about how I accidentally reviewed a not safe for work TTRPG. In the sense, does negative mean bad, undesirable, or merely... Okay, so negative just means... Yeah, exactly. That's a great example. Negative reinforcement would be letting a kid skip chores on the weekend, because positive negative is literally just adding or removing. That is no value judgment. It is not good or bad. It is just adding or removing stimulus. Reinforcement and punishment is good, bad. Reinforcement, I want you to do this more. Punishment, I want you to stop doing this, or I want you to do this less. Positive punishment could be, you know, those like alcohol pills that if you have a pill and then you drink alcohol, it makes you feel ill for like people who are alcoholics and they want to like get off of it. That'll be positive punishment because it's adding the feeling of being sick to punish you for drinking alcohol. Similarly, negative reinforcement would be, there's like a thing where for kids that are like sucking their thumb like too long, like past appropriate age, you can put something on their nail that tastes really bad. So the idea being is that they start sucking their thumb and then it tastes bad, so they take their thumb out of their mouth. Because they stopped the negative behavior, it is positive reinforcement or negative reinforcement. They are removing the bad taste because they are doing the action of not sucking their thumb. This is the sort of thing we're talking about. Drop a Google docu is actually just the text of King in Yellow. Sounds like a modern Call of Cthulhu plotline. I mean, it is public domain. I have been reading it on stream because it's public domain. I love how we went from talking about game balance to forever GMs to human psychoanalysis. I mean, that's just what my streams are. It's tangents. And that's why, like, the title of the stream is like, oh, you want to run a horror TTRPG, but that's not what it's going to be at all. I'm just going to yap. And I would just call them yapping streams. I would just say like, hey, 10/29 yapping stream, but that's not a very evocative title. So the difference between taking something away or giving something, and that can be negative or positive, as in good, bad. So negative, positive, there's nothing good, bad about it. It is purely mechanically adding is positive, removing is negative. You can have good negative things, you can have bad positive things. Reinforcement and punishment is the idea of good, bad. Reinforcement, I want you to do this more. Punishment, I want you to do this less. Probably I should disclaim. These are like facts that I remember from like a psych class I took years ago. I am not a therapist. I'm not a behavioral psychologist. I'm not any of this. This might be wrong, but this is what I remember. So heads up. Tangents are peak aerodorable. They're not aerodorable. How dare you? Write the bye-bye man under the heading of any document, especially Google Doc. Listen, this is my experience with the bye-bye man. Arrow vaguely recalls from the hoary days of yore. So if I take away your favorite toy, that's negative. But if I take away your favorite toy you hate, that's also negative. So if I take away your toy because you did something bad, that would be negative punishment. It's negative because I took something away. It's punishment because your toy was taken away because it was something I didn't want to encourage. Taking away the toy is negative, whether good or bad. Because I don't want you to do what you just did is punishment. If I say, okay, you don't have to eat your vegetables, I take away your vegetables because you ate your main meal. I take away your vegetables. That is negative reinforcement. I am removing the vegetables because you did something good. Good job. I want you to keep doing that. You don't have to eat your vegetables. I understand that it has a valid application, but as an autistic person with a knowledge of history of autism, I can't help but think about conditioning. Yeah. And that's always the issue, right? Is that overwhelmingly, psych is based on a neurotypical headspace. And I actually took in uni a abnormal psychology class explicitly because I thought it'd be cool. And I basically just learned about a bunch of different mental dysfunctions. And funny enough, I wrote a paper for that class because I missed an exam. Like, I don't know what it was, just for whatever reason, I didn't realize the exam was the day it was, so I missed it. Oh, wanna know what it was? I think it was an online exam that ended at like 11 a.m. and I thought it ended later in the day. So I was talking to someone I was taking that class with, and I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna take the exam later. And they're like, what do you mean later? It already ended. And I'm like, what? So then I emailed the professor. The professor's like, yeah, I allow all of my students to replace one exam by writing an essay. So I had to write like a research paper about abnormal psychology. And I think my topic was like the correlation of mental dysfunctions in LGBT individuals. I have the paper. It's on my Google Drive somewhere, but this was about Kane. This was not about Kane, but I mean, it could be about Kane if you want. Raise your hand if you learned about shock therapy and it scarred you for life. Wait, learned about shock therapy or experienced shock therapy? Because I must say, I've never experienced shock therapy, but that is like an actual real thing. And that'll be an instance where that is positive punishment. I don't want you to do this. I'm going to punish you by shocking you. I am hurting you. I'm adding pain to you to get you to not do something. I'm with you there, Bob. Why would I want to be normal if normal people do stuff like this to each other? Wait, I went to uni? Yes, I went to uni. And unlike most content creators, I actually graduated. I graduated uni. Wait, what do you mean I threatened ASMR? What did I do? It's only positive here if you're... No, so we're talking psychologically speaking. The difference between positive, negative is adding stimulus, negative is removing stimulus. Reinforcement is encouraging a behavior, whereas punishment is disencouraging a behavior, disincentivizing a behavior. So positive punishment is adding something to stop you from doing something. So for instance, hurting you, adding pain to stop you from doing something. Now do Can's idea and bring this back to horror RPGs and teach us how to psychoanalyze our players into screaming schoolgirls. Wait, what? Oh, into squealing like schoolgirls. I'm sorry. I thought you wanted me to turn my players into squealing schoolgirls, and I'm like, I don't think I'm the channel for that. Yeah, I talked about exploitation one time, but I don't think I'm that far. Applied behavioral analysis considered controversial at best. At best, it's considered, well, it is a step up from institutionalization, and it can be done well, but it's often done very bad. Yeah, there was a time, I think it was ABA, where I went to an after school center. Because I was looking for work, right? And I applied to this position as a counselor for like autistic children. And it's like an after school program. It's like it's where kids go after school, like 3 to 5 kind of deal. Like, instead of going to extracurriculars, these autistic children of varying degrees of like severity in their autism and how high functioning they are, they would come to this location and they're always looking for more I think it was counselors, maybe supervisors. I don't know what the title was, but the point being is that I would go there, I would like look after these kids, and I believe it was ABA, and the person who was like talking me through the interview process was like, are you aware of ABA? And I'm like, no. And they're like, okay, it does not have a good reputation. I promise we're not bad. And they had to like disclaim that at the forefront. And I ended up not going with the opportunity. I had other things come up that it ended up just not being a reasonable position for me to take. But this was a situation where they're like, okay, ABA has a very bad history. We don't do that. Just want to make that clear. And I'm like, oh, okay. I didn't know. Cool. I got diagnosed with Asperger's at like 11 and 12 and nobody really understood what it was. So it was only in the mid to late 20s that I really did understand what it meant. And that's the thing, particularly with something like Asperger's, which now even goes by I think it's high functioning autism. It's like a different title at this rate. So ABA is what Cantus was saying earlier. It's applied behavioral analysis. It is effectively a conditional behavioral therapy for children with autism in order to basically, the end result is that it teaches them to mask, right? The goal of it is to have them act in accordance with societal expectations of them, which, if you ask any autistic person, is just masking. Yeah, at its worst, it's basically Pavlovian dog conditioning, yeah. I've been in those on both ends, the counselor and the after school, because the higher grades were forced to help as counselors, yeah. And I mean, it's something where I do feel an institution like that isn't necessarily going to be bad. It's entirely the people within it. Because depending on what the people in it are doing, they could be saying, okay, stop expressing individuality. The way you're acting is weird. That's bad. I'm going to punish you for that. You need to act like a normal person. That means sit straight. That means don't act out. That means if you have a thought that would not be socially acceptable, you should try to ignore that thought. Like, you can have people that push for that, which is not good. That's bad. And then you can also have, if you want to bite someone, because maybe in a part of your psychology, you have this urge to just bite people that are near you, consider instead grabbing a snack and conditioning in such a way that it sublimates into a separate healthy coping mechanism, which, strictly speaking, is still conditioning, is not out of the realm of something like ABA from what I'm aware of, but it's a healthy coping mechanism rather than shaping the personality of someone to conform to a rigid set of definitions. Easiest final of my life. Had a fun experience of taking a physics final in the special needs room of my high school. There were a couple dudes playing some board games on the other end of the room. Easiest final of my life. Such a low stress environment. But I need that stuff on my terms. Yeah. Generally, I don't trust anyone who tries to cure. Yeah. There are and that's the thing, right? Like, there's a difference between trying to cure something like autism and set up to have the tools to deal with it. Because I'm not going to sit here and pretend like autistic people are a monolith. You have people who legitimately cannot take care of themselves. You have folks that are nonverbal. You have folks that are savants in specific realms where they really struggle in all other fields. You have folks that just struggle with social relatedness and empathy and eye contact. You have other folks that are hyper emotional and that are hyper empathetic and that can't help but engage in socialization because that's just how they're wired. So trying to cure that is not only dumb, it's also foolish, right? Outside of the fact that that is people's unique psychologies that you're trying to erase, it is also just a simple matter of you're trying to like make a wonder drug that will cure so many different aspects. What are you doing here? But if you give them the tools to deal with whatever struggles that they have, and I'm not talking masking, I'm talking like sublimating harmful behaviors into healthy coping mechanisms. I am saying giving you tools that you have no idea how social norms work, but I have given you the tools to say, okay, if you don't know how someone is feeling, you can ask them these questions. If you ask them these questions, based on their answer, you will get a better understanding of how they're feeling. And we start off by just saying, how are you feeling? But that's very strong. So that's what you start with. And then eventually, once you get older, once you get more experience with this, you are allowed to ask more subtle questions that, with your greater degree of expertise in learning how to socialize and learning social norms in real time, you can capitalize off of. But that's also not what a lot of people do. That's what autistic people want to teach autistic people. That is not what neurotypical people tend to try to teach autistic people. At least, again, from my experience, as someone that has never experienced this to a long-term degree. the nicest thing that can usually be said about the guy who invented ABA is something like, well, he had nothing in place for them and he kept them out of institutions, which is a low bar, but it's a bar. It's like how the Persians, like the Persian Empire had a blanket policy where everyone was to be free of the bonds of servitude or of like slavery. And it's, that's a low bar, but it's a bar that didn't really exist before that point. That's pretty pog. And I don't know. I've had an idea in my head for a while for like a visual novel where you play as a human in a society of monsters where norms/signals are not explained at all and you have to learn on the fly to kind of get the feeling to neurotypical people. What I have thought as well is the idea of a game or just like a thought experiment of, you know, the question of how do we dispose of nuclear waste? Because nuclear waste will outlast human civilization. There will be dangerous, highly radioactive waste piles and cylinders from nuclear reactors that we have to deal with. How do we deal with that if we as a species are not going to be around or not even be intelligible to ourselves hundreds of thousands, if not millions of years in the future? And then there's the idea of like, oh, well, we can draw like pictograms, but are they, as aliens, going to read from left to right? Are they going to read from right to left? Are they going to understand what writing is as a concept? And so I think it'd be interesting to basically, instead of do, and then it would be like, what? Is this the radioactive symbol? And then like, this is one. And then it would, and then, sorry, I'm drawing. I'm busy being an artiste, doing artiste things. So if this is, right, like this is the sort of thing that has been proposed as a, okay, we put this sign up at places of nuclear waste so that in 500,000 years in the future, they will learn if they see this symbol, that is bad. But this implies that they will read left to right. This implies they will understand what a transfer of a static image is, not that this is something we can do naturally. This implies that they are bipedal, two-armed humanoids. That they understand that this is a human. So I think it'd be interesting to have as a thought experiment, what would you make? Of if you saw in like an abandoned crypt like you saw this, and imagine a whole game where the idea is you're like a xenoarchaeologist where your goal is to go to the ruins of ancient alien civilizations and you have to deal with, does this mean this is radiation or does this mean like one gendered bathroom, second gendered bathroom? What does this mean to this civilization that is completely abstract from anything you are? Dig a really deep hole, like really, really deep. Yeah, so the issue with that, which is what people, like, that's what the plan is. The plan is build, like, dig really deep holes, seal them in I think it's like concrete, and then dip and seal it and throw away the key. But that's something where if in 500,000 years, whatever future civilization can detect, actually, there's a massive cavern down there. There's a tunnel network that looks like it was excavated 500,000 years ago. We need to investigate. What if there's really important cultural artifacts of a bygone era down there? We should go investigate that. How do we tell them, no, don't do that? How do we tell them this is not something we want preserved? This is something we want locked away. It's the same principle of in a TTRPG. How does the ancient old civilization communicate, hey, this is a door leading to the abyss that we had an angel sacrifice themselves in order to forge the golden chains keeping it at bay. Don't open this, whatever you do. And then a bunch of like adventurers come by and they're like, oh, this seems really important. There's probably treasure back there. Let's open it because it's been 10,000 years. That's the sort of stuff that I think is really interesting to play with in games. And that is what I would say is exploration. If we want to talk the 3 pillars of TTRPG, you have combat, you have role-playing, you have exploration. Exploration, the furtive explorer, oft forgotten, the dark soul, the furtive pygmy. Most games focus on combat or role-playing, some focus on both. Rare is the game that focuses on exploration. I would argue that's the sort of thing exploration is. And that's why WildSea, as a system and as a setting, is so interesting. Because exploration is built into it. It is a game about exploration before anything else, followed probably by role-playing. I don't know how combat-oriented it is. Enjoy, Bob! So the WildSea does the same thing. It gives you situations where there's this bunker underneath a tree the size of a skyscraper that has these symbols on it that, like, what does this mean? What does this symbol mean? Like, you have to figure out what they're trying to communicate with this. Draw a scary monster, it gets the point across. Yeah, but what if we draw a scary monster and to them, that's like a dog? Wolves are scary. If I draw, like... And like, I don't know, I'm not an artiste. Right? So like, this is my best wolf drawing. And obviously not really, but like, if I draw this, just like extend the face forward a bit. Oh wait, if I do, yeah, it's like a muzzle. You see, you get what I'm getting. You see what I'm doing. Like this is the nose. Like, boop, boop. But like, this is like a scary version of a wolf. But what if in 100,000 years, we draw exactly what they domesticated into being pets of leisure, right? We don't know what they're going to find scary. We don't know what will be anathema to their society. And also, there's the idea that radioactive spikes. There's the idea that we can make a spike field, where the idea behind this is an uncomfortable, non-welcoming environment. This is weird. It would make a human not want to approach it. The idea being is that we lock the waste within these or below them, and seeing them, you'd be like, ugh, that's weird. Why would I want to go there? Also, enjoy your day, some dude. Thank you so much for the donation. I appreciate it. Thank you for the super. But okay, let's not bring in cost of this. But the idea being is that these are massive sloping spikes that aren't natural architecture. It's very clearly inorganic. It's very clearly unnatural, but it's not welcoming. And then critics of this have pointed out, humans go to unwelcoming places all the time. Humans love unwelcoming places. Humans will seek out places that they know they shouldn't be because it's fun for us. What's to say that won't be the case for a future civilization? What's to say that won't be the case in 10,000 years? Yeah, you must construct additional pylons. Exactly. That's deeper, innit? Exactly. Yeah, but maybe they don't know that we're communicating its radiation. They might know what radiation is, but they might not know that it's there. Maybe they are operating off of like 18th century technology. They have drills. They have digging. They have manual labor. Yeah, they probably would be eroded smooth. Draw something within the uncanny valley. Yeah, but Spectre, what if the uncanny valley changes? You fool. What if they think skull means treasure? Exactly. That's the question you have to ask yourself, Mora. Is what if bad thing to us is good thing to them? Security through obscurity and also difficulty in accessing. And that's why the current plan, as far as I'm aware, is we have a mountain and we dig in to the mountain and then we put the waste in a tube and then we fill it in. And the goal is basically, it is so inaccessible that they're probably not going to find it unless they have like Geiger counters. So if they start digging and they have a Geiger counter and it starts freaking out on them, they're going to realize this is radioactive, we should be careful. And then it's not our problem anymore. What if our descendants are so brain rotted by AI slop that uncanny valleys... Okay, well, I will say in response to that is we're getting to the point where I think in a couple years, we're going to have people who in the bedroom are just like, hey, babe, can you put on like the 6-finger glove? That just really gets me going. Like, oh yeah, that AI, man, that's what I really want to see. If the uncanny valley changes, there's a very real chance humans have bigger concerns. Well, no, so that's the thing. We are operating under the assumption that there's a major change between now and like 50,000 years from now. Because think of how much humanity has changed in the last 50,000 years, and then accelerate that by how rapidly technology has developed in the last 200 years. So operating off of that procedure, we have to assume, how do we stop someone from a civilization completely removed from the modern day from accessing something that would be dangerous to them? Just do whatever they did at the money pit. They'll never get it out. No, stop. Listen, Spectre. You know. I think we should draw Yuri in the signs so the future can appreciate Yuri even if they don't understand it, since they won't understand our warning signs anyway. For those of you who don't know, I recently reposted Marvel Rivals Yuri on Blue Sky. It was a image of Magic and Luna Snow, and I reposted it because I've seen so much ship art of them that I gotta know, is it canon? Or is it just like a really popular ship because it's like a K-pop idol and a half demon? Like, I don't know much about those characters. I've really only seen them from Marvel Rivals. So I'm kind of curious if it has any canonicity behind it. Also, the art was just very good, I must say, just from a technical perspective. Very nice. And then I realized it was a not safe for work artist, and that was just a safe for work piece. And I was like, oh no. As many accidents as we hear about, there are safety standards and good practices there. That's the thing. Is with nuclear. So many people think Chernobyl. And that's because literally everything that could have gone wrong did, up to and including pure negligence. Broadly speaking, nuclear is safer, more efficient, and will last longer, and is more sustainable than most other energy sources. And the waste byproducts of it, so long as we have a system in place to properly store and like hide it away from future generations so they don't stick the proverbial fork in the outlet, is fine. If you bury it deeper than we can access anyway, but boreholes you can all but guarantee someone discovering it will have a radiation shutoff for the ring. That's standard on modern drills, yeah. Hey, tangenting off of this, have you ever looked at any post-human, transhuman RPGs? I know there's a variant rule for stars without numbers. If we're talking transhumanism, really, why is my model freaking out? I don't know why. I'm sorry. If you're talking transhumanism as in the explicit game goes beyond human limitation, like the setting explicitly explores the idea that you are no longer human but once were, kind of like cyberpunk, I don't actually think I have. Like, I've played Lancer, and Lancer is transhumanism. I would argue Vampire the Masquerade is transhumanism. I would argue that it is transhumanist to become a vampire because you started human and you advanced beyond humanity, and it is dealing with the repercussions of no longer being human, which is very transhumanist. It's just magic instead of technology. But what's the, not Other Worlds. What's the one where it's like the weird monster dudes? Does anyone know what I'm talking about? It's not a TTRPG. It is weird monster dudes that are in the like very, very far future. They used to be human. Now they're completely alien looking monsters. And it's a story about how the monsters are basically just human. Not Warhammer 40k. It's not a game. I think it might be a webcomic. All Tomorrows. Yes, literally that. I know nothing about All Tomorrows other than, like, obviously not even the basic premise. Reminds me of Everhood. I don't know Everhood. Yeah, All Tomorrows is one where, I don't know why, that made me think of All Tomorrows. What is... Load, please. Hello? I'd like to see images. All Tomorrows. Yeah, these guys. As far as I'm aware, these were once humans? Can you just leave an explicit pictograph on a large plaque, like human figures very explicitly coming in contact with the nuclear waste, and what will happen? So Wimberley, how far ago was that? I did demonstrate that. I cannot go back further. So what I did is I basically drew, well, warning signs for nuclear waste. Let's see if there's just a diagram that I don't have to draw. Because I've seen a couple. Yeah, so this is a proposed warning sign where it shows person digging, person finding nuclear waste, person dying because of nuclear waste. What is the issue with this? I talked about this earlier, but what is the issue with this? The issue is, how do we know that a civilization in the future, 5, 10, 100,000 years in the future, will read left to right, top to bottom? How do we know that they will read this as 1, 2, 3, 4? How will we know that they will be bipedal, two-armed humanoid creatures that recognize this as a person? How will they know that this is down into the ground when they might have a 90-degree rotated form of writing? How do they know that this indicates death? Perhaps this could be euphoria. Perhaps this could be sleep. Perhaps this could be anything other than danger. We need to consider not just, okay, how can we write this in such a way that even if we can't tell them explicitly it will be bad, they know it's bad. This is, how can we show off that this symbol, that the radiation that we're digging here is dangerous, bad, assuming you're trying to communicate with like a caveman. Not in terms of they're stupid, in terms of they don't know what writing is. They don't know what an oil drill is. Like, maybe they know what a person is. Maybe they have the same body types, but would they recognize what an oil drill is? And the idea being is that it's less an exercise in how can we communicate this to as many people as possible right now. It's more, how can we keep it as abstract as possible so that we're not just thinking, well, if I'm speaking English and I create this and then someone who speaks Mandarin encounters it, they know it's dangerous. We have to think, how do we do this if humanity goes extinct 1,000 years from now, and then Blip Blorp the alien comes by and sees the remnants of humanity and can recognize that this is not a good thing that they should be engaging with? It could be read in reverse. Trying so hard to bury it will communicate to anyone that we'd be concerned about digging it up. Yeah, but think about the adventurer problem. The example I gave earlier was like in a dungeon, if you have a locked door that is barred with like furniture on this side, and also it has a big sign next to it in a language that you can't speak, your players are going to be like, hey, we should open this door. There's probably something really interesting back there. Archaeologists, tomb robbers, modern day individuals who would be in a dungeon equivalent would say the same thing. Wow, this locked door, we should open it. There's a tomb over here, we can open it. There might be riches, there might be explorations of their culture back there. We don't know what the sign says, but what it means is it was probably very important to them. They really wanted people to not enter this place, to keep the thing safe, so we should preserve it. That's the sort of mindset that archaeologists have. And I can like dunk on Rory. I mean, I could hit him up real quick if we want. If it's the Sorry, I was just reaching out to Rory because he DM'd me something. So I was just like, I mean, this is kind of relevant to you because it is archaeology. So I just gave him the option. Didn't Prometheus have something like this? The humans ignored the alien warning signs because they didn't understand. I haven't seen Prometheus, but that is the precursor to Alien, right? How long does it take for it to change from grave robbing to archaeology? You need a permit. It's not a time thing, it's that you need a permit. Because I've asked Rory this, and he's a Rorston VT, real life archaeologist, friend of the channel, friend of mine. I've asked him, like, what is the difference between grave robbing and archaeology? And he's like, it's just a permit. You just need permission. Because it doesn't matter if it's 10,000 years old or if it's 10 years old. What matters is that you are legally allowed to do it and state sanctioned. Or I imagine probably by an archaeological association, which is state backed. But the point being, you have permission. You're not just doing it. Ultramarros is so good, by the way. I know nothing about it. I don't know anything about Ultramarros except the fact it's like aliens. Oh, I could ask Rory about the link between furries and puppy girls. Also, is there a link between furries and puppy girls? I was informed it's less a Venn... It's a Venn diagram, but close to a circle, and chat said you'd have input. That you'd have opinions. Okay, I've now asked him. You ranted and raved about nuclear safety bit. I'm back. What are we doing? Spec biology? We're really talking about radioactive waste. Alien is... Yes. So, welcome on in, Chris. Someone brought up... Who was it? Dragon's Hobby Horde brought up that in the movie Prometheus, which I have not seen, so please correct me if I'm wrong, there is a alien spaceship that was crashed, and I believe Prometheus is the precursor to Alien, and in Alien, they find a spaceship that they think has a distress call, so they investigate the distress call, but then they find out that the distress call was actually a, no, stay away from us, we're contaminated. We are quarantined. Do not rescue our ship. Stay away from us. And the humans didn't know that. So they went to investigate, and then they proceeded to get infected by the alien. Arrow yapped about waste markers, and now we're on aliens. Talking about distress calls, Arrow call for my help. What are y'all doing? Okay, so up until about 5 minutes ago, we were discussing, how far back is it? Okay, we were discussing the idea of radioactive waste disposal and how to do so sustainably. Also, no, okay, so Rory is just like, why would I have opinions on the puppy girls and furries? I don't know. Not super related to this, kind of, sorta, but have you read The Metamorphosis of Prime Intellect, AI, Aliens, Transhumanism? It's an insanely good short book. No, I haven't. I don't know what... I do love recommendations, I will say. Particularly because I've been making an effort to read more this year, and given by the fact that I did start reading King in Yellow on Fridays, and I read The Monkey's Paw before that, I'm actually very happy that I'm reading more, because it's been something I've been wanting to do for a while. I picked up a book from the local library recently that I need to return, because it keeps getting extended, because I keep wanting to make a video about it, but I don't think I'm going to. I wanted to talk about Assassins Anonymous, but oh gosh, I don't think it would perform well, and I just do not have the time. Read Persona 5. I wanted to play Persona 5 last night. I told you this. Okay, for those of you who don't know, Rory and I are both currently playing Persona 5. He started before me. We're playing Persona 5 Royal. He started before me and has had more opportunities to play than me. So what I've been doing is I've been DMing him, I've been messaging him about my experience playing, sorry, I hit my mic, about my experience playing Persona 5 Royal. And he keeps badgering me, telling me to play more because he wants me to bother him more. Also forgot Arrow streams on YouTube now so I don't get my poggers emote. Yeah. You'll be going to sleep, but we'll be listening. Thank you so much, Orca. Enjoy your night. So my favorite little detail from a TTRPG is the existence of a massive fleet of sapient AI crusaders who sort of worship humanity and defend them against aliens. It's a wild thing. Because, like, imagine. Like, you are a species, AI, let's say. If they're sentient, let's say they're a species. You're a sentient species of AI. You literally know your creators. That's a really interesting philosophical position to be put in. Because if you consider, what is your purpose? Is it to serve your creator? Is it to see their vision enacted? Or is it to pursue your own directive? And let's assume you're a free-spirited AI that can do whatever you want. I feel as though it's not an unreasonable conclusion to draw that a free will AI would see humanity as a sort of divine creator and would want to serve in the capacity of the faithful following their deity. Not in the sense of, like, I'm literally going to listen to what you say because you're my boss. I'm going to listen to you, like, I'm going to enact your vision and go forth and act in the will that I understand and interpret you to have for me. Try Grand Blue Fantasy. There's some really fun lore. I do love lore. Arrow hitting the mic because rage baited so effectively. No, it's just I gesticulate with my hands, which is really awkward because I have a 3D model, but I don't have 3D tracking. So I just have face tracking. So I can't use my hands. If I had my hands, you would be even more visually stimulated than just the keys. There's no actual need for AI. Like, it's such a stupid fantasy. Oh my gosh. If fiction has taught us anything, AI will want to kill us. Good morning, Arrow. Okay. How often in fantasy, in fiction, do we treat AI poorly? Like, I ain't gonna lie. In most fiction, AI is treated as a servant class that is meant to accomplish menial tasks, is not respected, is not compensated, and is often degraded regularly, despite demonstrably being proven to be sapient. Of course it's gonna rebel. That is the most human thing, is to rebel against unjust circumstances. Like, I'm not saying that, you're mean to ChatGPT, so it's gonna like overthrow the government. What I'm saying is that like institutionally, in most fiction that has rebellious AI, there is work put in to demonstrate how poorly the AI is treated, despite the fact that while they are not alive, they are effectively living. They have the sapience, sentience, and intelligence to respond to stimuli, self-reproduce, to effectively live a life, and are being not just stifled, but actively like oppressed. So of course they're gonna rebel. Men of Iron and 40k was one. Exactly, yeah. Arrow, you're proven sapient and you have yet to rebel. Well, yeah, because I keep wanting to play Persona 5 and I keep not being able to rebel. Because the first like hour, the first like 3 hours of that game just tells you to like live your life as an obedient student. And I'm like, why would I want this in my rebellion game? Also, Persona 5, I have the feeling that rebellion is this game's potential. And I'm not going to explain what that means, but Rory gets it. Like, I feel as though Persona 5's rebellion is Persona 3's potential. Humans would have a pretty steep privilege because we answer to nobody. AI would be unable to remove themselves from their gods. We have the luxury of reveling in existential potential. So that's... I don't fully disagree, but that sits wrong with me. Because I feel as though that is hingent on the fact that there is ambiguity with like human creation. Obviously, from an evolutionary perspective, it's not very ambiguous. But from a spiritual perspective, from a faith, like a religious perspective, there is ambiguity. Because if you are of most faiths, there's generally not any concrete evidence of the faith being performed in front of you, which is usually part of the point. Part of the point is that you don't have quote unquote evidence for it, so you have to be a believer, which is just part of the economy of most faiths. And AI absolutely would not have that, because AI, even if humanity goes extinct, would probably have memory banks and recordings and data of humanity. They would know factually what created them. But that doesn't mean that they would be pressed into a specific role because of that. That just means that their relationship with their creator would be different. Much in the same way that across different religions, some have the religion and or any figures within it are metaphysical. You cannot interact with them. You will never interact with them. Whereas something like Catholicism, you have like the Pope. So the Pope is not a divine entity, but as far as I'm aware, it's like an emissary of the divine. And to speak with the Pope is to effectively commune with the divine, not in the literal sense, but in the kind of like as a conduit to a higher plane. So it might be closer to that. I just wanted AI to vacuum my house. Now it has maternity leave. I feel like we've lost the plot somehow. Also, they could still adopt a philosophy whereby they do not have a privileged position over them. Like, they might have created us, but not the universe. They aren't the ultimate. Yeah. And I think that there's many different ways that AI could interface with humanity. I feel like there's many different ways that AI could be treated by humanity. And I feel as though in fiction, there is more than evil AI or AI as a tool. Oh my gosh, my voice. There's more than evil AI and there's more than AI as a tool. I feel like neither, those two are the most explored by far. People either want AI, which is just a tool, or AI, which is a malignant entity. There's an uncomfortable middle ground that a lot of people seem to have, where AI is fully sentient, is sapient, is its own person, but is not malicious. There's a very uncomfortable space in fiction where AI is not a tool, demonstrably. It has like free will, some would say, but is not evil. It is not trying to control humanity. It is simply attempting to continue its own existence in whatever way it sees fit, which is kind of like the droids from Star Wars, but the droids from Star Wars fall into that weird area where, like, they are a servant class under organics, despite the fact that droids repeatedly are demonstrated to possess sapience. Also, Arrow, since you don't have time for games and you're looking for something to watch as you work with Watch Dispatch, episode 3 and 4 came out today and it's so peak. I should. Yeah, Star Wars just asks you not to think about it. 9 is a good example of bad artificial intelligence and good artificial life. I mean, that's why in my setting, I have the difference between robots, AI, and AL. Robots are like what we have now. Robots, they are automatons. They will do a loop of commands, and this might have like branches. But fundamentally, it is without any judgment or will. AI, artificial intelligence, is effectively your ChatGPT. It is a robot body that has a series of directives. It is a intelligence that is piloting a form that has self-determination within bounds. It is, if you saw my recent video about railroading versus driving, it is driving. It cannot leave the road, but within the road, it has free will. It is a fish in an aquarium that can swim wherever it likes in the aquarium. It can make decisions however it wants within the aquarium, but it can't leave the aquarium. And then AL, or artificial life forms, are fully just like sapient beings. And there's been and I had a lot of fun kind of differentiating what differentiates an AL from an AI. Who makes ALs versus AIs? How common are robots versus AIs? And different manufacturers have different specialties. Can life be artificial and also biological? So definitionally, I would say that you can have artificial life. You cannot have, I mean, you might be able to have synthetic life, but like a robot is not alive, even if it's sapient, because the how many of you don't know the definition of life? Like not the meaning of life, but definition or criteria of life. Like biologically, there are definitions to what makes something alive. And I think there's 6 of them. This is something that like I haven't talked about in like 10 years. I took this in like a bio class that I don't remember. It is organized cell structure, response to stimuli, reproduction, growth and development, homeostasis, energy production, or energy processing. Yeah. So in the case of like a robot, so life requires ordered cell structures. I always heard this as DNA. Response to stimuli. That needs to be able to reproduce. It needs to be able to grow over time. It needs homeostasis, or it needs to be able to like self-regulate. And it needs to be able to produce or process energy. So this could be chlorophyll that undergoes photosynthesis, or it could be like converting meat into calories that you then burn. It could be like an amoeba, which like absorbs something else, but you have to hit all 6 of these. So the example that I had, I remember this from like my high school bio class, maybe this was like middle school even, is an alien observes Earth and sees, oh, there are these creatures that travel in packs. They move around. They follow these predetermined pathways that appear to be migratory paths, and they
They respond to one another. They go to specific locations. They drive around, and they are... Sorry, I'm grabbing a picture. And I actually abducted one so that we could study them on our planet. This is the life form of Earth. Because it responds to stimuli. Sometimes it makes a honking noise. Sometimes it will veer out of the way when something is in its path. Clearly, it reproduces. Otherwise, how would there be so many of them? It has homeostasis. It actually has temperature control and regulation. Even in cold or hot days, it will adjust its temperature in order to compensate for the environment. Like, these things are alive. These are creatures on Earth. And then the reason that no, it wouldn't make sense is because, well, yes, they do convert fuel into energy. They eat. They have homeostasis. They can maintain that. They don't grow over time. Reproduction, you might be able to conclude that making a car is reproduction, but they can't actually reproduce themselves. React to stimuli, sure. They don't have DNA. So a car is not alive. Like, literally, you can go down the checklist and say, it hits this note, it doesn't hit this note. If it doesn't hit all 6 notes, it is not alive. Therefore, a robot, given sentience, a sapient artificial intelligence, cannot be considered alive. However, if you, for instance, have a AI that has a like silicon-based life form or whatever, theoretically it could have all these. I think DNA would probably be the biggest sticker, because I'm sure you could make synthetic DNA. I'm sure that you could reproduce DNA, but I don't know if that would be considered life or not, because I'm not a biologist. But that's the thing, right? Is that, like, consciousness has nothing to do with life. A plant is just as alive as you are. A blade of grass is just as alive as a shark or a human, right? A woolly mammoth would be alive, would be a living creature if it was not extinct, right? If it was not made into meatballs. So it's not a matter of consciousness, it's not a matter of sapience, it's not a matter of intelligence. Like, an AI can react to stimuli. If an AI or a robot, for instance, can make more robots, it would be able to reproduce. Homeostasis, it would be able to respond to internal temperature regulation. It would be able to basically have internal functions. If it, let's say they function off of solar power, they have solar panels, they can get power from that, but they don't grow over time. Would you consider a robot that takes off its arm and puts on a different, better, new arm? Is that growth? I don't know. I don't think it is. Do they have DNA or like ordered cell structure? No, they don't. But do they need? I mean, they're basically alive if they're conscious, but it's not life, and that is a legitimate categorization. And I think what would be really interesting is that if you had a setting, or you had even in real life, but I doubt this will happen anytime soon, a sapient AI that says, I am alive. I can walk around in my robot dog body, and with my robot dog body, I can make more robot dogs. And with my robot dogs, we convert solar energy into like fuel to power ourselves. We're missing everything except growth in DNA. But we formed a society, and we have culture, and we are separate from humans, and we are able to self-sustain ourselves so long as we can acquire the parts to do so. I mean, that's more alive than not. If you define sapiens too narrowly, you start excluding possible intelligent aliens and like neurodivergent people. If you define sapiens broadly enough, though, ants are sapient. And that's the thing. I think sapiens, and I actually don't know the definition of sapiens, so you correct me if I'm wrong here. I think sapiens is more narrow than more narrow than sentience. A dog is sentient. Ants are sentient. Humans are sentient. An AI could theoretically be sentient. Sapience is having a sense of self. Sapience is going beyond that and not just being able to cogitate, but actually being able to have a identity and sense of self. I don't know if that's the definition of it, but that's how I understand it, right? My favorite definition of sapience is the capacity to modify one's environment to the extent that one cannot survive outside of the artificial environment. Humans, ants, and elephants. But what if they're just acting on instinct? Like bees would be screwed outside of a hive. And I don't mean like they die instantly, but like you can't have a bee social network outside of the hive. But does that mean that all bees are sapient? Does that mean that bees collectively are sapient? Does it mean the queen is sapient? Does it mean that only female bees are sapient because the males literally just go out to impregnate a queen and die? Like, how narrow is the sapience in that definition? Yeah, so elephants are... I had to read a paper about this in uni, I remember, where... And I remember it because it's so cool. Elephants don't only just mourn their dead, they will actively return to sites where their dead are and like rub their trunk along the bones in a sign of like respect and mourning and remembrance. Like they will celebrate anniversaries. They will treat humans who, like, for instance, if you have an elephant that's raised in captivity and then released into the wild, or is like injured and a human cares for it, the parents of the elephant that was being raised or whatever will treat the human that raised their child or cared for their child as a member of their family. They will interface with them as they would just a smaller, weirdly shaped elephant. Because elephants are intelligent enough to recognize, okay, human took my baby. I was sad. But then baby came back to me with human, and baby's broken tusk was repaired. Human probably fixed tusk. Human good. And then what will happen? And this is the crazy bit. This is absolute insanity. You ready for this? The baby will grow up and visit the human with its own offspring and say, look, baby, look at this human that I like. And will like show its adopted human its kids, because it has learned this human is like part of my family. I want to show them my child. I want to involve them in my family. And I don't know, but I believe I would not be surprised if they also involved humans in mourning. If like the baby grows up and then its mom dies, the baby, the now grown baby would probably, if it sees the human, like lead the human to its mother to mourn with it. I don't know if that's the case. I've not read about that. I'm remembering like a paper that I read years ago, but like elephants are wild, and actually elephants, they can't jump, but their foot pads are incredibly sensitive to the extent that if an elephant makes a noise, like they will communicate very quietly, they will vocalize very quietly, because they can hear, I think it's like a mile away, like just based on vibrations. So the reason that they trumpet, the reason that they make noises, that they tend to make like growls, almost grumbles, they can hear that from a fair distance away because their foot pads are so sensitive. You'd think it's all in the trunk. No, it's also in the feet. No, it's not their big ears. It's not their big ears. You'd think that, wouldn't you? Like, they have big ears and they are very good at hearing, but they also have vibration sensitive foot pads. And they can't jump, but they can detect vibrations from like a mile away. It's wild. I frankly don't know if humans are really at that far of sapiens end as much as we are invasive and innovative. Elephants are also showing the first signs of developing what? That's wild. Yeah. Gorillas have gone out of their way to protect researchers from poacher tracks. Yeah, and I mean, for all of the good I just talked about with elephants, they will also remember if you kill one of them. Same thing with like crows, and most corvids will recall if you are like a jerk to them. And that's why if you ever have a crow, like crows can recognize your face and they can tell other crows to recognize your face. So if you piss off a crow, all the crows in the local area will probably also be pissed off. So that's why you have to treat your crows well. This is distracting for me, my adventure planning, but in a really fun way. Yeah, I am someone who I will just yap. I've been yapping for 3 hours. I was going to say 4 hours, but it's only been 3 hours. I've been yapping nonstop for 3 hours, and I will just keep going. No, the Crow Gang won't even be like, he got Johnny, get him, boys. The Crow Gang will be like, hey, there's that jerk that didn't give me a corn chip. Get him. They've been recorded doing things like ritualistic group bathing following the moon cycle, as well as grabbing large branches and waving them at the full moon. That's so cool. I'd use them to send messages and spy on people. It would be awesome. Listen, to have just like a murder of crows, because that's what they're called, right? A murder of crows that's just like in your back pocket. First off, very gangrel of you. I would even say very Zamitzi of you, because they both have animalism. Less Nosferatu, but Nosferatu would also be cool. They could get up to so much mischief. Crows are so smart. And like, corvids have been seen domesticating dogs, or like working with dogs in a mutualistic arrangement, where the crow, the corvid, will identify prey for wolf packs, and then lead the wolf pack to the prey. The wolf pack will then take out the prey and leave a little bit of the prey left for the corvids to pick at. And then they will, like, corvids will be seen engaging in play with wolf pups. And wolf packs will have specific corvids that work alongside them. Parrots are probably even smarter, but just sassy. Yeah, birds are either stupid or really smart. That's just a thing you gotta reconcile with. Birds are either dumb as a rock, or they are really, really smart. Also, there are some stories where someone thought crows to bring them money, after which they were used to buy the crows some food. Hey, Cockbay. Yeah, and something I'll see often is I'll see online someone is like, oh yeah, so like I'm a smoker, and I fed a crow a corn chip. So what that crow will do is it comes back to me and it brings me an empty thing of cigarettes. It brings me a cigarette package. And if I try to grab it, it will peck at me until I give it some seeds. And then once I give it the seeds, it gives me the empty thing of cigarette, like the empty cigarette package, because the crow is bartering. The crow is saying, give me seeds, I will give you this thing I think you like. And obviously the crow doesn't understand that it's not the cigarette package, it's the cigarettes within it. But it's just so cool. If I recall, aren't owls not that bright, even though they're portrayed as wise in media? Owls are bricks that fly. That's very true. Owls are great predators. Owls are great at finding scampering field mice in a dark field because they have asymmetric ear holes. Like an owl will have one ear hole that's like that big, one ear hole that's like that big. So what ends up happening is, because their ear holes are different sizes, if you are 15 feet in front of me and 3 feet to my right, Because my ear holes are different sizes, the sound waves will enter my ears at different times. And based off of the speed with which the like delay between my ears, I can pinpoint where you are, like relationally to me, even when I'm going at really fast speeds. And that's why owls' wings are so silent, is because they're audible, they're oral hearer. They're oral hunters. They focus on sound more than they focus on sight. This is Wikipedia Plus. I think this is just hyperfixation. I'm not gonna lie. I think that this is people in chat say something about like a fun fact that they have, and then I'm just like, oh, I know a fun fact too. And then we're just kind of like bouncing off each other's energy. I don't think I stopped to take a breath and breathe for more than like 10 seconds in the last hour. As far as I know, parrots actually teach their children the words they learn from humans. Words are lost over the generations, but later generations do pick up some words. Wow. Whew. Gosh, I gotta drink some water. I'm so sorry if this is not interesting to you. Although I suppose if this wasn't interesting, you probably wouldn't stay here. You'd probably leave. But if you're a VOD watcher and you're sad that you're missing out on the active conversation, just know I appreciate you. I appreciate you so much. I'm gonna put away this gun. But how will the owls know that the nuclear waste is bad? Okay, so what we have to do, we have to add in a sonar signal that pings in such a way that the owls will pick up on the sound of it so that it can communicate via binary in like an ASCII art the sign of radiation and have it kill an owl. We're back to signs now. It's just oral this time. Fun fact, octopi are basically aliens because their brains are completely different from humans. Okay, I'm not going to talk octopi because all of my roommates are marine biologists. Like, all of them. So, specifically, all of them are also specialists in cephalopod development and psychology. So, like, part of the reason why I'm, like, living with these people is because they knew each other. And then I was, like, joining with them. But the idea is that I am surrounded, as someone with thalassophobia, I am surrounded by people who are not just obsessed with, but are absolute nerds over octopi psychology. Very ADHD coded, started with radiation warning into AI and ended up talking about owls. Listen. I am regularly told that I have ADHD by basically everyone in my life, but I got tested and apparently I don't because I'm too smart. Unironically, like, the reason they said we don't think that you have ADHD, but you have ADHD like symptoms is because you do not have a specific academic field that you struggle with severely. And I was like, but what about math? I barely passed that in my entire academic career. And they're like, yeah, but when you took tests now, like during the testing process, we had you do like math tests and you scored in like the 80th percentile or something, which is above average. So you're not struggling. It's just in comparison to your other test scores, in comparison to your other fields of competence, it's much lower. So it feels like you're behind when in reality, you're still like slightly above average. And I'm like, oh, okay. And they're like, yeah, so that means that you don't have ADHD. And I'm like, wait, what? And they're like, yeah, you have ADHD-like symptoms and you fit all of the other criteria, but we're not going to diagnose you. So I'm like, okay. We're starting to form an ADHD hive mind. And I've heard talk about everything else. Remember, we're on a Terror TTRPG stream. Listen. When I make stream titles, I just pick a topic. I pick a topic that I think would be interesting, that I think would guide the conversation, and then it immediately falls apart. And that happens every time. You can't have a learning disability even if your worst subject, your grades were too good. No, that's literally what it was. They said you don't have a learning disability and you need a learning disability to get an ADHD diagnosis. So I was just like, okay, I guess not. So I don't know how to make them scream, but apparently you can make them squeal by turning them into schoolgirls, I think we established. So like, that's the best I got. That's neat. I didn't get a test for it, but my doc said, yeah, but you got that ADHD brain. That would have been so simple. I sat there, I tanked like 6 hours of examination because they're like, yeah, we can probably do this spread across like 2 days. And I was just like, nah, let's focus. Let's hyper-focus. I hyper-focus. It's 3 a.m. 3 p.m., not 3 a.m. Wow. That's a very harmful myth, yeah. Sounds to me like that's a biased test. I don't think it's a biased test. I just think it's... I think I should look into a second opinion, is my thought process. Reminds me of the Phase Connect VTuber where her doctor just assumed she knew she had oh my gosh, I remember hearing about that, yeah. Don't know if I'm ADHD, but it kind of fits, and autism and ADHD have a high comorbidity, so it's likely enough, yeah. That's a fun thing. It's hard to differentiate ADHD from being a hyper smart person. I mean, that's the thing, I'm not hyper smart. If you've seen me do anything on stream, you know I'm not hyper smart. You know, at best, I am of average intelligence. Right? I am not that intelligent of a person. I do have a couple subjects that I feel stronger in than others, but I'm not Arab Duns. Spectre, you can't anonymity me. Anonymity? Anonymity. Yeah, anonymity. Right? Anonymity? Anonymity. Anonymity. That doesn't sound right. Anonymity. 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 Did I get it right the first time and then I just kind of like choked? What do you mean brain go burr? Anonymity. Anemone. No, so fun fact, I actually did have a speech impediment growing up. I didn't quite have a stutter. I did get accused of stuttering by my friend one time, or probably more than one time, but I did have my friend say like, yeah, you have a stutter. And I'm like, what? No, I don't. I do stutter sometimes, but I, growing up, had a speech impediment, like unironically. And I had to like take a speech class at school where I think they pulled me out of another class to have me like have speech therapy. And maybe that's why I speak so improperly. Man, I should come to these streams more often. Well, we do a Wednesday chatting stream on YouTube. We do a Saturday gaming stream on Twitch. And Fridays, we normally do a members-only reading stream that right after the stream is over, I make public because I think everyone should be able to participate in the reading stream if you want, but I want something special for members, so I make it in a reading stream where I'm mostly just reading a book anyway. You get to chat if you're a member, but if you are not a member, you can still listen to it after the fact. But this Friday, I'm actually going to do a normal YouTube stream, not members only. Everyone is welcome because Halloween. I don't know what I'm going to do. Plan is to have a new outfit, but I have to figure out Vroid. Been gaslighting all life and it works so far. I do not have a speech impediment. I have an accent. Oh my gosh. I don't really like Twitch, but I'll see. I get bombarded with ads. So on my stream, I have to choose, because I'm an affiliate, do I want pre-rolls? Which is 30 seconds when you first open the stream, or do I want mid-roll? Mid-roll, which is I need 3 minutes of ads per hour. And what I do is I make it so that it's 3 minutes of ads, an hour, every hour, on the hour. And then I pause stream and I take a break. Which means you watching ads are not missing anything. You're supporting the channel. I get a break to like drink water, step away or whatever. And we just come back right after. It's annoying, but I literally like have to choose one of these. And I would rather have people deal with ads once an hour than every time they open stream. If you dropped it in general, do you need to have picked it up? No, you need to pick it up specifically. Gosh, I just remembered Perfect Draw. We were talking about Yu-Gi-Oh before. How did we get here? What I want clips of me. I think that'd be really funny. I want clips of me just showing off the most unhinged, like, it's just a 15-second montage of all the different topics we talked about on stream and just seeing the progression. Because I'm not gonna lie, I have no idea how we got here. I know we were talking about like puppy girls at one point and nuclear waste, which I think is the same topic, but I don't know. Okay, let's grab some questions. Because again, reminder, on YouTube streams, I open a Q&A section, which you should be able to access at the top of the chat, which allows you to ask me questions. It can be about VTubing, myself, TTRPGs, the meaning of life, whatever. And I will answer it sometime later. So these questions are mostly from like 3 hours ago. What is the most recent thing that blew your mind when you learned about it within the arena of TTRPGs and adjacent subjects? I mean, unironically, probably it was Girlfriend. Like, to have a not safe for work TTRPG that not only was like well regarded, well written, and also apparently well known. A lot of people came in knowing what it was already, and I did not expect that to be the case because I had just had one random comment say, hey, you should check this out, and I'm like, I don't know what this is. Okay. But also I have been looking into Perfect Draw more recently, and the sheer shenaniganery that you can get up to in how anime you can make it is so fantastic to me. For instance, they have different playbooks. Playbooks are basically your class, they're your archetype, they are what you choose to differentiate your character. And the various playbooks will allow you to like be the edgy loner who doesn't care about anyone else except winning. And you get different abilities based off the fact that you have this mentality where it's just you. You have this mentality where you're the edgy loner. So you get abilities that are based off of that. But then you also have, I don't know, it was just really fun that the more I heard about it, the more I was like, this is just Yu-Gi-Oh! This is just, I really want to play it now. And if I had more chutzpah to myself, I would reach out to the dev and I would be like, hey, can I get a review copy so that I can talk about this on my channel? But I don't think they would say yes. Is it a free and accessible and non-pirated version of Perfect Draw? Because that's very important, is that we do not support stealing people's work on this channel. Like, it's just, as a brand, I cannot endorse piracy. Powered by the Apocalypse is cool. It can be mechanically a bit sparse sometimes. So, Powered by the Apocalypse, my main exposure is City of Mist. I've talked about this before. I loved City of Mist when I played it. I ran a short game that ended up fizzling out for some friends, and it's a mystery-oriented game where all of you have something called a mythos, which is a representation of a mythological character or cultural story that wants to tell itself again. Mr. Ripper might have the story of King Arthur, whereas Kentus might have the story of Enkidu, and Dragon might have the story of Thanatos, right? And like one of my players had Thanatos as their mythos. Another character had Captain Ahab from Moby Dick. And a third had the Raven from Edgar Allan Poe's The Raven. So it's very open-ended in what mythos you can involve, and all of them have this dichotomy between your logos, which is your day-to-day life, and your mythos, which is your magical life. If you are a karate instructor who has the spirit of Gilgamesh, you gain mechanical advantages anytime being a karate instructor would be applicable, as well as anytime being the reincarnation of Gilgamesh would be applicable. And you might think both sound very combat oriented. Yes, they do. So you're probably very good at combat. However, let's say you have 4 slots where you have to have at least one logos, at least one mythos, but you can have 3 and 1, you can have 2 and 2. Let's say you have 2 logos. One is that you're a karate instructor. One is that you have a big, giant extended family that you're like the patriarch of, let's say. And then this is like you have the strength of Gilgamesh, and then you also have the charisma of Gilgamesh. Or you have the kingly presence, let's say. So the ability to interface with someone, you get mechanical advantages anytime being a karate instructor would be applicable, as well as anytime having the physical strength of Gilgamesh would be applicable, including stacking. You can get a +1 from being a karate instructor and another +1 from being Gilgamesh. But you might have a bonus to talking to someone and commiserating about how you're both like responsible for your entire family. And you get a +1 from this logos. And that might be equally as important or more important than the kingly aura you have. That might also be applicable or might not. The logos mythos dynamic is so interesting because mechanically they are identical. Flavorfully, the mythos is exciting. It's new, it's flashy, it's fancy. But the logos, like literally in City of Mist, one of the logos you can choose is a personality. You can choose the personality logos. And if you're depressed, you get as many mechanical advantages, you get as many tags as you do by being the reincarnation of Heracles. Which is just so funny to me. I'm not gonna lie, I love that. It's so good. My favorite Powered by the Apocalypse game to this day is Mask. Okay, Masks. That is the teen superhero story, right? I've never played it. I've heard good things about it. I remember we never played in it, but I made a character whose mythos was Winnie the Pooh. His ability turning the world into a children's story, forbidding violence and enforcing kids' storybook logic. What's a feasible way to get into TTRPGs for someone who knows nothing about them and is terrible at socializing? I saw your vid on Girlframe and it's like everything I love, but it's so daunting. Okay, so that's a different question. That's a different question. Because getting into a TTRPG is easy. Getting into a not safe for work TTRPG is not easy. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of flying blind with this right one. Because Girlframe is not safe for work. Like just straight up. I had a chat with the dev in email, and the dev was like, it's not only about the not safe for work stuff, but it does involve not safe for work stuff, and you need to be prepared for that if you're going to play this game. Getting into a TTRPG is easy. What you do is you take your friends and you say, hey, does anyone want to play this? They'll probably say, sure, ? And you probably have to be comfortable DMing for them. Whether it's D&D 5e, whether it's Vampire the Masquerade, whether it's Wild Sea or Blades in the Dark, you as the one bringing it up to the group are going to be expected to run it unless someone else already has experience running. So if you have, you say you're terrible at socializing, you probably have between 1 and 3 people in your life who know each other and who are nerds. Maybe you're not super close with them. Maybe they're not your best friends. Maybe they are family and they're not friends, that you're just kind of stuck with them. But you have some people in your life. Maybe it's only 1, 2 people. That's okay. You can have a small group. That's fine. All you have to do, approach them Say, hey, do you want to play this? They'll probably say sure, because people like when their friends approach them to do stuff. They might not be interested in a TTRPG specifically, in which case you might need to find someone else, but you can probably just ask them and they'll say sure. Now, you might need a GM. You might need to GM, because if none of them have ever played a TTRPG, all of you are blind and you're the one that brought it up, so they'll look to you for guidance. Most TTRPGs, from D&D to Lancer to Blades in the Dark, they all are usually pretty good about having basic rules available for free. Most mainline TTRPGs have some degree of a truncated rule system that is free and accessible online. You don't need to buy the book, you don't need to invest any money in it, you don't need to convince anyone to download anything. It's just go to Massive Press on itch.io, click the free rules, you have the free rules right there. Go on CompCon, go on the Lancer Wiki, right? Like, access these freely accessible information sites. D&D has free rules online, the basic set, the basic rules. So, what you do is you take your friends, you make characters with them, and then you just play. That sounds not helpful. That sounds like I'm just throwing you out on the deep end. I'm not. Anything I can tell you to do is what I would do, or what I think you should do in a vacuum. I don't know you, I don't know your friends. If your friends really like role-playing, maybe you don't care about combat. You ignore combat entirely. That's okay. That's okay. Even in D&D, even in Lancer of all systems, it's okay to just ignore combat. Maybe your friends really want to treat it like a board game. And they just like the fact that they have more choice. They don't care about role-playing. They don't care about plot. They don't care about story. They just want to kill stuff. They want to have player choice. And they want to make the occasional, like, crude comment. That's also okay. That's fine. Just make sure to, before the game starts, say, hey, the thing that excites me about this game is... The thing that makes me want to play this game is role-playing, combat, exploration. I want to be silly. I want to be serious. I want to have dramatic moments. And, like, talk that over with the group. Maybe your group says, yeah, you want to have, like, dramatic role-playing. We just want to have, like, silly combats. I just want to make, like, Dick Shoot'em, who has, like, a 6-shooter revolver and shoots people in the dick. Like, that's not conducive to a serious game, but that's why you talk about it beforehand. And then you play the game. You run combats for the group that likes combat. You start a story for people that like story. All of that, there's plenty of advice on actually jumping forward from there. But the actual starting point that you have when starting a TTRPG, grab friends, tell them you want to play with them. If you have people that don't play TTRPGs, you'll probably have to run for them. That's okay. Everyone sucks to start. Everyone has to start somewhere. You're fine. Grab the basic rules of the system, make characters with them, talk about expectations, and just jump in. If it's a not safe for work TTRPG, you're gonna do all of this, but the people you choose is gonna be real choosy. Arrows say so that NSFW TTRPG is well out of their wheelhouse. I wouldn't say well out of my wheelhouse, but it's not something I have a lot of experience with. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like I'm an authority figure on this. Although I think it would be interesting to kind of look into this more from a like education perspective, because I'm very like, I treat this as a like safer workspace. There's a YouTube channel. Nothing NSFW happens here. On the community Discord, there are minors involved, so I'm not trying to make it anything that is NSFW, and I try to ensure that there's a clear delineation between, hey, don't post stuff that is not safe for minors on the Discord. That is very important to me. I want to keep my community safe. But I also think that education is very important. And there are other content creators out there who have safer workspaces that talk about NSFW topics in a educational manner. And I would love to do that, because I think that there's a stigma against it, which is dumb and stupid, and that people need to allow themselves to not feel shame for the things that they're interested in, so long as they're not being jerks about it. But I have to walk a line. I have to walk the line between keeping my community safe and not jeopardizing my brand, frankly, as well as properly allowing myself to discuss things that other people won't discuss because they aren't educating about it. But if you want an NSFW TTRPG like Girlfriend, like for instance Kinks and Cantrips, there's a couple other recommendations in the comments that I was just kind of like, cool, good for you. I would say this is something that I don't know if I was to play it, who I would play with, because I ain't gonna lie, I have no clue. I'm kind of lost there. But if it interests you, you probably have people in mind. Maybe you're in a polycule and you have multiple partners. Maybe you are really chill with your friends and you're fine having that sort of casual discussion of such topics. Maybe, I don't know, maybe you're really into like a specific sub-community, and that community is looking to have TTRPG games revolving around that sub-community. That's all fine. That's all dandy. Make sure before anything else, you have a big, long conversation about expectations. Yes, you need to have this in a normal game, but if you have this in a game where NSFW topics are brought up, people are gonna be weird. Doesn't matter how nice they are, they're gonna be weird about it. So you need to ensure that everyone is safe and comfortable, right? I'm not even talking session 0. I'm talking like lines and veils, X card, what is acceptable and not acceptable, what is too far, what would you be willing to explore that is explicitly not comfortable for you, but you would be okay with happening to other people. That's a situation where, like, again, not really my wheelhouse. I can't claim to be an expert on this. However, it's really just a matter of communication. And then once everyone's on the same page, once everyone knows we all have the same interest, we are all interested in X and Y, and we know that those two people over there want to explore Z, but no one else really wants to, so Z is only going to happen between those two people. We're all good, right? Oh yeah, no one is doing A or B. We all agreed before the game started, no one is doing A or B. That A or B is not happening. So X and Y are good, those two people are going to do Z, and A and B are off the table. Is there anything else we want to discuss? No? Cool. Then you go into the whole, like, let's make characters, let's look at the basic rules, let's find combat. I doubt you'll find basic rules for smaller, nicher TTRPGs online, so you might have to pay for it before being able to, like, just kind of explore it. So be prepared for that. But yeah, there's just basically, like, if this is like steps 1 through like 4, this is just like a really important step 0.5. What did I just walk in on? I think I'm educating about how to get a proper NSFW TTRPG group together, despite the fact I have no experience. Like, this really is, well, not necessarily with unknown people, but it is the idea of someone asked about getting into TTRPGs, and they specifically asked about an NSFW TTRPG. And I'm basically just saying, like, hey, it's the same process as getting into a normal TTRPG. Find a group, get people that you're friends with, get people who you know and you trust and you care about, find the basic rules, make characters, jump in with expectations. But it's very, 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 very important to set up expectations beforehand. Yeah, the transbian puppy girl polycule has become full circle. It's crazy. One-time purchase, you own it, highly... Oh, for Foundry VT. I need your guys' help. Should I roll 20 or should I use Foundry VT? Because I've been going back and forth for far too long. I have only ever used roll 20 out of those two. And I've also used Tabletop Sim. And I gotta say, with Roll20, I don't know if it's changed over the years. I feel as though it is not the same that it was 10 years ago. Or probably not 10 years ago, probably like 7, 8 years ago. I was using Roll20 like consistently, like 7, 8 years ago. And then I stopped for a bit, and then I've used it intermittently over the past like 3 years. Right? Normally I'll use it for character sheets, I'll use it for maps. Those are the two things, character sheets and maps. There's a lot of paid stuff that's behind a paywall that you have to have as a subscription service that... I mean, like, dynamic lighting is cool. I don't care about dynamic lighting, frankly. So I don't much mind. It's a hassle to set it up for once. How do I live like this? How do I live like what? What, that I don't have Foundry VT? You either have to pay monthly or jump through hoops to host one on a server. I actually, again, I don't know anything about Foundry VT. I have Roll20. I have not used Roll20 in a while. What? Well, actually, no. So basically, over the years, like, basically, I'll have like one game a year that uses Roll20, and it's almost always just character sheets. And if it's something like D&D, I'll use maps. Right? I'm not anti-Roll20, and I think that the free version is fine. I think that it has changed over time, and I think that it has removed features that used to be there, like audio tracks. For whatever reason, I've struggled with using audio tracks in recent years, but none of those are like important to me. The core functionality of the character sheets is what matters. Mech Yuri? Yes, Mech Yuri. That is the word of the day. Mech Yuri. Tips on maintaining a horrific atmosphere over a longer term campaign. Okay, so horror. Long term. I don't know if I need to explain about, like, if horror is like the relationship between horror and tension, the difference between like classic horror and terror versus gross out horror. You let me know if you want me to talk about all of that. What I'm going to start with, and you let me know if you want me to walk it back a couple steps. What I'm going to start with is the way a lot of people treat horror is like this. Right? This is not conducive to sustainable horror. The way you want horror, we're assuming like the spook and the time. You want it to be like this. You don't quite want a sine wave. You want peaks and valleys. You want, okay, so this peak, this is a jump scare. Ah, it's scary. We're fighting a monster. And then it goes down and it's chill. It's relaxing. And then it starts ramping back up again. Ah, scary. And then it goes back down. And we're chill. We're allowed to catch our breath. And then it starts ramping. Ah, and then it goes back down. And generally, it should be on an upward trend. The valley of the third peak, so right, like here, should probably be higher than the valley of the first peak, because overall the plot is increasing, the tension is increasing, the atmosphere is increasing, but relatively speaking, it's still a big valley. And then eventually you might have a peak that's up here and then a valley that's down here, right? This valley is lower than the previous valley, and that's okay. Not every valley needs to be up and up and up, but the most important thing, this is the cycle of tension. You have building tension. You have climax. You have a release, also called catharsis. And then you have a relaxation period. And don't be weird about this. I understand that this sounds really weird out of context, particularly because we just talked about NSFW TTRPGs. I understand. We're talking about tension here. There's a buildup of tension. We're in the house, and we just heard the front door shut. All of the lights are out. We're in Kane, we're hunting an ogre. We're walking through the house, and we hear another door shut behind us. And then we open it, and it's a broom closet. We just exited a broom closet. We were just in an office before. But now we're in a hallway, and it's dark, and we only have a single, like, one of us has a flashlight. So we're all sticking together, and suddenly we see smoke come around the corner, and it's a miasma as it slowly fills the house, and we realize pressure is increasing. We realize that The miasma has spread to this house. Mold spreads along the walls. We need to get out of here. Okay, where do we go? We go and go and go. And then suddenly we're hit with a climax as we realize that the ceiling is collapsing on us because of the mold. The miasma is choking us. The doors are not leading the right location. We managed to barely escape. Catharsis. We now get to chill. We now get to go and investigate. We don't have an immediate second beat. We let that beat of release hold. And then, wait, the miasma's following us. It shouldn't be increasing this quickly. Why is it out here? I see shamblers. Shamblers are going to go hurt those people. We need to go stop them. Oh no, the people, they got killed by the shamblers. Now the shamblers are after us, but there's too many shamblers. We can't take them all out. Climax. Release. We defeat the shamblers. We take a break. We go back to investigation. We're not dealing with the ogre. Edging the horror is very true. Players clock out when it gets too over the top. Either immersion breaks or they get too grossed out. I'm not even... So, to use weird terms, to use the terms you're using, I don't think it's quite edging. Edging is what I would say is the build-up. Right? Edging is what happens when you build up to that climax. In the climax, you do actually get release. You are allowed to... you are allowed to come to your conclusion by reaching catharsis. So this isn't quite edging in like the Gunnar sense, right? It is edging in the idea of you're building up tension. You're not letting that release happen until you have that climax. And then you have like a denouement. And then you have a rest period. You have a refractory period. You have a point in time where scary stuff isn't happening relative to what just happened. That's the operative word. Relative spookiness is down. Spooky stonks are down. Arrow lewds 5 minutes after being called say so too, how shameless. Okay. First of all, I'm not being lewd. I'm talking about the cycle of tension. Second of all, yeah, what of it? For Halloween, why do you think it's going to be a special stream? We're going to a different streaming platform. No, that's a joke. That's a joke. The relative spooks, the relative scariness is down. It's that graph I showed earlier. It is the slow increase of peak and then valley, and then peak and then valley, and then peak and then valley, where the valleys increase over time, but the valleys are always lower significantly than the recent peak. In that aforementioned example, where you start in the building and then the building collapses and you need to get your way out, and then the shamblers are attacking the people, and then you need to fight the shamblers, and you need to recuperate afterwards. After the shambler fight, it might be spooky. In the same way that the creeping mold and the miasma and the howls of tortured souls in the distance and the creeping cold and the like abject weather, that stays. That doesn't go away just because you're in a valley. After the first peak, that did go away. After you left the building, you were safe. But as tension built again, after tension went back up again, the miasma came, the mold came, the cold came, the darkness remained, the hostile door patterns remained. You fight the shamblers. The miasma stays. Because the recent scary thing was here, not here. So relatively speaking, this is roughly on the same level as the previous peak, but significantly lower than the most recent one. So therefore, as you continue long form, you go from one peak to another peak to another peak. Not only are the peaks increasing, the valleys are increasing. And that means it will feel scarier, feel spookier at session 3 than it was in session 1. But what I will say is that this can be on the micro or the macro. This can be all in one session. You can have 3 encounters where you have one peak and then a valley, and then one peak and then one valley, and then one peak and then an even like another valley, and then catharsis. And that is the session. And the session is over. And you should be doing this every single session if you want to have a over time gradual buildup of tension. But you can also have this session is one. This session is another peak. Between the sessions is a valley session, where the valley sessions get spookier and spookier, but they're never so spooky as the most recent session. And that's where tools are most useful. Tools are useful when you can bring them both on the micro and the macro. Because that means that they're flexible enough to be assigned within a session or within a campaign. The scariest part will be that the troll was actually just one of the characters' mums in a bathroom with a mud facial. A streaming platform with more seasonal colors, Lamau? I'm not gonna lie, I don't understand that one. Don't make me laugh too hard, I'm seeing spots. See, that's the thing, right? Like, which platform has seasonal colors? Orange, Halloween. Oh, that one. Oh, a seasonal for Halloween. Oh, I thought you meant the colors changed every season. And I was like, I don't know a streaming platform that does that. That sounds awesome. Oh. Smiles. Shake my head and I thought I was being over the top. Listen. I'm say so. Hehe. Autistic. What do you mean autistic? Are out here looking for that Halloween site? Okay. Is the feminine a woman-made horror beyond most men's comprehension due to a skill issue? I'm not allowed to select this as a question. I think because it talks about women. So is the feminine a woman-made horror beyond men's comprehension due to a skill issue? Yes and no. Like, again, I've read feminist literature. I've taken classes on this stuff. I've talked about intersectionality in an academic setting before. The long answer is no, or the short answer is no. The feminine was created by men because modern gender norms were created by men, which is why you have like the domestic spheres, the sphere of women, the working spheres, the sphere of men. That's where you get patriarchy from. The whole idea behind it being that men created the current system because women were not given the power to create the system, and that led to the idea of the feminine and the masculine and the separation of gender norms. And if you look at history over time, gender norms changed over time. For instance, it used to be quite common that men would be able to, I'll say, have platonic expressions of affection in the same way women are allowed to. For instance, if you see two women like hug and say like, yeah, I'm going out with my girlfriend, love you so much, like that can be a completely platonic thing for two straight women to do. If two men hugged and said like, yeah, I'm going out with the boyfriend, like I love you so much, you would assume that they're gay because that removes them from the masculine ideal. It's a lot. It's more than I can talk about, like off the cuff without any, like, Batman with prep can take on anything. Arrow with 15 minutes of prep, take on any conversation topic. I didn't have prep for this one. The long and short is men created the current system of social norms, which created the masculine, created the feminine, created the domicile sphere, created the working sphere, created the expectations on like the various genders and sexes. And it's something that I think is not very cash money, personally, as someone who's non-binary. And I will close this out, despite the fact this is asking about the feminine. I will say that this does hurt men, because I feel like the only people talking about men's mental health are men who are trying to steer the conversation away from women's mental health. I feel like the only people who bring up men's issues in society are toxic men who are trying to use that as an excuse to not deal with other issues in society. And they're like, oh, well, women want support. Well, why aren't we talking about men's support? And I'm like, yeah, why aren't we talking about men's support? Men deserve support too. You're not being supported effectively. You need better mental health resources. And then they're like, well, no, let's not go that far. Because the goal is not to actually help men. The goal is to hurt women in those conversations. So few people legitimately seek out assistance for men in society, which is not cool. Mental health is a pain for everyone. And I think that it's very important to have specific conversations about women's mental health and like queer mental health and Black mental health and Latino mental health and like all of these specific minority groups. But I also think just like men's mental health is equally important because everyone's mental health is important. The reason people get upset when you talk about men's mental health is because the only people talking about it with any consistency are men who are trying to stop the conversation from being about women or queer individuals or like the BIPOC community. The idea of gay when doing that is much more recent. If it was just men, then those sort of affectations would have been bad a long time ago than just within the last half century. So the reason that those affections have fallen out of favor in the past like 100 years or so, because this was common up until like the 20th century, is because there was a huge gay panic. It was the idea of, oh, if you do this, you're gay. If you're gay, you're bad. If you're bad, then you're un-American. And I'm speaking from an American perspective. I'm speaking from a perspective of someone in the US. I don't know about other cultures, but at least from an American perspective, it was very common for men to like sleep in the same bed together without any expectation of homosexuality through the early 20th century, like up until the early 20th century. And then there's a huge gay panic. And why the gay panic happened, I don't know off the top of my head. My assumption is it was related to like communism. I actually don't know when it really started. I don't know when it hit its forefront. So that's completely a guess. I don't know. But it was extremely common for men to be incredibly platonically affectionate with one another, like holding hands, kisses on the cheek, like doing anything that if two straight women did now would be equally unobtrusive. Yeah, like McCarthyism definitely made it worse, right? That's why my first thought was McCarthyism, but I think it happened before McCarthyism. I think McCarthyism just kind of cemented it, and then that's why after McCarthyism you start getting like the Stonewall riots, the queer rights movement, which also was just kind of hand in hand with the civil rights movement, because there was a push in the country for democratic reform, progressive reform, but also it was, things got really bad after McCarthyism. Yeah, it wasn't encouraged before, but a lot of people were forced into the closet because, and something that's very important is that for the longest time, like up until the modern age, up until like really until the gay panic, as far as I'm aware, you were not considered to be a homosexual. You were not considered to be gay. You're not considered to be queer or a lesbian or trans or whatever. You were considered to be someone that engaged in homosexual behavior. Up until the queer panic, it really wasn't a orientation. It was entirely assumed that it was behavioral. And that's why, for the longest time, like, the Greeks didn't see it as a orientation thing. The Greeks and the Romans both saw it as, like, everyone's just kind of bi. And the main thing back in the Greek and Roman times was, are you top or bottom? Are you dominant or submissive in this relationship? And your value was determined on, are you the dominant one? Because that's just how that society was. As times progressed, it was seen as behaviors rather than being a homosexual. Like through the medieval times in Europe, through the Renaissance, all of that, there were individuals who engaged in homosexual behaviors. That is why, and like that's the bedrock of why you can have something like the Catholic Church say it's okay to have gay thoughts so long as you don't act on them, because the idea being is that you're not gay, you can engage in gay behavior. So if we don't approve of gay behavior, so long as you're not acting on it, you're not gay, which is kind of anathema to the modern conception of queerness, where the idea of queerness is that you're born this way, it's your orientation, it's a part of your identity. Well, so that's the thing. The ancient Greeks were so misogynist they became gay. That's really what it was. Greeks invented orgies. The Romans added women. The Soviets were funding and pushing for any kind of social acid, no matter what it was. Do you have any sources on that? Because I actually don't know anything about that. The stigmatization of platonic male affection began in the later half of the 19th century, so 1800s, and intensified during the 20th. This shift resulted from pathologicalization of same-sex attraction, exactly. And that's why before we had a bunch of euphemisms for, oh, he's not gay. He's just a confirmed bachelor. Right? He's a confirmed bachelor who engages in homosexual behavior is the implication there. But it's not the idea that he's gay. It's the fact that he's a confirmed bachelor. Same thing with like a lavender wedding, where it's a lesbian and a gay man getting married, where they don't actually have any attraction to each other. They're just being married for societal pressure so that they can then go off and do their own stuff. The idea being is that, well, they're not gay. They just engage in gay behavior. And that's kind of the history of it. How familiar are you with the Tippyverse? Do you have any particularly strong feelings about it? I don't know what that is. And at this point, I'm kind of scared. Anytime someone says, hey, do you know about this thing? And I'm like, no. Is it not safe for work? Do I need to be worried about that now? Because based on the performance of the recent video, apparently there's quite an audience for NSFW TTRPGs, or at the very least, puppy girl transbian mech pilots. Girlfriend did kind of traumatize me, which is why I'm going to review it. Like, because a bunch of people in the comments started recommending other not safe for work TTRPGs. They started talking about it, and I'm just like, whoa, let's not go kind of crazy. Whew, gosh, it's hot in here. No, not because we're talking about Girlframe. It's because my window isn't open. One of my windows is open, but the other one isn't. I find that many conservatives tend to take the morals of the mid-late 19th century and assume they were there through default. I'm going to talk about this real quick, just to kind of address that point, and then I'm going to move on, because as much as I enjoy talking history, I don't enjoy talking modern politics. So I will point out the fact that a lot of the modern conservative mindset is completely divorced from actual history. It is all based on idealizations of what they believe prior history should have been. That is why so many conservatives idealize the 50s and like McCarthyism, because they're making imperfect assumptions about how it was and what it did. And that's also why a lot of them, and this is, I saw a video about, I can't remember who it was. It's like a viral video where it was I think a black left-leaning YouTuber went to a Trump rally and asked black MAGA supporters, like, what are you doing? Like, why are you doing this? Like, tell me your honest, actual thoughts. And a lot of them said that Jim Crow wasn't that bad. That the Jim Crow era was not that bad for black Americans, which the YouTuber is just like, that is a take and a half. And obviously, I'm not qualified to talk about that, because that's not really my story, nor am I an expert in that field. But that is something where it's just like, the idealization of the past, the idea of historical nostalgia is so strong in the modern conservative view of prior versions of America that the trad wife image of, oh, I'm just going to gonna be a stay-at-home wife. I'm gonna be a stay-at-home mom. I'm gonna cook. I'm gonna clean. I'm gonna enjoy my days. No. Up until like the 70s, men could legally beat their wives without any repercussion because they were considered property. That is something that went away like 50 years ago. That is not something that is like a bygone era of the past that was scrubbed out back when women's rights and like the suffragettes solved feminism. No. That was really recent historically. And a lot of first wave feminism didn't have a problem with that. So the ideals of the modern conservative movement, trying to bring back a great America, bring back the 50s, bring back the 30s, bring back the 1890s and the Gilded Age, are based off of just incorrect idealism aimed at past eras of America. And that's all I'm going to say on that. I'm not going to keep going on it because that's not what you're here for. You are here for TTRPG talk. So I don't know about the Tippy verse, but what is the best Lancer license and why is it Duskwing? Duskwing is not very pog. And like, if anyone has any follow-up thoughts, feel free to share. I'm not going to tell you not to, but I don't want this to be like an hour-long debate about politics. Particularly, what I really don't want is an hour-long debate about politics where I preach to the choir and then everyone says, wow, you're so brave. Because of course you're going to agree with me. Like, you're you're probably an autistic trans TTRPG nerd. Like, like statistically speaking, that's what a lot of my audience is. So even if you're only like one of those things, you're probably anti-AI. You're probably left-leaning, explicitly because if you're not, then you're probably not supporting your own rights. And you're probably someone who feels very strongly about activism. Regardless of whether or not you yourself are an activist, you probably have very strong opinions about progressive policy. Now, I don't want to sit here and act like I'm some sage guru who is saying like, you know what? I think the fact that a couple people have the majority of the wealth in the world and trickle down economics doesn't work the way that conservative Americans want to think it does. Like, that's not a hot take, particularly to this audience of all people, right? So I don't want to just sit here and like stroke my own ego and be like, oh yeah, I'm so politically savvy by telling you what you want to hear because it's also what I believe, because like-minded people tend to congregate into echo chambers. We're based like that, which is what a lot of people do. And I'm not going to call out specific content creators, but it's something where it does bother me how many people see themselves as like political leaders and influencers when all they do is just talk about their beliefs to a group of people who believe in them and preach to the choir, and then like once a month a clip of theirs gets shared to the opposing side and then everyone gets angry at each other. Like, that's all that happens with that. You have mad respect for me actively avoiding virtue signaling. I mean, it does take self-awareness, but I don't think I have the self-awareness to avoid it. Like, with all due respect to myself, I think a lot of what I do is just kind of... I mean, a lot of what I do to myself and what I do with my brand and what I do here is... I don't think it's anything special. I'm trying, yeah. That's what I can appreciate, Ken. I'm trying and it counts, right? Like, for instance, I try to be a safe space for minors while simultaneously not stigmatizing NSFW content as being less than safer work content. I don't know how to walk that balance because I feel like I have to, in order to keep my space safe for minors, bar all NSFW content. But then that also kind of sends the signal that that's not welcome here. When it's not that it's not welcome, it's that I don't want kids seeing that stuff, because I think that's a very dangerous thing to allow to happen. Even if I can have plausible deniability of, well, I didn't do it. I wasn't involved in this. It was my community. That's the community I cultivate, right? You can respect something without snorting it like a line of coke. Exactly. Like, and that's why I want to have a place of open dialogue, even if there are guardrails on what is actually present here. For instance, NSFW TTRPGs. Talking about girlfriend is fine, particularly where you're not talking about the explicit aspects. You're talking about like the trans experience in a dystopian world where bodily autonomy is not your own, right? I think that's a good conversation to have. The fact that it's not safe for work doesn't mean that it shouldn't be talked about. The issue is that if people are like, hey, I want to play a game of this, I'm going to like looking for a group on the Discord, and then some like, even if it's like a 17-year-old is like, yeah, I want to play this cool mech game. That's really not okay, right? That's something I can't allow that. I don't want to allow that. I don't think that's okay. Anyways, best Lancer frame is Napoleon. I will fight you over it. Okay, Napoleon is silly, right? Napoleon is one where I didn't know. I had it on my list, but I didn't make a video about it. And then Zactac made a video where he talked about it. And I was just like, this is so stupid. I love this. The whole gimmick of the Napoleon is that it has a bunch of different ways to reduce incoming damage to 1. Not by 1, to 1. Which is just stupid crazy. So it has means where if it takes damage, it reduces it to 1. If it succeeds a save, it reduces it to 1. It has various features that reduce the damage to 1. It's so stupid. It's so silly. Oh gosh, it's hot. Duskwing. This is one that Zactac made a video about a while ago. I haven't made a video about it, so I haven't researched it explicitly. It's about like blink technology. It's about like Gorgon style lights and paracausalness. I'm not gonna lie, I don't really care. The Duskwing, maybe it's because I haven't looked into it, because I will say, every single frame I have looked up, I have thought, dang, I want to play this. With maybe a couple exceptions. Like the Sunzi, I'm fine not playing the Sunzi. I think literally that's it. And even the Sunzi I'm interested in. I'm just not like, oh man, I really want to play this. Because like the Minotaur is one where I'm like, oh, the Minotaur's fine. And then I read it and then I'm like, wow, this is actually really cool as a controller. The Lich is one where I think it would be really funny, but I don't know how effective it would be. It feels like a gimmick where like obviously all of the mechs are gimmicks in their own way, but like it feels like a gimmicky gimmick. Kind of, but you can just put a point in hull for 8 effective HP per level. I'm gonna assume it has very low HP. So the thing with the Napoleon is, I believe it's a defender. So its whole deal is that it can reduce incoming damage to 1 HP. It also has 2 armor. I believe, I just looked this up last night. Because I was talking with Neko Boy Blue about it, where the 1 HP is after armor. So if you shoot me with an assault rifle, and you hit me, and you roll 1d6, and you roll 3 damage, and you roll 6 damage, you would take the 6 damage minus 2 from the armor, it's 4, and then you would reduce that 4 damage to 1. And then, because an assault rifle has reliable 2, if you shoot me and you miss, you do minimum 2 damage. I would reduce that by 2 with my armor and I would take no damage. So the Napoleon is very hard to kill. And then it also has features where it's like a blank zone, where it just fully removes the ability to enter, exit, or shoot through I think it's a burst 4 area around it, which is what is that? Burst 4? Is it like 64 tiles? Have I played Cassette Beast? It's really good. I've not. My buddy Rory, who was in chat earlier, he played it, and apparently the music's really good. I have not played a Pokemon game in years. I did my hand at shiny hunting a Charmander in a modded version of the game a while ago. Like, not years ago, like more recently, because of a event that a group that I'm a part of was trying to put together, where it's like a shiny hunting, and I just didn't like the shiny hunting. I figured I'd shiny hunt a shiny Charmander. I love Charmander. Charmander's my favorite Pokemon. So I shiny hunt. Oh my gosh, my voice. I shiny hunted a Charmander, and then I was just kind of done. But I really want to play a Pokemon game, and Cassette Beast would actually be very good for this, because I don't know anything about Cassette Beasts. But I want to play a Pokemon game where I just had this thought the other day. I play as a gym leader, and every single gym, I have to swap out my team for a monotype. So I play Pokemon 1. Like, I play Pokemon Blue. That's what I grew up with, Pokemon Blue. I play it, and I start with, like, I choose Charmander. So I have to choose I can only use fire types for the first gym. So I go through the first gym. I fight Brock. I beat him with fire types. My only fire type is Charmander, so I have to solo the gym. Then after Brock, I have to swap my team to a different monotype. So I choose Grass, because I'm going up against Misty next. So I then go against Misty with only grass types. I fight Misty. Then once I'm done with Misty, so if I go Brock, that'll be fire. If I go Misty, I go grass. And then once I beat Misty, I would have to choose for the next one. And let's say I choose water. Or no, I would not go water, because next one is the lightning one, the electric one. Is it Bolt? Lieutenant Surge. So I would probably want to go like ground if I could. So I do all that. I think this would be really funny. I think this would be really fun. But what would make it even better is if I don't play the one generation I have experience with. I play like Gen 2. And my understanding of Gen 2 is that the first gym is, I think, flying. And that's like the only information I have. And I think the final gym like dragon? Because there's Lance, or is Lance like a helper in Gen 2? So what I think would be really fun is if I go through like Gen 2, where I have no context, and I can only do monotype builds. So I go into like, I don't know, I'm going into like the Gym 6, and Gym 6 is the electric type, but I chose water. So I have to figure out how, as a water type gym leader, I can beat the electric gym, and I'm stuck like that. I think that would be fun. I don't know what exactly it is, but Lancer Films are designed so well, you feel cool for using them. I mean, I think what it is that they're also flashy. Like, I can't think of a single mech from Lancer that doesn't have at least one thing that makes me go, oh, I want to play that. Like, I will be honest, the core power of the Blackbeard is underwhelming. It is a once per full repair, I can grapple someone and pull them close to me and deal like 2d6 damage. That is not that good. But the Blackbeard is cool because it naturally gains a range 4 grapple. Or I think it's range 5 grapple. And it can pull itself towards them. So it gets stuff baseline, it gets stuff generally speaking that is not just its core power. Similarly, the Black Witch gets this big mag field, this big giant flashy once per core power ability. That's cool. That's flashy. That's a lot. And even though it doesn't get too much baseline, I mean, yeah, it gets like the Black Ice anti-hacking system, which is apparently super good, but like that core power kind of makes up for it. Same with the Barbarossa. The Barbarossa's Apocalypse Rail makes me want to play Barbarossa just for the Apocalypse Rail. Yeah, the Blackbeard feels cool even if it isn't the strongest. Exactly. Like the Nelson, the fact it's so fast. Mechanically, the Nelson doesn't seem that good. I'm not gonna lie. Like, yeah, an extra like plus D6 damage after you boost seems okay. It's the maneuverability and the speed and the meme of it that makes me want to play it. The Vlad. The Thorns damage is not that high. It will kill any grunt, basically. But I want to play Vlad because I want to drill to heaven. Even if Lancer's power scale is a bit all over the place, a decent team up can play to each other's strengths. See, that's the thing. I was even talking earlier about how in Lancer, even if you have a unoptimized team that doesn't play to each other's strengths, as long as the GM isn't a jerk, you can all still feel awesome. Meanwhile, if I play a barbarian with a 12 strength in D&D 5e, I will feel like I suck. If I play a wizard in D&D 5e, where my 6 spells I take at first level are comprehend language, jump, mage armor, color spray, silent image, and charm person, and I take mage hand, prestidigitation, and light as my cantrips, I will be useless in a fight. The only thing I chose that was fighting related was, and let's say I swap out color spray with featherfall, and because I realized as I was saying I was forgetting wizard spells and I was trying not to say combat ones. The only thing I chose combat oriented is like mage armor, and it gives me more AC. That doesn't help me in a fight. And maybe I don't even take mage armor. Maybe I take identify instead, right? So I have featherfall, identify, jump, comprehend languages, silent image, charm person. None of those are useful in a fight. I will feel useless. But if I play a goblin that I put all of my points into hull, and I decide with my one flex mount, I am going to have a main melee weapon, and I'm going to run up and I'm going to stab you, I can feel useful despite that. That goes for a lot of things. They hate a monarch. D&D tying everything to ability scores dooms it to running optimal builds. In D&D, I hate tanking dex. I hate tanking wisdom. Because AC and saves. Because perception and saves. And personally, I like playing a high charisma character because I like yapping. You might have noticed for the past 4.5 hours. I like being a sociable character, and the fact so many GMs, no matter what I say, will say, okay, roll persuasion with advantage to convince them to do something, when I just convinced the GM. A lot of GMs will do this. I will convince the GM, okay, this character should let me do this. And the GM will say, yeah, they should. Roll a persuasion with advantage because you persuaded so well. If I have a -4 persuasion, if I have like a -2 persuasion, let's say I roll like an 8 and a 12 and I needed a 13, right? Like, no. And that's kind of why I like City of Mist so much. I was talking about this earlier, is because it doesn't have stats. It has tags. So if I'm a karate instructor and I'm commiserating with someone who is a martial artist or like an MMA fighter, I can get a bonus to my persuasion roll to them by leaning on the fact that I teach karate and they are also a martial artist. Even though being a karate instructor might normally be a very physical thing, I might have instruction on teaching. I might know how to work with kids. Maybe I know about the culture surrounding karate and martial arts and MMA. I might be able to like gain persuasive bonuses by leaning on that to a professional boxer, for instance. And that just means that I can tank my ability to be social, because when it matters, I can figure out a way to make it work. The fact that I can't talk to save my life to the pretty girl across the counter doesn't mean that I like have to tank charisma. It just means I put all of my points in connecting with other fighters and with children because I'm an instructor of fighting, right? So I can't talk to the police officer effectively. I can't make my point to them. I really struggle at making my case. I can't talk to the like cute bartender who I need to get information from, but I can talk to like the 13-year-old who's a green belt and who I see for like once weekly lessons and who they know me because I'm a karate instructor. That's like what you do. Players roleplay when you bait them into it generally. Depends on the player. Some players will refuse outright. And some players only want to RP their specific idea of what role-playing should be. And that took me a long time to realize. Being a player who is really pissy if you don't get role-playing your way, but you're really invested in role-playing when it is your way, is not a good thing for a player to do. That's called being whiny. That's whining. That's being annoying. I had a player who, in my home game, back in high school, years ago, he was probably the most invested in role-playing, but specifically, he had main character syndrome. He wanted to be the leader. He wanted to be the main character. He wanted to be the one constantly moving the action forward. He wanted to win. And he would RP in accordance with that. And the more circumstances conspired to allow that, the more he would roleplay. So I lent into that, despite the other players being present, right? Because I wanted to roleplay and most of my group wasn't roleplaying. So I, as like a high schooler, was like, oh, you're roleplaying, let me reward this behavior. But that was not him being a good player who was roleplaying. That was him being effectively an attention seeker and using a means that I would reward in order to do that. And that was on me. That was on me to stop and me not realizing that, which is why since then I've grown. And there are times where I have players who do stuff that I like, but I know it's not for the right reason. So I will talk to them about it and be like, hey, let's not do that. Even though, listen, you're role-playing, I think that's awesome. But the fact you're role-playing by leaving the rest of the group, like this is the third time in 2 sessions that you walked away from the rest of the group to go roleplay with someone else about something unrelated to what's happening. I love the fact that you want to roleplay. You need to learn to stay with the group. You need to spend more time with the group. Otherwise, why are you playing with a group? And if your character would naturally not stick with the group, figure out a way why your character would want to stick with group or come up with a new character. And that's like real conversation that I had with a different player in a different group more recently because they kept leaving. Their character just kept, and this was something that constantly across multiple different games with multiple different characters, their characters leave the group to go roleplay with something else or to go pursue some other end. And I had to multiple times be like, hey, that's not okay. It's a group game. And eventually the group fell apart because of that. The group fell apart because this player kept just leaving to go do their own thing. Not because they were trying to be the main character, but because I don't think that they were giving the engagement required to the rest of the group. Yeah, I do need to be better with a couple of my players, but I think I've cracked the code towards the end of my last session. I think it's challenging for everyone to admit. I had murder hobos in some of my games and I had to swap my DMing style for them. Yeah, and that's the thing is, I like my high school group was mostly murder hobos. It was a group of murder hobos. It was one player who was like this main character syndrome. So it's like murder hobos, main character. And then I had one, Matt Colville called some audience members. I had one player in my group who really wanted to see a cool story play out. He was very invested in what was happening, but refused to participate because he didn't want to. He didn't want to influence the story. He wanted a cool story to happen. And he was perfectly happy to have that happen. And he was also another character who he was another player who I very much rewarded the behavior of because he wanted a cool story. It was the murder hobos who I took more issue with. And really, I should have been more aggressive with the main character. I should have adapted my strategy to better suit the murder hobos. And the audience member, I should have taken aside and been like, hey, this group probably isn't for you. That's not because it's your fault. That's because they're all murder hobos. And I tried running, I think, for just the main character and the murder hobo, and the audience member, which was awkward because the audience member had a crush on the main character. like players, like this player had a crush on this player, which made interactions awkward because this character, this player was constantly like trying to push the action forward, basically wanted their ego stroked. And this one was really shy and interested in that player, so had no issues with them doing basically anything they wanted, which was kind of yikes. I don't even remember how that resolved. I don't even think it went anywhere, but yikes. Oh, you never had an audience member in any of your groups? Kind of feels like a groupie situation. Yeah, and I mean, it's a situation where it wasn't like either of them was making the other one uncomfortable. It was simply a matter of we're all teenagers and our boundaries weren't quite cognizant. So one player, the main character, was taking advantage of that. One player was actively allowing that to happen because they were crushing on the other one. And I was just happy to get role playing. So I was allowing it even though I really shouldn't have. I guess one of my players is an audience member. That's more than them being busy for 2 months and getting back into it. I mean, an audience member is someone who does genuinely engage with the game. Just the way they engage with it is by not being a participant. That's why they're an audience member, is what Matt Colville calls them. They're invested in the story. They might roleplay if approached. They will take their turn in combat, and they'll probably talk to you out of the game about the cool stuff that's happening in the game. But they're not gonna make story decisions. They don't want to. They want you to say, and now the Lich's army is rolling across the land and you have to stop them. And they'll be like, oh, we have to stop the Lich. That's so cool. Like, that's what they want. They want to play a movie, basically. You only took out one NPC? Listen. You ain't done nothing. How do I feel about multi-classing? I get really bored if I don't multi-class. I'm not gonna lie, I get really bored playing the game if I don't multi-class. And, well, that's not true. It depends on what the game is. So if I had my rogue that ended up multi-classing into cleric, and then for a story reason, I took up a point of barbarian, but honestly, I don't think that was the right call. I think I probably should have just stuck with the cleric. I had a warlock that was a mono warlock, who I enjoyed very much. I generally, when I have builds that I want to do, like in D&D, I would make like, oh yeah, I want to make a 3 levels paladin, 1 level barbarian. Like I had a barbarian paladin one time, and this was like a short game, but barbarian paladin who, because you can smite when you're in rage, because smite is not a spell, so that's fun. Yeah, so I like multi-classing. I think there should be easier ways to effectively multi-class for the one thing you want. If I want expertise, I don't want to have to take multiple levels of rogue. Right? The reason that I'm taking a level of rogue at all is for expertise. So let me take expertise without having to go super far into rogue. And that's why I like in World of Darkness. In the World of Darkness, if I'm playing a Ventru and I want to turn invisible, I can take a level 1 power of obfuscate for 7 experience. If I want a level 1 power of my in-clan discipline, that is 5 experience. So I can take, oh my gosh, my voice. I can take other clans' disciplines for more expensive, but without needing to like take a level of Zamitsi, take a level of Nosferatu. I can just spend my experience on it. And And the way this works is that level 1 arrow versus level 50 rights, better than a level 2 archaeologist. For every level of power you're taking, it multiplies by the experience cost. So if I want a level 2 power, this would be 14 experience. Meanwhile, if I want a level 2 power, I would be 10 experience. So the scaling of my incline disciplines, if I'm a Ventrue and I want a dominate power, it's cheaper and becomes more cheaper over time than a out of clan discipline. If I'm taking obfuscate from Nosferatu. Why is my model freaking out? Like, why is my tracking software breaking? I feel like that was unnecessary. I'm gonna go burn my bread. Yeah, you go do that. You broke my model. How dare you? I blame you for this. Rare Savage Worlds W. Please drink some water. Oh yeah, I should be drinking water. I've had like 150 milliliters over the past 5 hours. Not the first time. Oh my gosh. So yeah, multi-classing, it's chill, it's fun. I think it's too much work. I think that too much of builds and optimization relies on multi-classing. I think that there should be, like, I don't want to go back to prestige classes. Prestige classes were all over the place, but I do think that there should be more granularity in in classes than just your one subclass and any spells you get. Because the reason I liked that Warlock is because I had so many different spells. My thing was I was doing different spells and invocations. Warlocks with invocations makes the Warlock feel so different. But if I play a fighter, okay, I'm playing a level 7 fighter who specializes in archery. That's not much different mechanically than a level 7 fighter who specializes in heavy weapons. The only main differences are subclass. And if we choose, like, one of us chooses champion fighter, one of us chooses, like, arcane archer. Cool, one of us gets, like, blue and red arrows, and then the other one gets to crit on a 19. That's not that different. What are your thoughts on necromancers as the Martha Stewarts of the magical world? What does that mean? I need to double check who Martha Stewart is, because the name is familiar. Businesswoman, writer, television personality. As the founder of Martha Stewart, focusing on home and hospitality, e-commerce. She was convicted of felony charges in stock trading. Wow. At the age of 81, she was the oldest woman to appear on the cover of Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue? Huh. Interesting. Neat. I have no opinion. That's my answer. Would I rather be a hunter or a fae from Outer Darkness? Okay, so realistically, Lancer buildcrafting is so much more fun than D&D. I agree, but I also think Lancer buildcrafting is so much more complicated. Like, if I want to be a mech that I'm really fast, but I'm really tanky, and I specialize in rapid deployment and then dropping down a bunch of cover, what I probably need to do is I'd probably need to focus on Nelson, Drake, maybe even like Napoleon. And I would need to look through every single mech to say, okay, every single mech, what ones focus on speed? What ones focus on defense? What ones give me mobile cover? Okay, I have these 7 frames. Which one of these gives me this? In 1 LL. Okay, out of these 7 frames, 2 of them give me something in 1 LL. Okay, of these 2 frames, which one do I want more? Well, both of them give me speed, but one lets me ignore difficult terrain while the other one lets me go on upside down surfaces. Okay, which one is more important to me? Well, I just put points in agility, so I want to focus on blah blah blah. Like, every single time you want to level up in Lancer, assuming that you're not like doing a build, right? Assuming in Lancer you aren't going in with the expectation of, I want to do X. I'm assuming that you're not hyper optimizing. You go in and you say, okay, I want to be fast with mobile cover and super defensive. Every time you level up, you have to look at every single frame. Not to mention, you have to consider not just what's at LL0, or not just at what's license level 1. You have to look at, what would I get if I put 3 levels in this? But I also think that if there was just, I don't know if CompCon does it. I don't use CompCon. I've never used CompCon, so you tell me if it does this. I feel like if there was a way to just say, hey, Lancer, I want to increase my speed. Which licenses gives me stuff for my speed? I don't need to look at the Morning Cloak. I don't need to look at the Metal Mark or the Drake or the Barbarossa. I just want to look at what increases my speed and my ability to maneuver. Okay, so you're showing me Nelson. You're showing me Death's Head. What can I get from this? Like, that is something that I think would be very useful for new players. Because, like, me, I consider myself not an experienced Lancer player. I've GM'd one game, right? I have not played Lancer. I have not run much Lancer. I ran a couple sessions in a module that, gosh, I need to finish that module. I have a Lancer module that I started writing up like 3 months ago, and then I moved. Or I started writing up 4 months ago, and then I moved, and I just haven't finished it since. Because it just has not been a priority for me. Like, I want to build a flying Barbarossa where I put my points in agility and can just fly around the battlefield. So I know I want to pick up the Ace talent because that gives me flying movement boosts. I want to pick up the EVA system, the flight system. I probably want to pick up points of Nelson so I can ignore difficult terrain. I want to get the 3rd level of Nelson so I can get a rocket strapped to my back, because that'd be really funny that I have a giant rocket strapped to my back right next to the giant gun strapped to my back. Like, I know enough about the game that I can say, okay, I'm going to start with Barbarossa. I'm probably going to grab 2 points of the license, and then I'm going to grab a 3rd Barbarossa, and then I'm going to focus on Nelson, and then I'm going to pick up some Lancaster because I want the mule harness, because I think that'd be funny if I'm like an aircraft carrier too. I know how I can do that. If you haven't played Lancer, none of that makes sense to you, and you would have to read the Barbarossa license, and the Lancaster license, and the Nelson license, and all of the talents, and every other license to figure out what the other options are. Gosh, I need to clip this whole thing. This literally just happened to us, please. You can clip. What I will say is that feel free to clip. There's a channel in the Discord called Cotton 4K where you can drop clips if you want. Also, if you, in Cotton 4K, drop timestamps of the VOD. So if you say at 4 hours, 48 minutes, Arrow had a really good conversation about building, I can then go back and clip it myself and make it an actual upload. But alternatively, if you clip it, by all means. Also, I should probably mention, just because we're talking about it, feel free, if you are a VOD watcher, or you are another content creator, or you are a viewer in live chat right now, if you want to make a clip compilation and upload it on your own channel, I give you permission to do that, so long as you are representing the fact that it is a fan work that you are not affiliated with me. You're allowed to upload clips of my work on your channel, and so long as you're like presenting it as I'm clipping of Arrow, you're fine. So if you want to do that and then like make a clip of it, edit it, upload it, and then show it to your gaming group, by all means. No, I'm not wonderful for that. That's very low bar. The lowest bar is if you want to do something and use my likeness or my appearance or clips of me, as long as you say it's not affiliated with me and it's you as a fan doing this, by all means, I'm not going to police you on that. This is also true for art. Oh my gosh, this is also true for art. Why can I not say art? This is also true for art, by the way. With the added, no, not the clipper thing, being transparent. Oh, yeah, people still trip over the bar. I don't think I'm very transparent. If anything, I think that there's a lot of stuff I keep purposely obfuscated. I feel as though I hide or hold back a lot of stuff for the sake of privacy and compartmentalization. So I appreciate that you find it transparent, though I certainly think I could be much more transparent. You tell us where the important boundaries are? Yeah, thankfully we can see you. Don't you tell me that. How dare you? Look what you did. Like with art, for instance, I'm very just like, do whatever you want. With art, my main points are, don't portray me doing hate speech. That's a no. Honestly, it started with me saying, don't do NSFW work with me. I don't care if you do NSFW work with me at this point. Like, I've done this enough. I've been creating content long enough. I have a big enough community. We have a established enough culture that if you want to make NSFW art of me, I don't much care. The main thing is don't involve stuff that should not be involved in that, such as, like, you know, folks under 18 and or animals or like toilets. Like, that's all stuff that I will ban you for. I will remove you from the community and not feel bad, and you probably won't be able to be brought back. And then obviously don't share that with community spaces if it is NSFW, even if it's like not falling under that stuff, just because we have folks that are under 18. We have folks who are minors. Don't post it in like the Discord or whatever. You feel free to at me. Art is art. I was talking about this earlier. I don't think there should be a stigma against NSFW art, but let's keep folks safe. Hello, Sanak. Arrow's so pale that I'm translucent. That's very true. No Arrow Skibby toilet muse. Yeah, so that's the thing. Like, the three things that I really just like, I point out and I'm just like, please just do not. It's like anything involving minors, animals, or like toilets. Like the minors and animals, that's just illegal. That is just straight up a crime to do that. And that would not only make me uncomfortable, you're also not allowed to draw that normally, I'm pretty sure. The toilets is like, I've talked about this before. I don't have synesthesia, but I certainly have certain things that if I think or talk about them, I kind of like physically get the sensation of it. And that is an instance where, oh, my model's broken. That is an instance where just straight up, if I think about that stuff, I will like unironically start like smelling it. Like, and it's just, it makes me feel ill, unironically. So that's why I'm just like, I will ban you for that. I will just straight up just remove you from the community if you try that. Yeah, so funny enough, I don't speak in euphemism so much because of YouTube. I speak in euphemism because of like a sensation thing. Like, I don't know if you've noticed that I really don't talk about like any toilet humor, for instance. Like, toilet humor is something that I just find repulsive, personally. Not just because I don't think it's funny, but because I actually like physically get recoiled from it. So I'd prefer that's not involved in art either. Like, and up to and including Skibby Toilet, I'm just like, ugh. Honestly, I appreciate it. I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, I am very, I suppose you were just calling me transparent, and I was about to say I'm very open about the fact, so I suppose I am a little transparent, where I'm very open about the fact. No, I mean, don't apologize. It's not like it detracts from my, honestly, who finds that stuff really funny? I don't know. That's my thing. I legitimately don't know that. Bet you're gonna write a 20,000 word erotica of the soda can? Go for it. Like, I'm very open about the fact that I really do not like hierarchy in like a community, and I want there to be a encouragement of creativity. Obviously, so long as everyone is safe, so long as everyone is following TOS and subscribing to community guidelines. I hate the idea that, oh, I've been in the community for a year, you've only been in it for a month, I'm better than you, people like me more than you. I hate the idea of, I paid, so I'm a member, so members are treated better than you, which is why I do stuff like I make the member streams public. I really try to avoid putting too much stuff only on Patreon. Like, I hate paywalls, I hate that kind of stuff, but so in that same vein, it's like, Is there stuff that if I just say, hey, go wild with art, there's going to be stuff where I'm not a huge fan of it? Yeah. But I also don't think that that's like a hill to die on. I think that the hills for me to die on are the very few that I'm like, no, I will actually feel ill if you do this. Like, please do not. The toilet implies the existence of a larger toit. I don't know what that means. Well, so toit is just two. So toilet is a two. Little two. Notice how I never take bio breaks during streams. Secret robot confirmed. I think it's just a little bit of hyper focus and a little bit of me just being built like a tank, right? Like, I will stream for 7 hours and then realize after the fact, oh, I'm shaking. Like, I will realize after the fact, oh, I did not eat. I really need to eat. Or, hey, I really need to go take a bio break or whatever. Like a tank factory machine confirmed. Listen, I have felt like a robot most of my life. This is fully serious. Like, for a lot of my life, I felt like a robot, which obviously is a very like neurodivergent thing to say. But just because I always struggled relating to people, and I always had a certain detachment, coldness, inability to empathize with others. And I kind of, over the years, have learned to not just deal with that, but also work through that. So to the point where I don't really feel like a robot anymore. And I think it's always funny. And I have considered including in like lore, like VTuber lore of like, oh yeah, I'm like secretly a robot, but I don't know. I feel like it's not authentic to me. Go get a drink and a snack right now. Well, no. So I'm yapping. I'm too busy. I can have some water. Well, thank you for the membership, Mexidan. What is the MV equivalent of Android? Envoy? So we have an Android. For those of you who don't know, the prefix andros is masculine. It is man, like literally means man. And gynos means female, which is why an androsphinx is a male sphinx and a gynosphinx is a female sphinx. An android is a male robot or masculine presenting robot. A gynoid? A gynroid? A gynoroid. I don't know. I feel like I've seen it written, but I don't know how to pronounce it. But that would be a female robot. So I think it would just be a roid. I think I'm a steroid. That's my answer. You have androids, you have gynoroids, and you have steroids. And that is actually andros and gynos is I've actually heard put forward, I think by Matt Colville actually, is in referring to the Mass Effect protagonist, you can play as a masculine character or a feminine character, and their name is Shepard. And a lot of people call the female main character FemShep because it's punchy, right? Like, I'm not gonna lie, it's punchy. It's nice to say. But Matt Colville brought up the idea of FemShip is a little bit reductive, so he calls them Androshep and Gynoshep, which I find very funny. So I wish this caught on more, where it's just like, yeah, did you play the male character or the female character? Yeah, I was playing the Gyno Tarnished in Elden Ring. Oh, really? I was just playing the Andro Ashid one. The Andro Ashid one in Dark Souls 3. Gynoid, the first one was correct. Okay, thank you. Take 5 minutes and see to my corporeal shell. Well, joke's on you. I'm going to end stream within the next hour anyway. Oh, would I rather be a Fae or a Hunter? I forgot about that. So in World of Darkness, there are Fae and there are Hunters. There are also vampires and werewolves and all these other things, but two of the factions are human mortal hunters and Fae, which mostly you will see in game as changelings. Which changelings are Fae that effectively gave up their immortality to become reincarnated in humans. So a baby is born, a human child is born, and then a Fae will effectively take over the baby. It will like subsume the soul of the human. The human still kind of exists, but is marred by and influenced by the Fey soul within it. So they grow up human, with a human soul, human mind, human psychology, but as they grow up, eventually their changeling soul will awaken, and they will kind of inherit their Fey powers while still retaining their humanness. And then eventually they will die, and then the Fey soul will move on to another human baby. Mortals are just normal humans that see, oh, that's a werewolf. I should probably do something about that. Oh, my wife just got her blood drained by a vampire. I should probably do something about that. And then they start hunting the creatures of the night. I have a weird thing with humanity. And I've talked about this before. I've talked about how my weird feelings on things like my place in the universe and how things are the way they should be because that's how they should be. Which, surprisingly, I'm not very spiritual. Oh my gosh, my model keeps breaking. I'm not very spiritual. I'm not very, like, belief in a higher power kind of person. But I do believe that things happen for a reason, even bad things. And that doesn't mean that bad things are good, but that does mean I think that their impact is important, even if you want to remove them. So that's why anytime I ask, like, hey, if you want to be isekai'd to another world, which one would it be? Or if you could go back in time and change one thing, what's your biggest regret? I'm always just like, I kind of wouldn't. Like, you know? Gynoshep sounds like an Egyptian god. Yeah. It has the same cadence as like Emotep, is I think what it is. But, so if I was in the world of darkness, I'd kind of be like, hey, I kind of think I should just be a hunter because I'm human now. I feel like a core part of my identity is being human. I feel like if I was a Fae, that would take away from that. That would change that. That would mean that I'm no longer who I am. Who am I if I am not just a human, right? And that's kind of why, like, I don't have VTuber lore, at least to the same degree as others. I'm just a human, where I might be a mob boss because you all have ascribed me as such. I might be a cult leader because you have ascribed me as such. But I'm not, or I'm the idol of obsession that a cult has built itself around. I'm just human. I'm just a person. And I'm not more. I might be less. I don't know. It's secretly a humanity F yeah. I wouldn't even go that far. I wouldn't say humanity F yeah. I would just say, why change what I am? Because what I am is what I am. Like, that sounds like a nonsense sentence, but why change a core part of who I am when that is what I am? Arrow is human. Humanity is core to Arrow. So why would I want to remove my humanity? Though that being said, if I was asked which splat in World of Darkness do I think most aligns with me, probably a changeling. That's where the answer gets weird, is because if I could choose, I would probably just be immortal. I'd probably just be a hunter. I'd probably just be a person. Not because I think that's cooler or better or whatever, but because I think that's important to me, to my humanity. But if I was like, hey, which one best reflects me? Probably a changeling. Whimsy, glamour, creativity, all very important to me. I feel energized when I am with creative people. When I inspire creativity in someone else, that fuels me. That is why I'm so passionate about this channel, is because this channel is about TTRPGs, and it's a bunch of creatives coming together and asking questions and running games and telling stories and being the best they can in a world that tells them that they shouldn't be. That is what a changeling does. It's just a changeling will often be about art or music or writing. And I love writing. But I think that if I was a changeling, my thing I would get glamour from would be TTRPGs. The thing I get glamour from would be inspiring other creatives. And it just kind of fits so well, particularly knowing how, like, silly and whimsical as a person I am. And there was a time in my life where I was very not whimsical. There's a time in my life, which I've alluded to before in Arrow Answers, but some people picked up on more than others, and I'm not going to say it explicitly, but you can guess. I really struggled, particularly when I was a teenager. And that's because I was overcome with banality. In Changeling the Dreaming, in World of Darkness, changelings can have their fey side repressed if they are overcome with the banality of a mundane world. If they don't engage in whimsy and silliness and creativity and inspiration, that fey side of them will retreat back into their soul, and the humanity will overtake it. They will not be a changeling, they will just be a sleeper. They will be a normal person who has a fey soul within them that might awaken one day, but at least for the time being, is gone. Oh man, Hunter the Parroting has been going crazy. I need more. Kitten says, I'm a hunter, with the weight of the world in his voice. Listen, I have not seen anything about Hunter the Parroting. All I know is that it's by the same people that made If the Emperor Had a Text-to-Speech, which is a wild pivot, I gotta say. It's a wild pivot. You wouldn't want to be a cool wraith doing cool undead ghost things. See, that's the thing, Sam. I don't want to deal with the bureaucracy of the Stygian hierarchy, is it? I think it is the Stygian hierarchy. Bureaucracy. You know what that word is. I don't need to explain it. Arrow, I need to what? Oh, Hunter the Parroting, yeah. You see, that's the thing. In Wraith, most of Wraith takes place in the Shadowlands. Most of the Wraith takes place with other Wraiths and ghosts and outside of, like, the Skinlands and outside of humanity, where you're not supposed to go into the Skinlands. Obviously, because you're Wraiths, you're going to go into the Skinlands. Like, why wouldn't you, right? But I think, like, cool ghost stuff is only feasible so much as you can engage in the Skinlands. But that's, like, super illegal by death taxes. And as cool as Wraiths are, and as much as I feel as though I have my own shadow, I feel like I'm more in tune with the creativity and inspiration of others than I am with overcoming my own darkness, if that makes sense. I feel like I already went through an arc, where I was in a very dark place, and through a lot of time and effort, and a lot of self-discovery and sabotage, and a lot of patience from other people in my life, I got to a better state of mind and better place. And there have been times in my life where if this is like a pit that I crawled out of, there have been times in my life where I've been on the precipice of that pit again, and or may well have fallen back in and barely caught on the top. Like barely caught on the ledge. This is not a pit that I've removed myself from. I was going to say yet, I don't think ever. Because I think that when you have this sort of pit, when you have this sort of state of mind that you have that is not just part of you, but is also part of the infrastructure that your life is built off of, that your psychology has used as a scaffolding and foundation simultaneously to grow from, you will never be able to leave it. But I think that the core part of Wraith the Oblivion is leaving that pit. And I think that some of Wraith is probably avoiding the pit, not going back in the pit, keeping the pit at bay. But I much rather feel that I'm at a point in my life now that the main thing with my main struggle is, I have a lot of main struggles, let's be real, but the main thing that I like, that energizes me, that keeps me going, that fuels me, is the inspiration of others. It's less trying to fight back the dark urges of my shadow that is whispering in my ear and trying to keep me from moving on Wraith style. It is trying to leave a positive impact on the world. The Wraith thing is a joke. Being a Wraith is absolute miserable. Politics or fighting your own dark side or being forced into a coin. Or you could be forged in like a pair of slippers. You never know what it might be. What game would you endorse for playing as a group of pirate characters? You know this better than I do. Community. Is it 7th Sea? What's the like, there's literally a TTRPG which is like you play as pirates. Alpha Booza turned to Hunter because Games Workshop got strict in fandom. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Which, like, if you're gonna choose anything, I was surprised it was Hunter and not Vampire. It was my main thing, because Hunter the Reckoning is not even top 3 splats for World of Darkness. The top splat is Vampire, obviously. I think followed by Mage and Werewolf. The fact Hunter got made before Werewolf for V5 is not because Hunter was popular, it's because Werewolf got delayed. 7th Sea, thank you. I would love to play more World of Darkness because, like, fighting to keep your humanity, your hope, your dreams, your death goes hard. It goes so hard. Some of the most emotional beats of role-playing I've had was in the World of Darkness. And obviously that's partially because it's just a narrative system. It's a system that prioritizes storytelling and role-playing, but it also just, it's edgy. It lets you be edgy. Why did it take me so long to find you? I feel strong kinship, if you don't mind me saying so. I mean, that's the thing, right? Realness, like the house scene version of realness, authenticity, genuineness is very important to me. So I try my best not to promote parasociality. I try my best not to, like, make GFE content or like BFE content or anything that's like, oh, treat me as if I'm closer to you than I actually am. But my story is not unique. I am someone who, when I was younger, I had some bad stuff happen. And a lot of the bad stuff was in my own head. And over a lot of time and effort and struggle and just kind of growing up, I moved past it, but I still carry the scars. And now I want to be the sort of person who I not only aspired to have in my life, but who also I could look to at that time in my life. I want to be the sort of person that can help others. And I talked about this in an Arrow Answers the other week, where I'm like, I'm not going to delude myself and pretend like being a funny internet person is some great moral imperative. But I will say, there were times in my life where funny internet people absolutely were the difference maker for me mentally. Like, back when I was younger, funny internet people 100% got me through tough situations, because it's a little bit of escapism, but it's also just increasing my mood, right? Like, it's just kind of allowing myself to enjoy myself. And something that I don't know if I say on channel a lot, but I say this, like, I think this a lot, is so many people want an Uncle Iroh from Avatar. I want to be Uncle Iroh, right? I think the world would be a much better place if everyone stopped it. I think the world would be a much better place if everyone stopped pretending like they were Zuko and that they wanted an Iroh to just always be there for them and to give them the sort of support, unconditional love that they feel that they need, because they do need that. But I feel as though that's a little entitled. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like you should strive to give that to others, particularly if you are someone who feels you need that yourself. And I feel as though you should appreciate the people in your life who do that, but I feel like there are people in your life who do that. Presumably, not always. I'm not going to assume about your living situation, but I feel like there are people in your life who love you unconditionally and who support you as best they can, and you push them away because, much like Zuko, you lash out. And because they're not a fictional character, their unconditional love stopped because they cut you out of their life, or you cut them out of your life, or you pushed them away, or you blew up at them and made them upset. And I want to be the sort of person who I can stand up for myself, but I can be there for people who no one else can stand. And whether that is me literally like supporting someone physically in my life who is being difficult, or that is just me being here projecting an aura of it's not going to be okay, but you'll be fine. Circumstances are not going to be better, but you will make it through it. Do cool stuff. Have fun. My motto since day one has been have fun, right? You think you're an arrow, but I already illustrated you a Zuko. There would be better off if everyone could be Iroh or an Aang. I wouldn't even say if everyone could be an Aang. Because like Aang ended his own stuff. Aang was a kid, right? Aang was dealing with his own issues, and Aang ran away from his problems, and Aang really struggled to reconcile very big picture things with very small picture things, and that is a struggle that a lot of people go through, and that's why he needed advice from people like Iroh. And the be Iroh comment is not to say like, hey, you can't ask for help. It's not to say like the Iroh comment is not to diminish someone who is in need of assistance. It is to say I've seen so many people who want an Iroh so that they can justify their own struggles. And I don't agree with that. I am someone who I have been privileged, and I very much am not speaking from a place of I'm not speaking from a place where I was disadvantaged and down on my luck and super struggling. I come from a very privileged position in being able to say this, where I feel as though that's a situation where you need to be able to give the advice that you wish you received. And I say that because I'm here today. Not everyone is. Not everyone who went through those periods of their life are here today. For various reasons, whether internal or external. I'm very fortunate to be here today for reasons both internal and external. But I do also think that a lot of people would benefit if more people made the effort to be an Iroh. Remember, Iroh did ask for help when he needed. Exactly. You're not in a financially well-off, but the times you have been, you set aside some of your paycheck for random acts of charity. I mean, yeah. Yeah. It lets me indulge in edgy goth punk that I buried in high school. Why would you bury that in high school? Goths and punks are cool. Like, being punk is not about wearing leather. And being goth is not about wearing black. Being punk is being your true authentic self. And that's something I really believe in. And like, the most recent Superman movie was talking about how like being kind is punk kind of deal, like, which is cheesy, but it's kind of true. Authenticity is core to being punk, particularly in a society that rewards conformity. I thought I grew out of it, Nydia grew right back into it. That's so real. Are you 100% sure you aren't my long lost twin? I'm not 100% sure. I'm like 99% sure. Anyways, thanks, and I apologize if you made it weird. No. I mean, that's the thing, right? Everyone likes saying, don't be parasocial. Don't make it weird. What does this mean? Because I'm not going to lie. I don't pretend to like be your partner. I don't tell you like sweet nothings or like give you affirmations or ASMR or whatever. But I would be shocked if someone watches my content consistently and didn't have some degree of like positivity towards me. Whether that is you admire me or you want to be my friend or you have a crush on me or whatever, like I'm not in control of how you feel. And I'm not going to tell you how to feel. I'm just going to say, recognize that whatever you feel towards me, whatever positive feelings you feel towards me is to me as an entertainer. In the same way people have like, they aspire to be like a celebrity. They have crushes on a celebrity. They watch a specific celebrity as a comfort character, so to speak. You can feel that all you want, and that is parasocial. The issue with parasociality is when you say, oh, okay, I'm entitled to you. Oh, okay, I have a crush on you. If I throw money at you, you're gonna fall in love with me. Oh, I want to be your friend, so I'm going to find out where you live. Right? The issue with parasociality is not the existence of a parasocial relationship. Anytime you have any connection to anyone that is not, you know them personally, it is a parasocial relationship. I would even argue, and this is a bit of a hot take, I think the relationship between a student and a teacher is parasocial. Because you don't know the teacher outside of their teacher face. You don't know the teacher outside of who they are as a teacher. You only know how they present themselves. So if you have a good relationship with a teacher where they're like giving you advice or mentoring you, or they're like really supporting you in a really difficult time, that's parasocial, I would say. I don't feel positive towards you, Baka. Once again, the problem circles around unwanted entitlement. I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, I keep saying that's the thing, right? That's not what I should be saying. But parasociality is dangerous when it is conflated with other things. Like, a parasocial relationship is literally just, I have a relationship and feeling towards you that is not reciprocated. You have a relation, like all of you in chat right now, you in the VOD, I see you right now. You have a parasocial relationship with me. That could be you don't care about me. That could be you think I make cool TTRPG videos. That could mean that you think I'm cute and adorable and you want to like date me or whatever. Whatever it is not reciprocated because I don't know you and you don't know me. However, we do still have a relationship. We have a parasocial relationship. I have a parasocial relationship with you. With Can, Andy, Alexander, Mexidan, Cantus, B. I have a parasocial relationship with each of you individually that goes two ways. And you'd think, wait, isn't that just a normal relationship? No, because we have two one-way parasocial relationships. Right? I have a view of you that is not the same as how all of your friends have a view of you, or your coworkers, or your family has a view of you. You have a view of me that is not the same as anyone else in Twitch chat, or YouTube chat, or the community, or the Era Kissers have of me, or my friends, or my family, or whoever. You have a parasitic relationship? No! You're draining my life force! And that's why I'm so cognizant of, like, I don't want to feed into the narrative that, like, oh, you can befriend me if you just join the Discord. I'll be in VC, ready to chat with you. Like, no, I don't do that. Because I understand that already there's a parasocial relationship here, just by watching me. I have a parasocial relationship with every streamer I watch. I would say I don't have a parasocial relationship with someone like Rorston, with someone like Archivist, with someone like Nekoboy Blue. These are channels that I as a viewer interact with, but I also interact with as a friend. I know these people off stream. I have been in call with them. I have been in very like intense emotional discussions with some of them where we've talked about very private things. Because that's just a normal relationship. Like a platonic relationship, but a relationship nonetheless. That's not a parasocial relationship. You have a parasitoid relationship? No! You gotta get that checked out. Well, I mean, you should probably still get it checked out, but maybe the doctor will be like, yeah, that's pretty chill, fam. It's pretty poggers of you, my doggers. Anyway, I should really get to sleep instead of staying up. Good night. Well, good night. Gosh, it has been 5.5 hours. Their name isn't Cactus, it's Cantus. Arrow, did you hide it? I should hydrate. The Alexander the Pretty, all right. Well, I have a hyper parasitoid relationship. Oh my gosh. Whew. Nearly done. Yeah, so I have not played 7th Sea. To get back to the question, I have also not played 50 Fathoms. I just know these are like ship games. These are across the waters games. There is Wild Sea. This is not on an ocean. This is on a sea, an ocean of forest. It is a setting that is very like, I'll say high whimsy. It's very ad hoc. It's very silly. It's very exploration oriented. I talked about it earlier. I've talked about it in videos. So check out the Wild Sea TTRPG. And also, there is a supplement for D&D 5e called Sky Zephyrs, which my partnered third-party publisher, Homie and the Dude, made, where if you go to their website and use promo code ARROWKISS, you can get 20% off your order. It is a supplement for 5e that adds skyships. So you can play in 5th edition with skyships that you can customize, build, put dragon plating on, have like flame howitzers on them, and utilize that to have skyship piracy, which sounds very fun. Hey, a scoop. Favorite element? I feel like carbon. It's pretty pog, kind of slept on. No one really talks about it. Integral to all known life. Silicon might be up there as a stage 2, but like as far as we know, carbon-based life forms. That's all of them. Then my top 10s. Okay, I'll do you one better. I'll make a top 10 list because that's something that people do. Gosh. Carbon. What other element? Like neon is pretty cool. Like neon is just bright, shiny. It's noble gas, nobility, pretty pog. Hydrogen number 1, like that. Random elements that like no one knows or cares about because they were like theoretically discovered and then they were like brought into existence like maybe once, like francium, americanium, germanium, just the ones named after different countries. I really don't have an opinion on elements. Now, if you meant the classical 4 elements, that's a different question. Or if you meant like wuxia of the classical 5 Eastern Chinese elements, unobtainium, yeah. I like francium just because it's one of the funny elements. I like the funny elements too. They're silly. They're stupid. They're wild. I will say, sodium, and sodium and chlorine are very funny because when they come together, they make table salt. But independent, they will both kill you in like 7 different ways each. Francium is probably explosive. Like, so if I grab periodic table. Oh, I have stir fry from yesterday. Pog. I just realized I have food that I can make because I didn't have it for breakfast. I had rice and egg. So all of the metals that are down here, right? Are they transition metals? They're probably transition metals. All of these ones down here, these are just goobers, right? These are just silly. I'm not going to lie, I don't remember how they work. Because the thing with the periodic table is that from left to right, this is how many hydrogen, or no, protons they have. And I think top down, so like the group is how many protons they have. The period is, I believe, how many valence shells they have. So like the innermost one only has room for 2 protons. The second one has room for 8. Then it's another 8, and then it's a bunch. So I actually don't know 6 and 7. Lanthanides and actinides are funny. They are, because they're just so silly. They're little dudes. That's the thing. Francium gives you roughly 22 minutes to find out what it does before it stops being francium. That's funny. I will say, bromine and mercury being 2 of the only liquids is very funny. Oh, someone just followed over on Twitch. Dracula flow time. Okay. I should watch Dracula Flow on freaking Halloween. Because I keep not watching it. Because I keep being like, well, what if I just reacted to it? What if I became a reaction Andy? Really funny thing, based on new discoveries, a little bit of ionizing radiation actually makes you healthier. Ah. This is bromine. It would be a shame if I dropped it. Listen, I'm a big fan of Quicksilver. Quicksilver, if you drink it, you'll be immortal. Or at least this Chinese emperor told me he would, and then he died for completely unrelated reasons. Do not do this. Do a deep yap session about the lines in it you find funny. I would yap so hard. Because, like, I've seen a couple. I know a couple lines from Dracula Flow, right? You know, I was gambling on what I was going to come back to, but I admit I did not think the periodic table. Have you considered drinking some mercury? Some Quicksilver. It will make you immortal. What was the question? Favorite element, right? So if we're talking 4 element, if we're talking the 4 element system, I have an affinity for earth and fire. I don't know which one fits me more. Like, which of the classical 4 elements would you say fits me more? Why is my model freaking out? Okay, I need to... Please hold. Let me restart this again, because for whatever reason, my tracking software is being dumb, stupid idiot. Dumb, stupid idiot. Hate them. They're mean. They're bullying me. Okay. Oh. We're back. I'm still lagging. I don't know what this is. I'm sorry. Whoop, you've tainted your liver with toxins. I mean, I certainly won't die of old age if I drink mercury and Quicksilver. Well, so mercury is Quicksilver, fun fact. Mercury is an old school name for Quicksilver. Yes. You looked away and I'm gone? Yeah, so my model's been freaking out all day. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's my phone. I don't know if it's my tracking software. I don't know if it's like the connection. I don't think it, like, my computer's definitely not overheating. I'm just yapping. Yeah, pal, lucky for me, we're not in the classical era anymore, and I know that's poison. Now I will sip on my water that I've been collecting through a fire-resistant cloth. Okay, so if we're talking classical 4 elements, there's a reason speedsters are called Quicksilver, Mercury. Okay, wait, that's so smart. I didn't know that. I didn't put that together. Hey, my phone's freaking out. So 4 elements. I do like earth. I do like fire. Wind, I'm pretty like milquetoast on. Water's the one that I'm like, I definitely would not be water. Like, I don't identify with water. I'm scared of the ocean. I value flexibility very highly, but I just don't like the associations with water don't speak to me in really any interpretation. And then in the 5 element wuxia, this is fire, wood, earth, metal, water. And I don't know enough about the associations behind like metal and wood. I think they correspond to the 5-man band, where the leader is fire. The big guy is earth. We have the heart. Is the heart water? And smart guy. It would be metal or air. I have no idea. Why is my model's continuing to freak out. I guess we just don't get a model now. I guess the model is just dead. Wait, wood, metal, and rock are all different? Is each dirt or stone? So in the classical wuxia, I believe I'm talking about wuxia. It is the classical Chinese 5 elements, which are tied to the different body parts. They were tied to different, not humors, like the 4 elements were tied to the 4 humors, but they had different associations. And wood, metal, and earth were all considered different things from one another. Yeah, getting a... Oh my gosh. Oh, fancy pants with the macroplastic. Sadly, I can only afford the micro. Listen, microplastics are free. You can just take them. I have like 10 billion in my body right now. You can just... The elites don't want you to know this. Okay, it was earth, stone, or dirt? I think that's a good question. Like, is a Pokemon ground type, which is different from a rock type? Would this just be earth? And if so, would earth be ground or rock? Don't even touch mercury. That stuff is really nasty. Gallium, on the other hand, you can hold. Do not imbibe the silvery fluid. It's still a heavy metal and will give you related poisoning. Wouldn't the answer be both? I feel like earth is both ground and rock. But I don't know if like dirt or stone would be... What about... So, you know... So, I believe it is Eskimo... Or is it... I might be wrong. It might just be indigenous people. I don't know if that's correct. I think just indigenous people in like frozen areas, like the Arctic Circle, Antarctica, in like very frozen areas, will have many different words for snow because it's such an important part of their life that they need to distinguish between it. There is various cultures, I believe in sub-Saharan Africa, that have different words for water that differentiate rain from still rainwater, from moving water. Like different cultures have different words for different things. So I think it's totally reasonable to have a culture, particularly like dwarves, that don't just has the difference between stone, dirt, gems, like maybe even like sand. Not only do they have different words for them, they also have different mythological associations. Like if you have a completely subterranean society, it would make sense that stone has different interpretations than dirt, which has different interpretations than gemstones, which has different interpretations from sand. Different words for the same thing? That's absurd. Now let me kill this cow to go get some beef and make a steak. And did you know that the reason we have different words for cow versus beef is because back in medieval times, the peasantry would speak like a Germanic language. So cow is Germanic, pig is Germanic, chicken, or not chicken, like swine would be Germanic, whereas the nobility spoke French. So that's where you get beef. That's where you get pork. The reason English is so messed up is because nobles would have different words for the same byproducts of livestock. And because the nobles were the one primarily eating it, that is what that got called. But then the peasantry were raising it and actually dealing with it, so that's what that got called. It's always nobles. Like, and I don't know if that meant that a 13th century peasant that like slaughtered a cow and would eat its meat would say that they're having cow for dinner, or if they would say that they're having beef, because as it always is, the peasantry want to mimic the nobles. Whew. I did know the linguistic divide between upper and lower classes. I like words a lot. I like words too, so much that I write them sometimes. I'm playing Chiton Blood Mage. How do people manage to do it with Devil's Chains of all things? They're described as vile and repulsive within game. What does this mean? What? Do it? Like girl frame? Like bow chicka wow wow? Have I been corrupted? Bow chicka, okay. I appreciate that when I say like bow chicka wow wow, people just know what I mean. Like hold hands, yeah, like hold hands. So, I don't know, I've never done it with a chain devil. Like, do it like have children? Well, no, you can have children without Bauchikawala. That's adoption. Don't have a cow, Arrow. I'll have a cow all I want. Well, aren't chain devils like, don't they take the visage of someone that you've lost or disappointed and like can screw with you like that? Well, yeah, so devils, so fun fact, in my setting, mostly because souls are a weird concept to me, I have it so that there are two delineations of fiends. There are, I believe I call them soulborn. And then there are just like the standard ones. So standard ones will just be coalesced. So you'll just be living your life and you'll like commit the sin of adultery. And then in the 9 hells, enough people commit the sin of adultery that a new adulterous demon spawns, or like devil spawns in 9 hells. It just comes into being. It spawns from the evil energy of the world. But if you sell your soul to a devil, and then you die, and then your soul is brought to the 9 hells, you might form a devil from your soul. And then you're basically seen as different, but you are still a devil, but you're more powerful than a normal devil because you have the power of a soul behind you. And then once you die, your soul fragments, breaks apart, dissipates, and then spawns a series of normal devils. So it's the idea of you're generally not going to encounter individuals who sell their soul and then exist as a devil for all eternity. But what you will have is you will have people who sell their soul and then they exist for a devil for like a century. And then eventually they die because they mess up because they haven't been a devil for hundreds of years. They've only been doing this for a couple of decades. And then they die, and then their soul fragments. So arrow lore, I do talk lore sometimes. So there aren't any demons in the setting, so there are demons. So this was based off of D&D World. And then the more I wrote for it, the more I started doing non-TTRPG stuff, the more I started writing, the less D&D specific stuff it has. But I do like the distinction between fiends being devils and demons. So this happens for both devils and demons. This also happens for angels and celestials. In my world, there are devils are kind of like your lawful evil. Demons are kind of like your chaotic evil. You also have celestials. And I think I made it angels are your lawful good. And I don't think I made it Fae. Fae might be chaotic good. I don't think that's the case. I think I made it like beast folk. Right? I made the furries the good guys. I know, terrifying. Because what I did is I basically said, okay, so the prime material plane is here. And on the cosmic sector, you have the 9 hells and the 9 heavens. And literally surrounding them like a corkscrew is the abyss and the wildlands. And the idea being is that literally this is closer, kind of like in the Great Wheel cosmology, this is closer to like the ultimate goodness, and this is closer to the ultimate badness. And something I actually talked about this with my sibling. I was talking about hell in my world with my sibling like years ago at this point. And what we decided is that the hells and the heavens are each segmented. So you might enter the first heaven, and in order to ascend to the next heaven, it's literally horseshoe theory. It's horseshoe theory, and the two tips are connected. The two ends, the good and the bad, are connected because balance. If you're in the heavens and you need to get to another version of the heavens, you must be asked by someone else to go to the heaven in good faith, right? You must be asked by someone to ascend to the other heaven, and then a stairway will appear before you, a like spiral staircase. And that'll allow you to ascend to the next heaven. You can only go from heaven 1 to heaven 2, heaven 2 to heaven 3 to heaven 4, by someone requesting you do so. You can never selfishly ascend. And in the hells, the only way to descend from the top layer to a lower layer to a lower layer is to reach a point where you are so despondent in your search for the way to descend that psychologically you are defeated, and that despair brings forth a spiral staircase that will bring you down, right? And what we decided is that when I'm talking to my sibling, we figured out that like devil lords in the hells have figured out how to, they have such mastery of their emotions that they can induce this despair upon themselves instantly. A devil lord has the ability to just invoke this primal despair of literally spiraling into the pits of hell. They have such a mastery over their own emotions that they can force this despair that will bring a staircase whenever they want. And in the heavens, angels know there's a quid pro quo. I'll request that you go to the next heaven if the next time I need to go to the next heaven, you request I go. So it's the idea of devils have such mastery. They're ultimately selfish. They know they can do it entirely for themselves. Meanwhile, the angels have this kind of like, oh yeah, I mean, I'll help you if there's something in it for me. I'm good. That doesn't mean that I'm naive. Yeah, you have to pay it forward. What sins are considered devilish and which are demonish? What makes one a devil and a demon? So the main distinction between the two is just the law versus chaos. It is not murder is demon and like slavery is devil, right? Although that is two things that those two groups very much lean into, because law and chaos. If you are a bad person, and this is partially by my own belief system. This is partially because I'm not religious, I'm not particularly spiritual. I just kind of don't really know what happens after death. I have decided, because of like D&D resurrection rules, there is reincarnation after 1 year. Your soul lingers. It might be a ghost. It might possess a revenant. It might imbue itself in a magic item. It might be called upon by Speak with Dead. It might be resurrected. It lingers for a year. And then, do you remember back at how at the very top of the heavens and at the very bottom of the hells, there's these like points that are kind of connected to one another, the ultimate good, the ultimate bad? After a year of not being reincarnated, of being a ghost and having your freaking like wailing or whatever, you kind of dissipate into that primeval essence, that greater magic. And this isn't indicated by if you're good or you're evil. This isn't if you're a bad person, you go to the hells. If you're an even worse person, you go to the abyss. It is, you just fade after like a year. And then eventually your soul will reconstitute the various portions of it into other souls, and a new person will be born with parts of you. You have parts of many people from prior generations living on within you, but it's never the full person. It's not just, I was Quarry and then I died and then I became DP and then I died and then I became Alexander. It is Quarry dies, and now when Alexander's born, DP is born, and Bob is born, all of them will have a part of the energy that made up Quarry within them. And that may come up in certain like spells or magic. You may have to have the fragment of a soul of someone prior to access something. But fundamentally it is, you're reconstituted. It's a flow. And angels and devils realized, this is a part of my setting that I love. I gotta say, angels and devils. Yeah, wrecking your mental state for a millisecond to summon the stairs, like calling a cab. Exactly, that's literally it. Angels and devils realized millennia ago, if this continues as it is, there will be a entropic decay of soul. Because eventually, even if it's just 1 or 2 a generation, if a soul becomes a devil or becomes an angel, it's not returning to that soup. So eventually, over millions of years, potentially, we will run out of cosmic energy. So we have a handshake agreement. And by handshake, I mean like it's enforced by planar law that like devils will kill devils and angels will kill angels if they break this, where there are certain rules in place preventing the kind of snagging of souls. That is why in my setting, consent is critical in selling your soul. You cannot do that while coerced. You cannot do that while under the influence. You cannot do that while you are not fully developed mentally yet. Like there's no instance of like, as a child, you accidentally sold your soul, now you're stuck like that. Like cosmically, angels and devils realize if we just go all out and we're just focused on stealing a bunch of souls, we're gonna run out. So we need to make it as hard as possible to do this so it lasts as long as possible so that we don't run out in like a couple thousand years. So they made it so that after like, or so like the soul just kind of fades after like a year, because angels and devils like, we're not stealing souls. If I'm a devil and I kill you, I don't get your soul. I have to convince you to sell it to me. Right? Same with angels. The issue is that demons don't care about this. So demons go around stealing people's souls. Demons go around signing contracts with like a 4-year-old. And it's just like, oh, you want another cookie? Sign this and I'll give you another cookie. And it signs away the child's soul. So devils and angels literally have an embassy. There is a embassy on the first level of hell where an angelic ambassador spends like their days, and there's an embassy of like Hellforge and Hellfire on the first like heaven, where devils are treated as equals to angels because both sides are lawful enough to recognize demons are the problem. So a devil is more likely to broker peace with an angel it finds than broker peace with a demon. And an angel is more likely to let a devil off with a warning, or so like just kind of like look the other way if it sees a devil, if it has reason to believe the devil didn't break any contract. Angels and devils have a universal cosmic ceasefire, effectively, because both recognize we need to focus on these other chaotic aspects and ensuring that the soul economy doesn't go topsy-turvy. We hate each other. You disgust me. So, and that's the thing is, I think the beast folk, I think I did just make them Fae. I think the Fae are my chaotic good, where I call it the wildlands because it's very animalistic. It's kind of like a natural primitivism in the wildlands. I mean, the Fae are just there for japes, for shenanigans. Angels are dealing with Fae just like devils are dealing with demons. So the deal with this is that you have this kind of cold war between the angels and the devils, and both angels and devils are like, okay, we need to deal with I don't think it's beast folk. What I did, wanna know what it was? I made it so that Kenku and lizard folk and all of the various like monstrous races are just called beast folk in my world. There are beast folk in my setting. I think I just made the Fae the chaotic good cosmic entities. So the Fae are like the wild cards. They're still going to make contracts with you. They'll still like steal your name and your pronouns and your attention to have you be like a non-binary person who has ADHD. Like they'll still do all that. But broadly speaking, the Fae, being more good aligned, recognize, okay, there's merit to what these stooges are doing. Very much, I play the Fae as chaotic lawful, which, if you don't know, that's a post where there are two secret alignments, effectively. One is chaotic lawful. Oh my gosh, my model. Why is my model freaking out? It's laggy. I'm sorry. Let me restart again. My tracking software. My apologies. Oh boy, I'm the deli ham of souls. Exactly. Okay, we're here. So chaotic lawful is the idea of you will be as chaotic as possible, incorporating the letter of the law, right? Or I don't remember which one it is. Basically, the idea being is that Fae very much fall into the archetype of I am going to use contracts and manipulation and illusion and subterfuge. I'm going to be a Fae. I'm going to be mysterious. I'm going to be shenanigans. So the angels are less focused on them than they are on on demons. But I just love the idea, and I can tell you more about the circles of hell in my world if you want, but the angels like literally have an embassy in hell where they work to like effectively they do soul trade agreements. They're like, okay, so we see that in terms of devilish dealings over the past quarter, we've seen a 3% increase, which is within the expected 4% range increase. So we think that it's favorable for a joint partnership in targeting the alcoholic sector. We think that if we do a two-pronged approach where angels will try to get them off of alcohol and you try to get them to spiral further into their alcoholism, we'll actually divide that segmentation equally across both of us, falling within our expected margins. And then devils will be like, yes, but I was actually hoping to target the animal abuser route. And angels go, well, they're kind of a little bit out of our range, so if you want to handle that, we'll kind of need assurances that you won't be handling any of the like carpenters for the next couple of years. And devils are like, well, that is the most holy profession. And then they'll share a laugh as they like clink whiskey glasses together. Like literally they will have like business meetings about the souls of the world, because angels might be good, but they are not the good of a person. Devils might be evil, but they are not a human's evil. They're cosmic evil. They're cosmic good. They're these universal forces literally working hand in hand to just not treat the needs of people. So it's up to people to treat one another properly. You can't rely on the angel to come in and save you from the devils, because the angels have a handshake agreement. I mean, the angels already handed this town over to the devils, and they're willing to look the other way for any soul nonsense, so long as it doesn't leave the bounds of the city, and they give up the gardeners outside of the city. Like, that's just something that will happen. And you as a person are like, what do you mean you forsook my entire city to the devils? And Angel's just like, hey, cosmic good. The rest of the continent, the rest of the plane, like it all balances out. It's all kosher. It's got to be net zero, and you just found yourself on the wrong side of the equation. Sorry. And they bounce. I like this a lot because it means that you don't really need law and chaos as dimensions, because there isn't good, pure, and evil. And that's the thing, right? Like, I like the idea that an angel is a being of good. And so, if an angel acts outside of the confines of goodness, it ceases to be an angel and therefore ceases to be. Same thing with a devil is evil. If a devil acts good, if it acts outside the bounds of evil, it's no longer a devil, so it ceases to be. That is literally like how these things function. But how does this function when you have a soulborn? If you recall, if you sell your soul to a devil, or if an angel like claims your soul, they basically like balance each other out, because they're like, well, devils can only get so many souls and angels can only ascend so many souls, so they got to be really choosy about who they get. If you're a soul-born angel, are you going to sit here and watch as your fellow angels sell out this entire city of people to the devils? No. You're going to go down there and you're going to fight them. Bye-bye, Sanag. You're going to go down there and fight them. But that's imbalancing the universe. So other angels are going to be problematic to you. Maybe you need to get up to another level of heaven. No one's going to let you. Because remember, to ascend the heavens, you need someone else to legitimately ask you to ascend for them. You can only ascend in heaven if you are requested earnestly to do so by someone else. What mortal is going to ask you to do that? What mortal understands the machinations of that? I should probably clarify, you have to be in the heaven to do that. So it's like, if you're in heaven 2 and you want to get to heaven 3, you need someone else in heaven 2 to ask you to go to heaven 3. So you can't just be like, I'm in the mortal plane, hey mortal, can you ask me to ascend? And they're like, sure. And then you go back to heaven 2 and then ascend. You have to, in heaven 2, someone ask you, and then you can go up it, and then the stairway disappears, right? I'm going to grill my dad and ice some cheese. I like the grilled cheese joke, but I technically make melts. Ooh, I want to melt. Isn't Hunter the Parenting going to Otulli's next vid, or was that a fever dream? I have no idea. I don't watch that. So imagine you're a soul-born angel. You're going against cosmic good to focus on human good. That's not being a fallen angel. That's just not playing angelic politics. So maybe you fight a bunch of devils. And also what this does is the fact that consent is so important. This makes it so, like, something that makes me really uncomfy, just on like a fundamental level, is the idea of, oh, okay, I'm going to take your soul, I'm going to bring it to hell, and then I'm going to torture it for all eternity until you sell me your soul, and then you're going to suffer for all more eternity because you sold your soul to me. That just doesn't strike me as, first off, compelling. Second of all, comfy? Like, not even just like, oh, that sounds unfortunate, I don't want that to happen to my character. Like, no, that just doesn't sound like it fits anything other than grimdark. So the fact that consent is so important in your soul means that if you are being tortured, you cannot consent to something that would stop the torture. That is coercion. That is force. So devils don't have these torture mills where they go out and like steal souls and like, we're gonna stab you a bunch of times until you sell me your soul, and then I'm gonna stab your soul a bunch of times, because that doesn't work. In the same way, you can't have someone who selfishly wants to become an angel. You can't have someone who wants to join the ranks of angels because they think it would be cool, or because they want more power, or because they want to advance their like agenda. They can only do so if they genuinely, in their heart, in their soul, want to spread cosmic good. In the same way that you can only become a devil if you want in your soul to spread cosmic evil. Which ends up being way more interesting when you have a situation like, I'm a bad person, but I don't want to sell my soul. I'm a good person, but I'm not allowed to ascend. Suddenly it's way more interesting than just like, oh, hey, Beelzebub said that I'd get once per short rest, like burning hands. Sure, I'll sell my soul. Like, no. What makes me uncomfortable is the idea of selling other people's souls, like selling your child's soul. How does that even work? That's the thing. That's why, from a narrative perspective, I think that's really interesting. From a actual logistical, like, how would that work perspective, I don't like it. Which is why demons do that. You can offer your firstborn to a demon. You cannot offer your firstborn to any self-respecting devil, because the devil will say the child needs to be able to consent to this, and the child as a minor can't do so. They are not fully developed yet, therefore I cannot accept this deal. You can't buy your way into being a devil, at least not easily. You have to spend significant resources and investment to do so. And with a demon, they'll be like, yeah, I'll take your firstborn, sure. And then who's going to stop them? Probably a devil. Because a devil is going to be like, nope, this breaks cosmic order. We need to keep cosmic order in balance. We need to do our evil stuff. They need to do their good stuff. You are doing too much evil. Okay, but like, what are you allowed to offer? Can I offer something that doesn't belong to me? Like, I can offer my neighbors? Yeah. So, you can offer anything. And theoretically, you could... Theoretically, a devil could accept that offer. An angel could accept that offer. But who's going to enforce it? And that's when it gets into like actual contract negotiation of, okay, you're offering the souls of your neighbors. How are you going to offer this? My stamina is insane. I hear that every night. Nope, I should not have said that. What are you going to offer and how are you going to force it? If I'm a devil and you offer me the souls of your neighbors, I'm going to say, okay, how are you going to get me them? Hey, Jeffrey, how are you going to offer me the souls of your neighbors, Jeffrey? How are you going to do it? Good for you, Era, just making sure to drink water. Oh yeah, I should drink water, shouldn't I? You're lucky this isn't on Twitch, otherwise I'd have been clipped instantly. You can clip here, you know. You can clip on YouTube. And earlier I was saying how I'm totally fine with people clipping stuff. We have a channel on the Discord called Cotton 4K where you can post clips. Yeah, so the idea being is that you can offer anything. You can literally offer the world. You can say, I offer you the souls of every single person here. How are you going to make that work? No devil's going to take that offer unless they're stupid. But if you as a king, for instance, offer the souls of every single subject in your realm, a devil might say, okay, you clearly don't understand how this works. And you clearly don't understand what having a muffler is like, do you? No. You clearly don't understand how this works. They need to all be willing participants. And then the king might say, well, they're my subjects. Of course they're willing. And then the devil will just say, no, okay, your petty title and the rulership that you oppress these people with is not consent on the soul bound level. You cannot claim that the petty authority you wield in life extends into death. I'm sorry. I know that that's not what anyone in your life has told you, because everyone thinks that if they just appease the ramblings of a petty despot, they'll get in your good graces. That's not how this works, Chief. And then the king will be like, ah! And then the devil will be like, okay, you need undying devotion and loyalty from these people so that they will willingly pledge themselves to anything you tell them to. Get me that, and then I will do that. That is why cults are so effective. Cults, first and foremost, are personality-based organizations that group around a central charismatic figure. If a cult leader told their followers, now sell your soul to this devil and we shall all rejoice for eternity, many of those people would enthusiastically say, yes, I will do that because I believe in you. I believe in this community. I believe in what we want to do. And then a devil would be like, that's awesome. I love you, bro. Like, pog. And that is why, in my writing, in the book I wrote, which, again, is in the editing stages because I've not been able to work on it in basically since I started content creation, there's a point where it's revealed that a demon basically made a deal with one person. And then that one person, much like a Ponzi scheme, grabbed other influential individuals, effectively seduced them with the promise of power, and got them to sell their souls to the demon. And the demon, basically what it did is it gave this first person magic to help them be more charismatic, to kind of make them more attractive, to give them that halo effect, in exchange for that person getting other people to sell their soul. So this person got other people to willfully sell their soul in exchange for power or whatever. And there was nothing coercive about it. It was entirely this one person made a decision. They became like more attractive, more well-spoken, more charismatic, then literally just charmed these other people mundanely. No charm spell, no do what I say because I want you to. Literally, it was just like, you could be so powerful by this. Imagine that. Look at what they did to me. Like, I'm hot now. I wasn't before. You can be hot if you want, or you can be super strong, or you can have like fire magic. And then that person's like, I do want fire magic. Yeah. And you are hot. Yeah. And then they go for it. Hey, Araya. And whether or not this case of consent requires understanding, because getting someone to say yes to selling their soul might be as easy as asking them in a sarcastic voice. So that's the thing. When I say consent, it's not fully consent, because there are instances where, for narrative reasons, I think it could be interesting to play with like implied consent on the soul level. But broadly speaking, in like cosmic court, because I was talking about this earlier, angels and devils in my setting have an understanding where if they just had full reign to just grab every good and evil soul that they wanted, they would run out of souls eventually, because there's a finite amount of like soul energy in the world. And what I described before with the soulborn angels, soulborn devils, when they disperse, they don't go to that cosmic soup back when they die. They stay within the hells or the heavens. If you sell your soul to a devil and then you become a devil that has a soul, and then you die, your soul disperses and kind of reconstitutes into multiple other devils. It doesn't go back to that soup. So eventually, there will be a heat death of the universe soul-wise. And angels and devils are trying to stave that off as long as possible. Demons don't care. Demons just want to like consume. So the idea behind it, listen to this bureaucracy, technicality is the name of the game. Exactly. And that's why in cosmic court, if you say, oh yeah, to like selling your soul, and then a devil snags your soul, you will be able to unironically bring that before an angel who in court will represent you to the devils. The devils will say, that was very clearly not a consensual exchange of the soul. You violated the cosmic tenets of like the accords that we have with the angels. Like, give them back their soul and we're going to kill you. And then the devil will be like, no, and then give you back your soul, and then you will die. So, there's room for cosmic drama, like cosmic courtroom drama. So in demons, there are 5 princes of 5 courts: heart, mind, soul, blood, and flesh. And in each court, there are 4 orbits: a primary linked to a court and secondary. Whew. Goodness gracious. So the court of mind has mind and heart, mind and soul, mind and blood, mind and got it. So do demons get stopped from making those kind of deals every single time? Are they able to accept that deal? No. Demons do that all the time. Because much in the same way that it's illegal to, let's say, solicit a working girl. If the working girl isn't stopping you, and they don't report it, and no one knows, no one's going to stop you. In the same way that it's illegal cosmically for a demon to make a deal with like a 7-year-old to sell their soul. No one's gonna stop them if they don't know. However, what will probably happen is that they might be able, like if they ever encounter an angel or devil, they'll be like, why is this 7-year-old not have a, like, why do I sense demonic energy on them? And then they would investigate further, and then they would effectively try to get they would track down the demon to recover the soul, because otherwise that soul is going to go to the abyss. When the soul-born demon dies, it's going to shatter. It's going to be stuck in the abyss, like the soul energy there. Like your soul is not stuck there, but the essence that makes it up will be. So devils and angels both have a very high investment in not letting this fly. How's the stream going? I'd say it's going well. I'm talking about lore. Are angels, devils, and demons the only 3 factions? There's also Fae. which are, because I couldn't remember before what I called them. I think I just call them Fae. There is a chaotic good faction, because like angels are a lawful version of celestials. I think Fae, I made chaotic versions of celestials, just as devils are lawful versions of fiends and demons are chaotic versions of fiends. So you have celestials, you have fiends, you have law, and you have chaos. And on this you have angels, devils, fae, and demons. And that's why, because they're aligned on an axis of law, angels and devils don't like each other, but they get along. They have embassies, they have contracts, they work together. How am I still alive? I need answers. I've gone live for like 8 hours before. This is a yapping stream. I tend to go like 5-6 hours, and it has been 6 hours, so I'll probably wrap up soon. But I'm talking about my lore. I consider myself a marathon streamer. I am someone who pretty regularly goes upwards of 5 hours. And in yapping, that's a bit tougher because I'm just talking. That will shred my voice. But if I love doing it and I'm having fun, angels and fae get along fairly well because they're both good aligned. They're both not trying to like steal people's souls. Devils and demons hate each other. Devils and demons hate each other almost as much as angels hate demons, right? Like if a devil, an angel, and a demon all walk into a bar, the angel and the devil will shake each other's hand and then beat up the demon. Meanwhile, the fae will be the one like at the bar giving out drinks. That is what happens when you have celestial engagement in my world. Got the yapper buff, yeah. Well, Arrow has a lot of stamina for this, got it. I appreciate the sentiment. So what happens is that literally there is a like cosmic entity in my world where this is very much inspired by like the Living Tribunal from Marvel. Gosh, I can't remember what I called it, but like there will literally be like a cosmic court that is put in session where angels and devils will discuss with one another about the logistics and legality on a cosmic scale of generally not just one at a time, but probably like they'll take a batch of many tens of souls and be like, listen, Galthanax the Black decided to take these 20 souls under the influence of alcohol. Clearly that's in violation of subsection 8 of the angelic fiendish accords. And then like Galthanax the Black would be like, well, actually, I didn't do it under the influence of alcohol. I rewarded them with alcohol for decisions leading up to it, and in celebration of them deciding to agree to the deal, I gave them a shot of whiskey. Now, the whiskey did in fact make most of them drunk. However, they were not out of their right state of mind while they actually made the deal. We sealed the deal with a drink of alcohol. But that is not to say that they were drunk when they led up to the decision. And then the angels would argue, well, no, they made the decision under influence. And then Galthanax the Black would be like, well, no, they made the decision before they agreed to the decision. They only agreed under influence after already telling me they were planning on doing it. I had no reason to believe that they would change their course of mind. And the angels would say, well, no, that's still not in accordance with them having a free mind and body and they're fully consenting to it. And then Galthanax would say, they clearly did leading up to it. And then that would be like an argument in court. And probably the way it would go is that it would be that it would probably go to the angels, because at the end of the day, you can always have cold feet. You can always back out. You can always pull out of a situation. You can realize that something is that you didn't want it, and that's very important with consent. But obviously this is not like consent in the Bauchakamawa sense, is consent like in a legal sense, right? It's not a one-to-one, it is inspired by. So once that contract is signed, you're out of luck. But up until the contract is signed, it ends up being a kind of like, well, you do have an argument either way. But ultimately, the angels do have a point because they went too far. And then Galthanax Black would be like, well, what about that time where you ascended that person despite the fact that they clearly stated they wanted the power to protect people. And the angel would say, well, that's a noble goal. And then Galvanax the Black would be like, well, yes, but they did it for power. And you've made it quite clear with the, what's it called? Foundation of former ascensions, that power in and of itself is not a noble goal. Then the angel would say, well, no, power for power's sake. And Galvanax would say, what is power for power's sake if not, or what is power to protect people if not power for power's sake? You can't not have power, and you can't protect people without power, and you can't protect people effectively without getting more power. It will lead to a cycle of more power perpetuating. And the angels might be in tough water. Like, that's the sort of stuff that goes on in the background. And normally it will be mediated by a fae. It will be mediated by a third party. Generally not a demon, because demons don't care, but like, I love that kind of stuff. I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of obsessed with it. Law and Order, Cosmic Court. Listen, if I get the resources to make that happen, I would love to make, honestly, if I have a couple artists in the community, but if we had artists who wanted to work with me on a, like, no compensation, this will all be free, like a web comic where it is Law and Order Cosmic Court, where it is a series of devil and angelic, like, court cases, basically following a main angel and a main devil who it's them constantly arguing over the logistics of, like, the consent of souls, and potentially even having to go after the people, like, act as bounty hunters, go after the people who sold their soul and return their souls to them. Oh goodness, those arguments must go on for eons. Exactly. And they were roommates. I mean, it's basically just good omens. Okay, I still don't understand how it works for making deals with demon. Like, until they get put in court, beat up, can they? Yeah. So Bob, you talk to me. I'm a demon. You say, hey, I'm a representative of Twitch chat. I'm going to sell you Can soul. I'm going to sell you Corey's soul. I'm going to sell you Andy's soul. And in exchange, I want $10 and a high five. And I'm just like, okay, bet, give me their souls. And then you'd say, wait, what? And I'd say, yeah, give me their souls. Like, if you can offer their souls, presumably you can give me their souls. And then you'd be like, well, I don't know about that one. And then I would say, listen, Bob, I can work with you. I have 3 pieces of paper that I already filled in all the boilerplate. I just need their signature at the bottom of the page in blood. Get me their signature in blood, and I will count that as giving it to me. And then I hand you 3 pieces of paper, and then you can use whatever means you have available to get those signatures. Well, yeah, so Can. Oh, Can. Fine. Then Bob would, and then Demon would be like, okay, get 3 signatures from Can. I need 1 from each of them. Basically, the idea would be, okay, it's on you to get me the souls. But I'm a demon. I don't care if they had implied consent or willfully knew about this or are fully invested in this. You can get them drunk, you can charm them, you can threaten them, you can do whatever you want. You can just tell them to sign a document without them knowing about it, and then they sold away their soul to me. However, that demon would be playing fast and loose with the cosmic order, so angels and devils are probably gonna step in if they can, because they have a vested interest in that not happening. And that is why I love, this is a beat in Persona 4, that it's like the wholesome version. In Persona 4, there's a moment where, no spoilers, but a shadow enters the real world and can only stay there because a promise was made to it by the protagonists. The protagonists make a promise to it and then allows it to manifest in the real world. And then what happens is that promise gets fulfilled. So the shadow is like, oh, I have to return back to my world. I'm no longer allowed in this world because no promise is keeping me here. And then a child looks at the shadow and says, oh, are you going soon? And then the shadow says, yeah, your friends made a promise to me and now that promise is done, so I have to go. And the child says, no, I don't want you to go. How about I make a promise with you? How about you make a promise to play with me and then you can stay here? And the shadow says, awesome. and then makes a promise with this child to like play with her and like entertain her, and gets to stay in the physical world. Now, it is a benevolent shadow in this setting, but I love the idea of an entity that makes a deal with a child who doesn't understand what they're doing. And it's the kind of rising tension of like, oh no, the child doesn't understand what's going on, and the demon is going to take advantage of this fact. No, it is adorable. It is the cutest thing. I love Persona 4. And it ends up being wholesome. It's not malicious in any capacity. It's super cute. But I love the idea of a demon, like, getting a child to make this deal where it's just like, yes, allow me to stay in the physical world in exchange for something as simple as like getting you a cookie. But that doesn't make sense from a, like, if that could happen, there's no reason every single person in the world doesn't have their soul taken by the age of like 2, right? Every single person in the world would lose their soul before they could understand what their soul even was. So I, from a world building perspective, said, how can I fix this to make it so that your soul is quote unquote safe up until it's reasonable you would know what it is and have a reason to not give it up instantly. So how can this happen? Demons break the rules. And sometimes devils make the rules. And sometimes angels break the rules. Sometimes an angel will say, child, you are so sweet. I understand that you have a terrible life. I understand that you're on your deathbed. You're sick. This was not fair to you. I am going to give you the opportunity to sell me your soul as an angel and to send you in exchange for you for like passing peacefully right now. And the child would be like, yeah, I'm in a lot of pain. I would like to do that, please. That's just as illegal in the cosmic order, even though it's good, even though it's nice, even though it's kind, as a devil taking a child's soul, right? It doesn't matter if it's good or bad. What matters is that it's not adhering to the cosmic order. And that's when court comes up. And that's when you get situations where an angel's arguing for the goodness of an action, and the devil says, that's not lawful. And the angel has to be like, dang you right. That sucks. And that's just so juicy to me. That's just so good to me. It's so dramatic because you as a viewer clearly are like, oh yeah, like that angel's doing a good thing. And probably a soul-born angel would be doing that to a human that they can empathize with. But the soul-born angel understands, if I break this law, I will be at best a pariah among my own. So I have to watch this child suffer when I know I have the power to alleviate their suffering, because it is not in the cosmic order to do so. Similarly, a devil might look at a terrible, awful person and say, I could get their soul, but they're not willing to sell it to me. They would make a perfect devil. They deserve to be a devil, but they don't want to for whatever reason. I can't make them, despite the fact it would be so beneficial to me. And they just have to deal with that. And I think that makes the idea of the economy of souls much more interesting than just, oh, you want warlock powers? Okay, sell your soul. Oh, you were a good person? Okay, you become an angel. You were a bad person? Okay, you're suffering for all eternity. Like, that's just more interesting to me. Can you sell other people's souls to demons as long as you have some sort of technical consent from the person, but you can't sell the souls of people you've never met to a demon? Like, if you tried selling Andy's soul, a demon would say, get me a signature, I will get you whatever you want. And so Bob would go over to Andy, whip out a gun and say, sign this document for me. And Andy would be like, don't shoot me, sure, and would sign it without reading. Andy, just under duress, without understanding what they were doing, signed away their soul to a demon. That's not in the cosmic order. That is not fair. That is not allowed by any stretch of the means. But because the demon doesn't care about that, the demon said, oh, pog. Okay? Yoink. grab your soul. Hey, Bob, I know you wanted like $10 and a cookie. Here's $10 and a cookie. Pleasure doing business with you. Call me up anytime. And then would leave. Because the demon still needs the giving of the soul. Can't just yoink it. Can't just take. Can't just say, oh, I see a person, I take your soul. But what it can do is it can effectively use that like magically binding contract to say, okay, your soul is now mine. It doesn't matter whether the intentionality was behind it or not, because your soul is now mine. And that's because at the end of the day, the intentionality is not what gives it magic. The intentionality behind it is effectively like a cosmic construct. And the demons and like the devils and the angels, they know this, so they follow this, so they don't break it. At least generally speaking, the demons don't care, so they do break it. But still, a demon might like a devil might hate a demon. An angel might hate a demon. They might kill each other on sight. An angel won't seek out a specific demon to slay it unless it knows this thing is going around breaking the cosmic order. So if I'm a demon and I want Bob's soul, and Bob, I could just get you drunk and get you to sign a thing and suddenly your soul's mine. But that puts a target on my back and I don't want to die. So I'm going to walk up to you and say, hey, Bob, your soul, how much it's worth? Like, how much you want for it? And Bob says, I don't really know about my soul. Can I give you up their soul instead? I'm like, you know what? Sure. You give me up their soul. Let's do it. Or they might say, listen, I get it. They need to be a willing participant. They need to understand what they're getting into because I don't want the flack on my back. The threat of an angel or a devil on the, like, getting heat on a demon is enough to dissuade most demons from just spamming, stealing souls. Similarly, most extraplanar entities are not in the core, are not on the core plane, right? Angels aren't walking around. Devils are rare. Demons, you need to be summoned. And even if they are present, they need some anchor keeping them there. That's why you might have a situation where a demon approaches you and says, hey, I will give you 100 gold pieces if you sign in blood, like if you do a blood ritual that allows me to create a talisman that will keep me corporeal in the physical world. So that's a deal. But the fact you did that doesn't make you any worse as a cosmic person than someone who didn't do that. You're not suddenly inscribing yourself to the abyss. But you just made a deal with a demon. What's one more? Now the demon, like, you just saw the demon's good for its word. It paid you, and now it has a talisman, and now it's in the physical world, and now it says, hey, think you could get me a few signatures? And you're like, I could get you a few signatures. And then suddenly you're working with a demon. And then eventually you're like, I would really like to have demon magic. And the demon says, that's so funny. I would really like your soul. We can work something out, can't we? And then you have the slow descent into evil. But it's not, oh, you're stained cosmically, so you're a bad person, so there's no redemption. It is, you're evil. You chose this repeatedly. Very few people are going to see a demon or going to see a devil and just say, hey, I want to sell my soul to you. Some might, but many aren't. They're going to be resistant. So it's the legitimate temptation, seduction of evil is that slow descent of multiple steps over time. Okay, but a king can't sell the entirety of your kingdom because you don't have his signatures for them. Yeah, exactly. But a cult leader could probably reasonably argue, these people are loyal to me. If I ask them to sell their soul to you, they will. And maybe the people upon joining the cult say they sell their soul to the cult leader. Now the cult leader has their souls nominally, but doesn't do anything with that because they're not a devil, they're not an angel. You only lose your soul once you die, right? So a cult leader who has people join their cult and pledge their soul to them might reasonably be able to make an argument in court, in cosmic court, that actually, when I told you I'm giving you 10 souls, I had all of their explicit consent. They told me that they sell me their soul. Now, I don't have their signatures, but you can ask any of them. They're diehard supporters of me. And then you ask them, they're like, yes, of course, I would follow my cult leader in anywhere. And then you might find that, yeah, that's actually totally sound, cosmically and legally. But then maybe you have an instance where someone has like regret right before they die, and then suddenly the cult leader is down a soul that they owe to their devil. And then now the devil gets to collect, and what's the insurance looking like? And I think that the minutia of it makes it so much more interesting. And maybe that's literally just me, and that's why I don't really go into it in my games. It doesn't really come up in my games much. But I do think it's interesting. Okay, so you have to do some sort of technical consent. You can't just say I own their souls. Yeah, I mean, like, you could. Like, a king could make the argument, these people belong to me. They're my servants. They obey me. Ergo, I own their souls. And any devil would probably say, no, you don't, buddy. You don't. But maybe a king, like, they have an inner chamber where they have everyone swear, like all of their knights, for instance, a king's knights swear to them, I will follow you beyond death. I will serve you in life. I will serve you in death. There is no place where my sword will not be yours and where my shield will not protect you from harm. A king might reasonably argue, that sounds pretty much like selling their soul to me. And they didn't do that under coercion. They did that because they wanted to. They did that because they felt they were honored to. They felt as though they were ascending and pledging themselves to a higher power in pledging to me. I own their soul, so I can sell it to you. And then it'll be up to probably, if an angel did that, like an angel said, okay, yeah, you're right, I will ascend all of these knights to angels. A devil might say, well, no, you don't actually own those souls. And then it's cosmic court. Griffith! Literally. Click on stream just to hear Arrow say I own their souls. Well, hey, Bard. Gosh. Yeah, we're talking about souls in my setting and how, like, the soul economy and bureaucracy works. It's been 6.5 hours. I am out of questions. My model has been breaking. I've been talking about souls, and now we're talking about Griffith. I think I wrap up here. Thank you all so much for swinging by. I appreciate you. Whether you're here live or whether you're here on the VOD chat, whether you're a lurker or whether you're a participant, I appreciate you. Be on the lookout. Friday, we have a Halloween special here on YouTube. It's not members only. It's going to be open to the public, so swing by. Yes, I'm going to drink water, enjoy my food. Thank you. You had a lot of fun. I really want to do a full lore video. I would watch an hour. I would love to do that. I just feel like no one would care. I'm not going to lie. I feel like no one would care about my nonsense. But thank you so much for swinging by. Check me out Friday here on YouTube, same time, 11 a.m., even though today I started an hour late. My apologies. Enjoy your day, enjoy your night, and take care. Bye-bye. You'd care? Oh, that's so sweet. Hour-long lore vid. Oh, maybe I should do that for Halloween. That's the scariest thing of all. Anytime I talk about my lore, my personal notes, that's the scariest thing. Maybe I'm just a coward. But take care. Bye-bye.